cabinet, or do you mean like just a country?
No. I just mean like any government in any country in history.
Let's take a look at Prohibition. Just let's do this real quick. Super simple, easy history lesson that everybody can enjoy. So Prohibition, alcohol bad. Okay, the Christians and the Rockefellers, they both agree. Alcohol's really bad. People shouldn't be sinning. They get stupid when they drink. Okay, so what are we going to do? We'll make it to where any of the people out in the country are using ethanol, right, to run their farm equipment. Well, we got to put a stop to that. They obviously need to get their gas from the Rockefellers or it's a sin, right? So that didn't work out so well, but you know what? We sure did wage a really good war against the American people, and we, ruined a lot of families and this, that, and the other, and made a whole bunch of people like filthy, stinking rich. What's the next prohibition? Marijuana. We certainly don't want them, those people out there growing their own, diesel fuel from hemp products, right? We don't want them fueling their own farm equipment with hemp, right? Because we really need the, big oil, to get a lot of money, and we don't want people like having their own energy, right? And look at what's going on now. Like the same shit. Who's the bad guys? Iran. Why are they bad? Because they got oil, and we don't want them selling oil on the market. Who's the bad guys? Venezuela or Russia?
Anyone
right? The people who got.
Okay, if you're trying, like, I totally agree with everything you just said, Larry. But if you're trying to convince me that somebody does something that's cruel, that automatically means that all governments are evil and corrupt. You think there's no such thing? You think there's no such thing as a wide-eyed kid goes through school, goes through all their lessons, gets good grades, decides I want to be someone to make a difference, goes into politics, and then attempts to do so. And at what point do you think that they get surrounded by a bunch of creepy dudes that say you got to do it our way?
I had a babysitter
all the time. Happens all the time.
The minute they try to do what they don't want.
I don't believe that.
They try to do what they don't want done. Yeah, that's going to happen.
Right away.
When somebody says, make America great again, I want to know when America was ever great. I want to know when America was even ever good.
When we killed millions of Vietnamese and said it was okay because we landed on the moon. That's when America was great, Jim.
Okay, why do you keep attaching those two things?
Power corrupts.
Because you're trying to because you're trying to separate them to justify your religion. That's the point. You're separating the fact that mass murderers who've killed millions of innocent people are the sole literal group that have promoted the outer space religion. Group of mass murderers, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Skunkworks, Lockheed Martin, Halliburton, all these organizations designed to kill and maim and who have killed millions of people in the past 60 years are the ones that gave us the outer space religion. But because that's a reality, you can't accept that either. You can't accept any part of the reality.
No. I'm not saying. All right. So your argument is because they're evil, which I'm going to grant you for the sake of argument. That must mean anything else they say is automatically part of the plot.
No, I didn't say anything else. I said the fact that you're trying to separate it. The point is you're the one saying we can't have these two together, even though it's true. You're saying...
I'm not saying we can't have them together. I'm asking you to connect them.
Okay, I know. I'm talking about they're already connected. It's the same people that made up a story to go into Vietnam are the same ones that said we landed on the moon, so we're the greatest people on Earth.
Let me help them.
And that's why the American... Listen, let me finish, guys. Relax. The entire American population allowed the United States government to do whatever it wanted because we landed on the moon. God bless America. And now we've killed literally millions of people because outer space. That's literally the new age religion is outer space. I'm sorry, it hurts. That's the reality. That's why we've justified the millions of murders this country has committed because we went to outer space. That's the reality. I'm sorry.
So let me give you an example of what he's talking about, right? Let's say Kennedy was just like incredibly openly honest. And what he really said was, look, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing. We're not going to mention the other thing, but let's focus on the moon. We're not going to go because it's cheap. We're going to go because it's fucking expensive, okay? So we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing. Oh, the other thing. Yeah, we're going to invest in the Nazi rocket program, and we're going to put a lot of money into that, and we're going to bomb like brown people into submission for like the next 100 years. We're just going to do a relentless bombing campaign till we get everybody in the one world banking system. And then when everybody bows their knees, then we can, end the whole Nazi space program. Like, you see what we're saying? The people never would have went for that. They never would have gave, Werner von Braun, right, the war criminal, the money to go, with the rocket program so that we could bomb the Middle East and kill all the brown people and all the Muslims and all the Christians and, all the Jews that live in these countries that won't bow down, right? They never would have did that. But because he said, we're going to the moon and the other thing, nobody stopped to say, well, what's the other thing?
Also, remember with that system, they created a false scarcity system where everything is scarce. There's scarcity on everything, and they have to control the resources because they know better.
Yeah, space is the final frontier because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. So people have to live with this manufactured scarcity because nature is abundant. It only takes one seed to create a whole entire fields of produce in just a matter of years. Only one seed creates, yeah. So yeah, all this scarcity being manufactured, overpopulated. The truth is, everybody in the world can fit in the state of Texas, and it would be no more crowded than Dubai or New York City. So, I mean, the fact that people are saying we're overpopulated, we're overcrowded, go ahead and push the LGBT thing, right? Because they don't breed. And what are we going to do with the children? Oh, well, the conservatives will have the children, but we'll have the liberals, raise the children. That way that they grow up in LGBT and they don't breed. And then everybody else, we could just starve them into submission, right? And, look at the world right now. Don't you think it could be a lot better? I mean, what if, God forbid, people grew food in the dirt that they have, and the neighbors just said, hey, you know what? I'm not really trying to make money off of this. So if you plant squash, I'll plant tomatoes. Our neighbor can plant corn. The next guy can do zucchini. And we can just walk in there and get what we need, and nobody has to pay, but nobody's going to sell it. We're just going to take what we need, and everything else can go to compost. Like, can you imagine that? Like if you and your neighbors just got together and said, you know what? We don't want our plants competing with each other, right? So squash is going to grow like crazy by itself, right? Because it doesn't have anything to compete with. I don't know if you guys know, but plants do compete.
That's the result of moving away from the design of this place and probably the laws that we know of, but the loss of moving away from that kind of thing, just creating this system of fantasy and running our lives with that, forgetting about the actual laws of this place that are in place. That moved the whole system into the fantasy and fantasy system.
What about the fact that cities they don't ever plant female trees? They only plant the male trees, right? Because they don't want you getting free fruit, do they?
Well, that's because they care about you and they're worried about you getting gnats.
What's fascinating,
right, Avros? I mean, what do they tell us, right? I mean, we'll believe them, right? They won't let us take fruit off the tree now, even if it is a female tree, right?
At no point, hold on. At no point did I say it's okay for the United States to genocide people. At no point did I say the government is always honest. I just said that I don't believe they're always evil.
Right, and what I'm saying, Avros, is you're saying, but you can't trust your senses because mass murderers told you have to believe in something else. That's the point. It's not just one issue. We're talking about 100,000 problems for your religion, and you're telling us that we can't trust reality. That's how crazy this is. But we should trust these people in power that are killing literally millions of innocent people. And watch this. Even if the outer space program entirely was real, which it's not, even if it was all real, you're still saying it's more important to put billions of dollars into outer space while you're allowing millions to starve to death here. So even if it was true, it would be a selfish, perverse crime of epic proportion. But the reality is it's much worse. Thanks.
what I find fascinating is in 2020, the world spent $2.1 trillion with a T on military. The United States spent a little over $800 billion of it for fake wars, scripted staged wars, for nuclear weapons that don't exist, for divisions that are entirely created by others that we never see or never vote for. Just think if we would have taken 500 billion of that 2.1 trillion and tried to feed our fellow human beings, how many mouths we could have fed. We do live in a world. We live in a world that is so fake and scripted and staged that we have no concept how much it is.
Nah, man, we need that money for cartoons.
Cartoons, man.
Imagine if they would have gave each city like $1 billion and said, "Hey, we need to get some affordable housing for the vets, right? We need to open up some special programs for the homeless people. We need to feed the hungry people, and go ahead and work on that infrastructure so we can quit selling so many tie rods to all these people driving around with all these streets that are fucked up. But they're going to take an extra $10 off your water bill because you can't stop it." So, what if we just, I don't know, put money back into America rather than giving it to Israel and India, their space agencies? Like, why do we need to help India with their space agency? What do they need our money for? If they want to shoot, fireworks into the sky, why can't they pay for it themselves?
Larry, they need help brainwashing their population into believing they live on a spinning ball.
Pick up water.
Or how about the, what was it, $10 million to Pakistan for the LGBTQ training?
Okay, EXO, I want to touch on the last thing you just said there for a moment. Run that by me again.
Okay. You mean you're talking about Hank was just talking now? You're talking about Hank?
Right,
No.
yeah. So,
you said something. I wanted to reply, but I kind of lost my train of thought, so I need you to reiterate what you said.
I'm talking,
10
well,
million.
I've said a lot of things. I talked about the fact that even if the space program was real, it would still literally be a genocidal, perverted thing to just constantly put millions of dollars into space and get nothing back while we allow millions of people to starve to death here in a system that was designed to fail and oppress its own people. There's no way out of this. If you fall for this outer space deception, you are part of the Soylent Green problem that's literally eating itself alive, killing itself as a population. It's the greatest deception in history. And I can elaborate all day about how bad it is and how all the things are, besides even the Nazis who invented the rocket system program, which all of a sudden now that whole thing is now a pass because outer space is so important. I don't care that the Nazis started it and joined America with project, like nothing. All the morality goes right out the window because why? Outer space. So that's why it's the most perverted religion in history. It's just so disgusting. That's why we're here.
Okay. Do you think that all scientific study, like let's just assume my worldview just for a moment. Just for a moment.
All or nothing fallacy.
No, it's not all or nothing.
Big brush.
I'm just asking you. When somebody goes and does an experiment, do you think it's always going to yield useful data?
Avros, I understand the plead here to try to like maybe reach across and everything, but you couldn't name an experiment. That's the problem here, is that we're talking about hypotheticals because we can't talk about what it is in reality. So I have to talk about a hypothetical with you, right? Because we can't talk about the fact that there is no science, there is no experiment, and all data actually confirms this group of people here. We can't talk about that, so we must go to hypothetical. Yes, I would say that most experiments, right, if done properly, I would assume that the results would be not what is predicted about 50% of the time. And that has nothing to do with what I'm doing here, though. We can talk about my favorite color if you want. It's red.
Look, the thing is that flat earthers love science. We love it so much that we're correcting people to stay away or be wary of pseudoscience. The real science is, something that most of us have a real appreciation for, right? Knowledge. Who doesn't love knowledge? And even, the people who are like, oh, I don't really like science that much. I'm more of a faith type person. Well, the faith type people it says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So even those people who are like different, right? Those people also like knowledge. Because what is applied knowledge? It's power, right? So if you have power, then you can make a change in this world. You can like help people that are needy, right? Step in and fill a need, like Big Weld, right? See a need, fill a need. But if you don't have any power, what can you do, right? It's pretty useless. You're a pretty useless human being, because I wouldn't call you a man, if you don't have any power whatsoever. You can't make any change.
Right. And that's what I'm going to say.
Oh, we got a problem here. You got to be kidding me. Avros, you don't know how good you got it, Avros, because everybody's giving you the red carpet because we're so excited that you're here. But let me just go over the past couple hours. So first, tell me, I can't trust my eyes. Then I can't trust biology. And now you're saying going in a circle at the same speed isn't accelerating? I mean, what's wrong here, Avros? So everything in reality is wrong is what you're telling me. You don't believe in acceleration now. What's going on?
No. I don't believe the way he's interpreting the acceleration.
What is there to interpret?
Okay, so
do you ever see a fighter? Okay, Avros, have you ever seen a fighter plane make a sharp turn?
Yes, I've been in one actually.
Oh, there you go. So when you make a sharp turn in a fighter plane and you're pulling those G's, will you maintain the same speed, or do you have to actually increase the thrust of the engines to maintain the speed?
You would have to adjust your speed.
Right. So that's a constant acceleration. If you're turning and not losing speed, that's acceleration 100% of the time.
Okay, I got that. But that's in a situation where there are other forces acting on the plane. In space, if you assume it to be true, there's no other
outside of what we can prove, right? But you can't
hold
make a claim
on
about something outside. Yeah, but you can't do
no,
that.
that's fair, but
no, you can't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it because you're gonna lie. Don't lie. You have such a good track
okay.
record.
Lying is a deliberate act.
Do
if you don't know something is not true,
yes,
then
if you think you understand what's inside outer space and how it experiences, you're deliberately lying. Yes, that's a lie. If you there's no way around it. You can't tell me you know how space is gonna behave. Yeah, that would be insanity. You can't be that crazy. Don't tell me you're that insane, bro, because I'm talking to a Soylent Green zombie if you think you know what it's like in outer space, or you're just lying, like the normal globe. Please tell me you're lying.
No, I don't see that dichotomy. Sorry.
Okay, well, that would be a form of insanity that I can't help you with. So please don't do that because everybody likes you here. So I can't make a claim about outer space. No one can. What we're talking about is in reality, when things move in a circle at the same speed, that's not only acceleration, they're called G's for a reason because the pilot's G forces are being increased greatly, sometimes 9 and 10 G's, and you black out. You don't think that's acceleration? That they wear a G suit. They have to wear a G suit for a reason.
But that's acceleration based on a separate force. Earth spinning isn't exerting a force on anyone else aside what's already been imparted to us. So we're in the same reference frame.
No.
You see how you accept you accept the fact of what Exo just pointed out, and you agree with him, but then you say, but if we go out of this place that we experience and we go into a place that I've never been to and never will be, then over there we can do things that have no relation to the experience that we have in here.
Okay, then let's compare it to a train then. If we have a train with a very wide bend on it, a lot of times the passengers, if they're busy reading their newspaper, don't usually notice the bend. And the reason why it's a wide bend is so that way it doesn't put a lot of stress on the train. If we take something, Earth size, yes, it's spinning fast compared to what we're used to going, but it's still only spinning around once a day. From its size, it's a pretty wide turn.
Cool story, bro. Can you verify that? Can you show me how to prove that to my children? Because, listen, if you were to say, "Hey, Larry, I don't believe that you live in Texas. I don't believe that you know how to fish in the lakes," I could just, fly you down here and demonstrate to you that, yeah, my name's Larry. I live in Texas, and I can show you how to fish. I could demonstrate to you how to hook the worm, how to hook the fish, how to cook dinner, right?
Of course.
But can you demonstrate any of that stuff, or show me how to teach my children? Because I want them to know that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that you're saying.
Yeah, again, so go to a train yard and you look at how they set up, how fast they move the the trains and why they have to use wide turns instead of just say, I don't know, doing a 90-degree angle because it's fun, because they don't want to put stress on the train. Now think of that applied on a larger scale.
No, I was talking about the Earth. Like, how do I demonstrate to my children that the Earth is moving? Because I've tried to do it and I can't, right? I can only suggest, right, based on philosophy, because there's absolutely no science or knowledge to pull from. I can only suggest, based on philosophy that the Earth is moving. Is there any way that you could demonstrate to all of us that the Earth is moving so that we can demonstrate to our children? Because we don't want our children to be fools.
You don't have to. No, there's no, again, Everest, you've heard me say there's no pressure. We can keep moving on. You can say, I don't know.
I'm just wondering whether it's worth bothering.
Take a couple days
because
on that.
I've never done the experiment myself.
There we go.
Perfect. That's fine. That's no problem. That's good.
That's perfect.
I told you they're
Excellent
going to give him
answer.
the red carpet. I told you.
Yeah, dude, that's a mature response. It's like
No
you
doubt
say,
about
I haven't done this. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done this. You can think about it. We're trying not to be judgmental here. We're trying not to put people down. We're working on that. But yeah, we're humans too, right? We're not here just to attack you.
No, I got that, but it feels like that this is based off more of government must lie, Bible must be true, therefore
No.
Well, Average, that sounds like emotion,
no.
though. That sounds like an emotional appeal. Because I got to be honest with you, we've talked about 1,000 things, and they all comply with what this group actually agrees with. So we don't even have a claim for anybody else because they just tell us we can't trust our senses. No, we really can't feel it. Yes, it's happening, but I'll tell you why you won't experience it. That's literally the claim of your side. We can't trust biology. I mean, now we don't believe in acceleration, Avers. I was just trying to get you to admit that going the same speed in a circle is acceleration. That's why they call it pulling G's in an aircraft. That's all. I just wanted that.
But those are like really
none of us hold on, just real fast. None of us here tell you to go to the Bible to prove the Earth is flat. What do we say?
Exactly.
None of us said that, man. No.
We're using there was someone who said that earlier.
No, they wouldn't let me. No, they wouldn't let me say that. No one said that because I would have been the one to say that. No, nobody said that.
Not even EO.
Nobody said that here. So this is what we say.
Nope.
This is what we say. We want you to be so brainwashed when you leave here to think for yourself and question authority that you actually go out to a large body of water at rest and find out for yourself if there's any curvature, because they say boats go over the horizon. Well, if that's so, they've given us measurements. And if that's so, then we should be able to go out with a mirror, binoculars, or a flashlight or something at 10 miles and see if we can see our partner on the other side of the bay, right, with a flashlight or with binoculars or with a laser light or something along those effects, because you don't need anyone to tell you the shape of the Earth, right? It's going to present itself just fine.
In
all
reality,
by yourself, maybe with a friend. In reality, nobody's telling you to go look in the Bible. Nobody's saying go look at the Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita or the Quran or any of these other holy texts. We're telling you to go look for yourself.
Right now, Hank. Remember the first thing? Did anybody a witness here? As soon as we started talking to Avros, I actually showed him something. Does anybody remember what that was? The very first thing we, as a group, showed him something was actually from my channel, and it was a 73-mile observation on a boat 15 feet in the air, and I can see 73 miles out. So my first part of the discussion was to show him what I've done personally. So not only did I show you evidence, Avros, I showed you what I did personally going out to Washington, filming something that you've never even seen before, which is actually 10 times farther than what we were told we could see. So I showed you my own personal demonstration of the flat Earth for literally 73 miles flat. So I mean, that's the first thing I did was show you my own evidence. I didn't use the internet. I showed you my own photography. So where else could you go to get something like that, Avros? Let me know. Thanks.
I don't understand the question.
But yeah, here's the point, is that you came here and I gave you my own personal evidence for my claim, and anywhere else you go, you'll probably not get that sort of level of information. I mean, that's the thing, is that when you talk to your globe friends, what do they show you they've done? Nothing, because there's nothing to show for. So we actually showed you our own evidence. I'm making the claim for the team, our own demonstration But you're not talking about that. You wanted to bring up Bible and everything else. But the first thing we did was show you empirical evidence. But for some reason, you don't want to talk about it.
Well, I don't want to talk about that because I'm not very good at trig math. I'm better at statistics.
You don't have to be. The Earth curve calculator calculates it for you.
It's cool, dude.
Sorry,
Yeah.
the Earth curve. Yeah, the Earth curve calculator calculates it for you. All you got to do is plug in the numbers.
Yeah, man.
So if you know how tall you are, where your eyes are, or where the camera is, and you know how many miles, you can use Google Earth, and as the crow flies, you can measure a distance, right? And then you just type in the information, and then you find the object that you see, right? You find out how tall it is, and then find out, click enter, and it'll tell you whether you should be able to see it or not. It does all the math for you. So there's really no excuse other than, I just really like the globe. And, these flat earthers, they make a point, but I really, I'm just a bigot. I really don't want to go look for myself. I'll just believe whatever I want to, and that's fine. You can do that. Like, nobody's going to force you to go it out, but we're not telling you to look at the sun, the moon, and the stars. If you ask the globers, how do you prove the earth is a globe? They'll say, oh, look at the eclipse, right? Or look at the sky back in, before Jesus' day, right? He measured some shadows in a well and some sticks in the ground, right? Look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars. That's how you prove that the earth is a sphere. No, we're telling you to go look at the earth itself. A large body of water at rest, if the earth is a sphere, should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, or in 10 miles, 66.6 feet.
Right.
And if that's, something that you can go test for yourself, why wouldn't you? Because if it is provable, then you can go outside and prove that you live on a ball.
Hey, that's the cool thing, Hank. You can check it out. Guess what? You live on it. You can check it out. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, you just have to go outside. It's a fun trip. You just get a buddy.
It might be a nice sunny day, man, on the water. Be cool, man. Be a good time.
It's a good excuse to go out. Yeah, get a buddy. I mean, it's fun. Yeah, you just go out and it's super easy. We don't need no telescope. We don't need no $6 trillion.
I mean, you can have a shitty pair of binocs, or maybe your cell phone might work even sometimes.
Yeah, maybe. So, dude, we are the ones, we are not using the Bible to prove anything. When we're saying prove, we're using the scientific method. We are looking for observable measurements. We're looking for facts. We are doing scientific experiments, adhering to the scientific method, unlike the other side. And that's one thing we hope that you'll realize.
What's fun about it?
We're all about empirical evidence.
Okay, you say that, but there's never been a day I was in a lab where somebody was like, "Hey, just make shit up and tell other people we made shit up."
No, I worked in 100 places like that where we're building shit or mixing something or chemicals or something, and nobody ever lied to us and said, "Hey, man, don't mix." Okay, mix those two together and then blow yourself up.
I got to tell you, I've been in a place like that where someone said, "Hey, go ahead and write some reviews. Take this ticket, type in the number, go write some reviews, and make them all 5 stars." My boss has actually paid me to do that, and that's fraud, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if that's going on at the low-level pizza place, not the one that I work at now, but if that's going at the low-level pizza place, what about the people that are getting federal grants and funding from the government?
Oh, shit,
right?
man.
You don't think that they might,
funding, man. People get really weird when it comes to funding, man, and they'll just say,
No, I imagine there's probably a lot of bullshittery when it ends up coming to
no
funding,
doubt about it. Almost every institution is corrupt at some level, man, one way or another.
One of the
think about it. Remember, 5 out of 10 doctors. Wait, just real fast. Don't you remember the commercials from the 50s? 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes for
Camel
your nerves.
smokes, man. Yeah, get yourself some Camels. Doctor approved, man. Check it out.
And they were telling pregnant women it was safe to smoke. It's just amazing.
My mom was a smoker, man, and a drinker, and
Everest, what were you saying?
That's why I messed up. Damn.
I mean, they said it in the TV, just like the globe. They show you the globe in the TV, so therefore it must be true.
That's right.
Everest, what were you saying, dude?
None of us have ever seen the globe with our own eyeballs from outer space, and none of us are never gonna do that. And it's just suck that one down for a while. Enjoy.
Nothing true until you see it on the TV.
That's right.
No, That's not how it's supposed to work, man. We're talking about maybe certain tribes in the past knew some incredible skills how to grow shit and chip the bark off a tree and eat it and whatever, you know.
Is that adaptation?
They knew all kinds of cool stuff, man. No, it's not. It's not adaptation.
Yeah, but it wasn't true until it was put on the TV. So even though they did it before TV, but it wasn't true. TV.
Well, that's the big thing, man. I did a lot of research.
The guy wanted to ask something or say something. Come on, let's keep.
Oh,
running.
I've long since forgot what I was. Where
you forgot.
I took the conversation elsewhere for a minute. Sorry.
It's all right. It's not
the fraud. I mean, fraud. You understand, like, what happens in these labs, like, at a certain level, it's like they start working purely with mathematical models. Like, in a lot of labs, they'll just sort of develop a mathematical model and then base their sort of reality base will just be on that model. It'll just be totally predicated by that model. So they sort of stop doing experiments. They stop actually observing the physical reality, right? This is what cosmologists do. For instance, they just come up with some mathematical model and they pretend that is reality. And then they'll do like sort of virtual experiments, you know, running simulations in their model or whatever. Now they do all this like machine learning stuff or whatever to like so-called improve the model. And then that's what they base the results on. So it's sort of like a self-reinforcing thing. So yeah, it's not like necessarily that they'll just be, you know, the head lab will be like, we need to like forge the results so we can get grant money. But there is kind of some kind of implicit bias, which is sort of weaseled its way into academia at a certain level.
I don't know. The fastest way to get a Nobel Prize is to disprove something.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say the same thing goes for like politics. That would be like me saying, "Oh, there must be a conspiracy, and that's why the Democrats are protecting the Democrats, and the Republicans, amazingly, they're protecting the Republicans. There must be a conspiracy." That's what they already are designed. That's the whole point. So, like, to think that there has to be a conspiracy is actually psychotic. They already operate that way. They already have each other's back. I mean, when I was at E1, I had to sign to secrecy just to be a tank driver. To not show the people the inside of my vehicle, I had to sign to secrecy and say, yes, I'm going to agree to and put myself in allegiance with the military-industrial complex and do everything you say as a 27-year-old E1. And obviously that didn't last very long because I'm very rebellious. But I mean, as a brand new enlisted person, I had to have an allegiance to this team or else I get in trouble or fired or worse. So that's the whole point. The entire military industrial complex is already operating on scratching my back and I'll scratch yours. Just duh.
I'll take care of you, bro. I'll take care of you.
It's self-reinforcing.
I don't know. I like to think humans are better than all of that. I'm not saying they can't be selfish.
I'd like to think that too, man.
Most
Damn,
are,
that would
but
be
some
cool.
aren't. But yeah.
So you're saying ignore. So you're saying the humans are better than that. Therefore, ignore all the starving people and still put all the money into space because we're so good.
No.
There you go. XO.
Hold on. When you brought that up earlier, now I remember what I was going to say. Okay, so you put forward the idea that the possibility is even in a world where space was real, all that money is going to waste. And I ended up asking you,
absolutely,
do you think that all experiments automatically bear fruit?
If it's a true
and you didn't answer.
Yes, no, they don't. I said no, Avros, they don't.
Okay, well, if they don't, is it a waste then? Because then we know what not to do.
Yes, it's a waste because all of it is destroying the minds of millions of children, and then they eventually grow up to be adults and tell me they can't trust their eyes. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, no.
Disgusting.
Can't go with
space. Mass genocide religion.
You put forward the proposition that if even in a universe, hypothetically, that space was real, it would still be a waste because, and I asked you if experiments aren't always going to bear fruit, at least we learn what not to do. We're still going on the paradigm that space is real.
That's the point. You haven't learned anything. You can't even show me one single scientific citation for anything you've learned from the outer space program. That's the point. You have zero. Nothing. What a waste.
Well, what is a citation going to prove?
Exactly. That's my point. There isn't even a claim. If Hank Hill were to say, "Oh, do you like classic cars?" and I say, "Yeah," and then I go, "What do you have, Hank? Do you like him?" and he goes, "No, I like ice cream." I'm going to say, "Why did you ask me if I like classic cars? You're asking me if experiments matter." I go, "Great, show me an experiment," and you go, "Why?" That's the point. You don't even have a claim. There's not one experiment that you've learned anything from in the 60 years.
No, that's the whole point of exploration. Is to go see if there's something interesting over there.
Okay, Avros, can you explore a little and find us an Earth curvature measurement?
This is good. This is good.
I wish I could stay, guys. I got to go, Avros. So I want to thank you, Avros, for helping me tonight.
Yeah, Avros,
guys.
man.
So it's been fun. So I'm going to do my Exodus here. Flat Earth dude, I'm going to do my Exodus now. I'm going to do a nice little leave here. You guys can just put the banana peel on the floor right before I step
Party
out the door.
on.
But
Avros, good job, man.
Listen, appreciate you, Central. Central, you are a point man. I'll tell you that. So I want to congratulate you for your efforts, Central, and your aggression for truth. So God bless you, sir. But Avros, it's been great having you here. Amen. And I'm glad that you were here, Avros, because you've done everything perfect for the server. It's not even my server. I could get kicked out tomorrow, but you have done a hell of a job. This would
kick him out. Kick his ass out of here, man.
Amen. You guys have a good one. I'll see you later. Thanks for playing.
All right, XO. Cheers, bro.
And don't forget this one last thing. Blood always finds its level.
Blood finds its level. I checked it out, man. It's true.
Yeah. Can you disprove that, Avros?
Yeah, sure. Go get an eyedropper.
All right. Well, pour a whole cord in the fucking glass. What do you got?
All right. Take the eyedropper. Take a little bit of water or whatever liquid you like. Put a single drop. Put a single drop on your table, and tell me if it dissipates to find its level.
Okay, I'm with you. And now the part that I'm confused on is: does this show us that the Earth?
The bottom of it's totally flat and level, by the way.
But wait a second. I'm just confused because I thought that you were here to represent Globe Earth, and you're talking about droplets from eyedroppers. Yeah. I'm just wondering where the globe follows here.
You said that water always finds its level. This is a circumstance where water does not level out.
Well, that's surface tension because it's not at rest. So okay, but
okay. Well, I could just turn around and say gravity on planet done.
The bottom
but the surface tension with the droplets that aren't at rest is something that's observable, and the gravity on planet is not. The only way that we observe that is in cartoons. So can you demonstrate it in reality, please?
Sure, by dropping an object.
Dropping an object, that is just you observing and declaring. Yeah, I'm okay. Here's my story. Invisible unicorns pull everything to the ground. Here, wait. I'll drop an object. I'll prove it to you.
Unicorns.
That's what you just did.
You're
to a phenomenon we all observe. You have your story about why it happened, and then you drop the thing and go, "Oh, see, it happened."
Oh, hold on. That is completely fair. But regardless of what we call it, it is still a repeatable force we can do things with.
It happens every single time, but we don't care for your story is the problem. So we need to know.
That's fine. Whether you want to call it invisible butt unicorns or whether it's gravity, that's fine. The point is, it's a repeatable force.
Okay, I'm going to chop your gravity thing down right now here. What does gravity do? Gravity forms things into balls in a vacuum over a really long time, right? That's what gravity does, right?
Sometimes, right?
Well, isn't that what it did with the Earth, according to you?
Not necessarily always.
Wait. Isn't that how the Earth came to be a globe? Wasn't it gravity in the vacuum? Just forming coalescing balls out of gases and debris and things in the vacuum of space?
That's correct.
That's what applied to Earth, but it doesn't always do that.
Okay, can you show me the ball that gravity created? Please grab me an Earth curvature measurement, a direct measurement. I want to see this ball that gravity created.
Okay, take two objects really far apart. Make sure that they're pointing exactly upward, and make sure you have the instrumentation to detect the angle between the top of one and the top of the other, and you will see your curvature.
Oh, we did that already.
Okay.
And we didn't find any curvature. So now what do we do?
Oh, shit.
That's
the problem.
Hey,
we did that already. We found absolutely no drop over distance over the Earth.
I just got a quick question. Why a glober goes to a droplet of water on a leaf or glass.
I know. Isn't that funny?
When we have 321 million cubic miles of water on this good Earth, and a feet of water on a leaf or a glass.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question, Jim, because my problem is whenever I hear a flat earther say water always finds its level, and then I'm like, but we already know of a case where it doesn't because of outside forces.
Nice stuff. But the whole point of the conversation here is the globe that's in question, right? So does your little example of water droplets point to a globe, sir?
Well, if we can find one exception, it shouldn't be that big of a leap to find another.
Right.
That's the point. It is that big of a leap because you haven't
find
tested
a
it.
second exception, and that's the ocean, and that's a lake, and that's a river, and those are the reality exceptions that we will accept because we can go to those particular places. And
in a test tube, with water, you get meniscus. It actually bends up.
Yeah, the wrong way. And this is how stupid this is, though, because he's talking about water droplets and surface tension. It's not even water at rest. And then he jumps from that to the whole goddamn Earth is curving down and away from me at 8 inches per mile square, which is a very specific claim that doesn't even relate to the water droplets at all. It's just preposterous.
No, you're right.
And if that's the best proof
I'm giving you that. I'm giving you
and the globe is dead in the fucking water.
No, I'll give you that. I'm not saying that they are necessarily. I'm not saying that they're necessarily connected. So please don't say that on my behalf.
It's retarded.
Hold on. I'm not claiming they're connected. I'm saying the mantra is water always finds its level, except in water droplets. So why can there not be other exceptions?
Cool
That's all.
caveat. Who cares? Let's see the curve. That's it.
No, that means okay. So he set ourselves up. We say this mantra, and then it's sort of not meant to be taken literally, right? We're really talking about
but now we're into a little side thing, a little sidebar that has absolutely nothing to do with the crux of the conversation, and he knows that too. And if that's the best that he can do, his globe is still dead.
No, so we can't let it get to that. You're right. We can't let it get sidetracked. But I'm saying we should sort of think of this in the future because basically, like globers will often find any weak point and then seize upon that. Even if it distracts from the main point, right?
It's like a lawyer, right? That's why I always say body of water at rest, right? Because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about droplets of water.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
When
they have to seize on a sidebar like that, that tells you just how dead their globe is yet again, because they would never go for the sidebar if they had the direct proof.
So we should just say the ocean is always level, or like large bodies of water, like in the future. That's just for our own introspection.
Body of water at rest. We always say that, right? Because I've argued with people that said, what about a water droplet? Like if flat earthers didn't believe in surface tension, we wouldn't use laundry soap to wash our clothes, right? We all use laundry soap to wash our clothes because flat earthers know about surface tension. That's not what we're talking about. It's a red herring.
Yeah, of course. And Sleepy Joe, like, I don't even really mind when they come back with that, because the other day I was debating a glober and he came back with a picture of a wet paper towel. And then I got to use that as an example of the best proof that these globers can come up with. So, I mean, in my opinion, it just benefits us when they do that.
Sure. Okay.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped the mic to prove gravity, and everybody in the audience went, yeah, our high priest proved gravity. No, he proved that density, that it was more dense than the air that it was around and the medium that it was around. That's all he proved. He proved density. But his sheep in the audience cheered because Tyson proved gravity. BS.
Yeah, but
he did the same thing that this guy here, I can't remember his name, Evrose. Yeah, he did the same thing. Yeah, right. I mean, he demonstrated a phenomena that we all observe, and then he just declared his suppositions about why it happens.
Yeah, Evrose, to put this in perspective, you realize it's an open problem to actually demonstrate the existence of gravity in physics to this day. And there was a big deal a few years ago that people supposedly detected gravitons, like gravitational waves, through this LIGO experiment. So it still hasn't been proven even in theoretical physics or experimental physics. It's still just a theory. So basically, yeah, I mean, what you're saying is, okay, you notice that objects will will fall down. That does not mean that they will attract to the center of mass of a globe or like that, like
Well,
random
Sleepy
gas.
Joe,
Okay.
they would
we
need a
go,
globe for it to attract to in the first place, right?
Yeah, right. So like you're just observing one thing and you're immediately extrapolating to this grand like theory that, you still have not proven, a lot of parts of this theory. You just observe that something falls down, right?
A
And
okay,
you're
huge
saying,
story that falls
let's take.
that falls flat on its face on the literal first step.
yeah,
Let
Okay,
exactly.
anyway, go on, Avros. Go on.
let's take what was brought up earlier before, and you guys ended up saying density. Why do objects, if are less dense, go up instead of down
All right,
or
can I take this
sideways?
one? You
Yeah,
you
Hank's
guys
got it.
Thanks. Okay, so the reason that things don't fall sideways is because you didn't spin them, right? You didn't give them the centrifugal force in order to fall sideways. Why do things fall down? Because an object placed in a medium, if the object is denser than the medium, every time it's going to go down. If the object has enough buoyant force, right, it's going to go up every
But
time, no
why?
matter what the
But
object is,
why?
because it's seeking equilibrium,
Okay,
right? Just
but
like
why
laws
isn't
of
it? Why isn't?
thermodynamics. Hold on,
Why is
listen, I'm
it
trying to
more?
explain. I'm
Okay.
trying to explain to you, just like the laws of thermodynamics, high pressure goes to low pressure. A high charge
Sure.
on a battery will go to a low charge. A hot cup of coffee,
Eh,
after you get a phone call for 30 minutes, it's going to dissipate all three until they reach equilibrium. So the whole density and buoyancy thing, this is called specific gravity, if you didn't know, it's going to do the same thing. If you take a rock out of the river and you give it energy and then you let go and you release that energy, it's going to seek equilibrium. Same thing with a hot air balloon.
okay, but
Everything wants to seek its equilibrium because nature abhors a vacuum, right?
okay, but why does the equilibrium have to be what we perceive as downward? Why can't all heavier objects go upward instead and all be up there? And that all lighter objects go down?
No, why
Well,
don't strippers dance
Why
for
is
free? I mean, how
why is
could I
one
know
plus
that?
one two? Right? It could.
can I
Sorry,
just
Hank.
take care of the
It's a
main part of
natural
your
law.
problem here? You're
Go ahead.
presupposing that all of this happens because of the gravitational force of this humongous ball that you're standing on.
Oh no,
Can you
I'm
please
throwing that
tell me
out the
this
window.
ball?
I'm throwing that out the window. I'm asking
Oh,
you, why would equilibrium even out to conveniently, for the sake of our functionality, make it so all denser objects are down as opposed to all denser objects are up?
I
I'll
don't
answer
know,
the
dude. Why
question
is
the best
orange
I can.
orange?
I'll answer the question the best I can. Because do you think the atmosphere is going to be, dense enough to hold up a gold coin? That's why.
Why wouldn't it be? Because it's equilibrium. It's going up to where all the other denser things
No,
are.
the equilibrium is it's seeking its place of rest, which would be on the ground. Unless it's quicksand, then it would be at the bottom of the quicksand,
Okay, again,
the
so
bedrock,
why wouldn't
right?
that be up?
I don't know. It's just nature, bro. It's the law of nature. Things fall down
Okay,
if they're more dense. And you're asking me
okay,
why?
all right, that's fine. That's fine.
I
Like,
say
So
like
why.
so
vitamin
when
C?
you ask me,
Hold on, relax. Why does vitamin C get rid of the condition known as scurvy?
because of
It
chemical
just does.
reaction. No, it doesn't just.
Right. Okay.
It's a chemical reaction. We can actually trace the process.
Yeah, but like, why? At some level, there is some law going on, right? You go to the fundamental level, and it's like you just have to say, okay, this is why it happens, right?
Okay,
It's not,
all right.
yeah.
So not like 10 minutes ago, someone was like, "You can't even tell me definitively what gravity waves are. It's just a theory." And I'm like, "Well, the same as you say. Why don't all things just buoyant up instead of down? Gravity is down."
I, I don't know. You
Yeah,
and,
yeah, it
and now
could.
you're asking us to explain.
No, I'm not asking you to explain. I'm asking you to consider that if you don't know why one thing happens, why does it make it any different than if I don't know why another thing happens and I just call it something?
Well, do you know why the fundamental laws of nature are what they are? I
No,
don't
I
fucking
don't.
know. Do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what's the problem here? None of us fucking know why it works like that. It just is.
Okay. So
I'd
so we
personally say the
explore.
best. I'd personally say the best explanation for this would be for practicality purposes. It's a practical design parameter. So if objects like us dwell down here on the ground, then why would it make sense that more dense things would rise? If if we dwell here on the ground, we make a living on the ground, we farm, I think it's just purely for practical purposes.
Yeah,
Which would be an indication of design, perhaps.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
It's designed to be like this, huh?
But you could just simply say that we could be going, for all intents and purposes, upward as far as density is concerned. Then we just wouldn't notice because we have the feeling and force of down.
Oh, you're going upwards, but you're going down.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
So you might have a unicorn in your backyard, but it's invisible.
No,
let me try to help the dude out. Let me try to help the dude. Do you understand?
No. Let me finish. Hold on. No,
Okay,
I know.
Go ahead.
So if we go with my hypothetical where all denser objects go upwards instead of down, if we were standing on those objects, because we would be, because we are dense and we would go up with them, did it not feel like that is right side up to us? And we wouldn't notice that it's down? We only call down because that's what we decided to call it.
Sure.
We could just as easily say that down is up because, words are made up and they mean what we want them to.
Sure, but we know what down is anyways, regardless of what we call it. We could change the definition, but still down, right?
So then in that case, it becomes a matter of perspective, correct?
No. Language does not change reality. You're claiming
No. I'm saying that what we experience is a matter of perspective. What we call it is irrelevant.
No, there is one direction that things will fall. We can't change that. That's not a matter of perspective. I mean, I guess I don't know what you're trying to say exactly, but that's.
I'm saying that if
reality is subjective, reality is not subjective.
Yeah, that's not true.
Really? Butterflies can see more colors than we do.
Okay, but there's still a reality it's seeing.
Yeah, there's whole colors that we are not seeing though.
But you're basically claiming that what the observer sees is the reality, and somehow that is like changing the reality. That's like
it does to some people.
Kabbalistic. That's metaphysical. I mean, there's an objective reality we're still perceiving.
Is there?
Well, that is a philosophical debate, but it seems that we all interact sort of in the same.
Let me help the guy out, bro. Like you're asking, is reality objective? Like if I were to put your, pinky in a vice, I don't want to hurt you. It's hypothetical, right?
Of course.
And I were to tighten it until you, started to make some noise, and I were to tighten it one more time, 360 degrees around. Would you be asking yourself, like, is this pain subjective? No, you'd be like, I know this is real. I know I exist. This is like excruciating, right? If you tighten it again, you're going to crush my bone and I'm going to need it to be amputated. Please don't tighten it again. And then if I say, well, how do you know that the pain is real? You could be a brain in a vat and let me tighten it one more time. And you'll be like, no, please. Right? It's only when you're fat and happy, right? You're well fed, the air conditioner's on, that you're wondering, oh, now that I'm all fat and happy, now I'm wondering if this reality is really real.
Okay, I agree with you that there is some degree of objectivity. It just doesn't mean that our eyes, ears, or just senses in general perceive it 100% correctly.
Yeah, but we're talking about the direction objects fall. That is objective.
It's objective based on our experience. We wouldn't be able to tell they were falling up because it would feel like down to our subjective experience.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know, man.
Hey, you've lost the plot, Avraz.
Well, I'm just asking you guys to look at it from outside the box.
To the max. It's
I think that
coping.
perfect example.
I think
I'm
that
just
goes
asking a
beyond.
question.
I think that
You're
goes
just sounding
beyond.
absurd.
I think that goes
You're
beyond
splitting hairs that
1980.
don't even exist.
I think that goes beyond
No, I'm asking
1984
a
doublespeak. It's just like no. The Glober's doublespeak. Puts Winston Smith and O'Brien to shame in the movie 1984. You've taken doublespeak to a brand new level.
Oh, you only watched the movie? Maybe he'll be maybe you'll be good at it once you've actually read the book.
Okay, dude, but if you read the book, then you should be even more aware, right? Like, of what doublespeak is.
Yeah, I'm aware of double
You
plus.
should be
I'm
also
good.
self-aware.
Yes.
Okay, but then you should also be like self-aware. We all we'll all like fall victim to some fallacies sometimes, right? But like we should be self-aware. It's like once we realize we did it, then it's good if we realize it, and then we sort of try not to do it in the future. So I don't know. I mean, let's not get too much.
Okay,
into
I'm not trying to double speak. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah,
What
could
would this
be the
not
what ifs are
entail?
fun and all, but what we want is what we can verify empirically. That's
There you
what
go.
we're looking at.
Well, without tools, I don't think there are a lot of things we can necessarily say empirically.
We have the
Have
tools.
you ever eaten food? Have you ever eaten food?
Sure.
Okay. What tool did you use to verify that?
Fork and
Your
a
senses,
knife.
right? Right. Okay. So your senses and experience is the most real thing that you have, especially in the present, right? But you also have experiences that you've, experienced in the past. And those things that you've experienced in the past, they're not as good as, what you're experiencing now because you're relying on your memory, right, to be accurate, which isn't always accurate, but for the most part, like if someone were to bust up in your house and start unloading like a fully automatic AK-47, God forbid, like you wouldn't question your senses. You wouldn't be like, I wonder if I'm hallucinating. Did my wife slip me some really powerful LSD?
Okay, all right, that's fair. I get what you're saying, but let me try to ground this in something a little bit more practical. Okay, I'm not saying to go that far. When I was younger, I loved spicy food. I still love spicy food. I can't eat spicy food anymore. I have an esophageal hernia.
devolving.
So, what?
You're devolving.
No, I have an esophageal hernia, which makes it so my stomach valve doesn't close completely. So I end up accidentally vomiting. And if I have spicy food, well, you can imagine what kind of heartburn that causes on a normal day. So I have a problem that needs to be fixed, preferably sooner rather than later. And I can't eat spicy food now. So when I smell or see spicy food, it causes a reaction of disgust in me now because I can't eat it, because I know the misery I'll be in if I did. After the surgery, when I heal, I'll probably love it again. But that's a matter of perspective.
It's neuron mirroring is your problem, right? And after you have the surgery, you may still have the feeling of disgust until you actually start eating it and retrain your brain to like what you did before.
Exactly.
So the neuron mirroring effect, it's going to, cause you problems at first, but eventually you might reach homeostasis, hopefully, right? Which is normality. So what we're trying to say is that everybody has got like a pretty severe case of mass what's it called, mass formation psychosis, right? And it's because they've been listening to people who are telling them stories that they can't necessarily verify. You might consider them like big fish stories, right? Like, oh, one time I caught a bass and it was 24 pounds, blah, blah, blah. Well, those big fish stories, they don't just stop at the fishing hole, right? Well, sometimes it's like, man, I shot a rocket to the moon. And that was like one of the first films, by the way. And the rocket landed in the moon's eye, right? Because there's a man on the moon. And it's like we can't differentiate because we haven't. I'm going to use a triggering word that might trigger some people. I apologize. We haven't evolved enough over the past 100 years to compensate with what TV does to us. Because if someone is having audio hallucinations, they actually like start to believe what the little voice in their head is telling them, which would be severe mental disorder, right? But what if you could go back 500 years and show the Native Americans before Christopher Columbus ever landed, a modern PC? Yeah, yeah. You get a little time to do some programming, and you give them audio and visual hallucinations at the same time. They're going to think you're a god, and they're going to believe whatever you program into that computer, right? Well, that's what's going on right now with the TV. We
For a
haven't
while.
evolved fast enough to keep up with what's going on. And the TV has just been programming people for 100 years almost to believe whatever they want to put in with their little movie magic. And you know what? You know, it's a pretty damn powerful weapon. Some would say it's the most powerful weapon ever invented.
Hey, Avraz, did you know that not everything on television is the truth?
Yes.
You did know that?
I'm a graphic artist. I know that.
Okay. Just wondering.
So you know that, if you're a graphic artist, you could make it to where if I go up high enough, eventually I could see the earth start to spin. And eventually, if you keep going higher, it'd look like a ball. And if you keep going higher, you can make it a vacuum where there's no gas around except for your sparse hydrogen and helium molecule floating around here and there. And if you keep going higher, eventually those molecules will turn into just soul atoms all by themselves. Or you could make people believe that if you go up high enough, for example, I don't believe this, but you could make them believe that if you go high enough, you'll start to see, unicorns and Pegasus, right? And if they keep going high, they'll start to see, whatever else you can program into your little computer screen. So that's kind of what society is like right now. Everybody's suffering from mass formation psychosis because, people see and they believe. When they see and they hear, that's experience. So billions of people all over the ground right now, the earth, the dirt, have all these experiences and beliefs because they've experienced it with their eyes and their ears. And none of it has anything to do with reality.
Why wouldn't it? Oh, I can't link things here.
Because they saw it on TV. That's why. It was movie magic. The Matrix isn't real. Even though some people believe that, maybe their brain is just, in a jar, in a vat, and the sensory information is being fed to them by some supercomputer AI built by, the machines. Some people actually come in here and they're so far gone with a solipsism that they don't know if they were born a male child. They can't prove it. They don't know anything. And, that's kind of like where science says, we don't want to settle anything in stone. We don't want to write anything down in stone and say this is the fact and this is how it's going to be, because that's orthodoxy, right? So science tries to avoid being like a religion, because in religion, Christ will always be the Messiah, and Judah will always be the progenitor of the Jews, and Muhammad will always be the prophet. Well, science doesn't want to be like that. If new information comes along, science wants to be able to change our mind. So we say when something goes through the scientific method, it's then knowledge, but we don't want to be, like dogmatic about it. We'll say that it's 99.9% proven. And then once people become like this, they start thinking like this. This is like the beginning of knowledge, right? Knowing that we don't know very much and that nothing is ever really settled because there's always new information coming along. But then some people stop right there and they say, we can't know anything. My brain is in a vat. I don't know anything. Have I ever eaten before? I can't prove it. I don't know anything. Like, that's a real problem coming out of the colleges. And I can't tell you how many college kids I've talked to on here that don't know anything. That's a serious issue. That's psychosis, bro.
I don't see how the scientific method leads to solipsism.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. That's the exact
No,
name
I'm
of
saying
the
the
philosophy
colleges
you
are
were talking
teaching
about.
people. I'm saying the colleges lead to solipsism because, realizing your own ignorance is the beginning, right? It's a good start. You're not supposed to say, well, now that I know that I don't know anything, I'll just live the whole rest of my life pretending that I can't know anything. That's not what science teaches. That doesn't come from science. Knowledge comes from the scientific method. That's what I was saying. But some people want to stop right there at solipsism and want to say for the rest of their life that they can't know anything. That's what I meant. So if you think that I meant the first thing that you said, that's not what I meant. Science is what gives us knowledge because of the process of elimination, right? When we manipulate the variable that's the cause and we see the effect, it's a pretty good chance that if you add heat to water long enough duration and enough temperature, it'll cause it to boil. That's knowledge, right? But you got children coming here, while they're in college saying, I don't know anything. Really? You don't know anything? Like you have no experience? What I'm saying is that experience is knowledge. And they're saying that they don't even know if they've ever eaten before. That's a direct quote from people who come to me. I don't know if I've ever eaten food. That's not from the scientific method. That's from the universities and Descartes. So I mean, it's good to question. I think, therefore I am, right? And I am. That's a very powerful statement,
The
right?
quote
I
is,
am.
I'm
I
thinking,
exist.
therefore I am.
I apologize, but you get what I'm saying. It's a very powerful thing. But just to stop and say that I don't know anything, you could just be a voice in my head. Like when I talk to people, like earlier, I was questioning whether I was talking to a bot, but most people I talk to, I could tell, that this is like a man just like me, because I ask him a question, he gives a pretty decent response most of the time. So I could tell, but a lot of people that come in here, they're just, little automaton, little robotoids, and they just repeat whatever they've been told in school. And it's like they're not doing any original thought. Everything that comes out of their mouth is like parroting someone else. And you know what? I have to admit, that's how people are a lot of times. We're like that a lot of the time. We repeat each other from time to time, but for the most part, like we should be thinking for ourselves and questioning authority, like a lot more than we're doing now. Like a lot. Because what the hell do you know? What the hell do I know? What the hell does the government know anyway? What the hell do we know? Not a whole lot, but we know something, right? We know a few things. We can prove a few things. Do you agree?
Larry, does he agree that we should be questioning authority?
Sure.
I don't know if he agrees that we can know things.
Yeah, we can
Do
know
we know
things.
things? Okay, cool.
Again,
'Cause
I have little to no patience for solipsism.
Yeah, I think it's a really bizarre form of Satanism.
I don't believe in
The
Satan,
thing is, though,
so
Ambrose, you seem to agree that we can know things until the things that we know start to dismantle the globe model, and then you it gets foggy of what we can and cannot know. At least that's what I've witnessed from you over the last couple hours. Is that fair?
no,
How is it not fair?
because I accept that there are some things that are true that I'm not necessarily going to be able to perceive. Like, I know empirically right now that there's approximately, if I check my phone, 46 different Wi-Fi frequencies going through my body. But if I didn't check my phone, I wouldn't know that. That wouldn't change it to be true. But I could extrapolate and say that there's only 12. There are some things that you could argue that are one way or not another that you
Well,
can't perceive.
you were arguing fallaciously ad nauseum about lunar surface footage a couple hours ago.
I was arguing.
You've convinced yourself that there is no set of circumstances where that could be false. Well, I hate to break it to you. You know, that might work for you, and you might be able to leave this conversation feeling comfortably about it. But anyone who's listening to this, who sees someone defending Apollo 11, Apollo missions in general, whoa, it's color here, it's black and white here, the shadows, the CGI. Sir.
I can spot CGI.
Sir. Well, you have to understand that darkroom magic and filmic magic happened prior to CGI. So you coming in here talking about CGI is just, it's bizarre. But anyways, I just wanted to let you know that anyone who's actually looked into this and knows what they're talking about photography, it's pretty obvious that you're either trying to protect a lie or you're just out to lunch. No offense.
I really am annoyed when people try to boil things down to a dichotomy like that, because
have you had lunch yet?
Well, be annoyed all you want, but
hold on. Life is so much more complicated that there could be so many different reasons.
Photography is not as complicated as life is, sir.
It's either real or not. It is a dichotomy.
Yeah, okay. It can be real or not, but what you perceive to be true might not be correct.
This is case in point of when reality becomes foggy, when it's damning to your ideology.
You know how many things I go through in simulations on a daily basis where I have to ask myself that exact same question.
We have no idea.
Things I already believe in. Like,
we have no idea.
If you think I'm applying this unfairly, that's disingenuous on your part.
No, I think you're genuinely confused. I know you are.
No, you don't. Only I know my mind.
Okay, well then admit it. Admit your confusion.
He knows he's not confused because his mind is made up.
Tell us it's a belief. If you're here to share a belief, let's just congratulate you on your belief, and you can be on your way.
No. We want to engage him. We don't want to just send him on his way.
If I'm being disruptive, I can go. Like I was only here because someone invited me.
If you have no evidence to produce, if all you're doing is sharing a belief, that's good and well. That's fine. You won't face the scrutiny that you seem to be annoyed by if that's all you're doing is sharing your belief.
I don't have a problem with scrutiny. I have a problem with having a hypothetical discussion and then suddenly being told that I have to provide a bunch of evidence for something that you and I both know this is not necessarily the venue for.
No, speak for yourself.
Well, I can't link pictures. I've been trying to for an hour.
This is the venue.
We've seen all the images. We've seen everything the NASA Art House has produced.
This is the venue. I am the menu. I'm like the Ginyu Force winner.
Is curvature hypothetical now? Is that it?
I didn't say that.
No, I did.
Okay.
It's kind of sounded like that's what you were getting to.
I mean, showing pictures usually is about the globe, right? You want to show a picture of a globe?
No.
What picture do you want to show?
I was going to link from my Blender program what a vertex looked like, and then go into a long thing about how one sees when something is CGI or not. But I can't link the picture, so there's no.
Right. You're going to show us a simulation to what?
Look, I've got a really good way to tell whether NASA's pictures are CGI or not. Let's just check the Earth to see if it's.
I gave you perms.
That we need to.
Yeah.
All right, that was my screen a few minutes ago. So when you're dealing with a digital object, it always has to have vertexes. Basically, four-dimensional objects that always have to come together. If you have 5 points to a vertex, the computer simulation doesn't work. So there are certain rules that a computer has to apply in order to create CGI. So if you look at an object and say that is CGI, if I can find a point where it looks like there is 5 or more vertexes or points, then it can't be CGI because computers can't do that.
We only call CGI what CGI is, like the NASA photos that they've said is CGI. I mean,
Well,
the
composite
moon
photos
land,
are not CGI.
the moon, yeah, they're CGI.
No, that's more like Photoshop.
Okay, you're using semantics.
Well,
Computer
if we're gonna
generate computer
if we're gonna discuss evidence, isn't semantics important?
Hang on, no.
Computer generated.
Photoshop is a
Listen.
computer program, sir.
If something's produced on Photoshop, that is necessarily a computer generated or manipulated image.
Yes, but that doesn't make it CGI.
It's an image generated from a computer, bud. Who
That's
cares?
what that's what CGI means, man. You just said
No.
semantics.
CGI is 3-dimensional rendering.
CGI is computer generated image.
Okay,
yes,
so
in a
it's
3-dimensional space. Photoshop is 2D.
Okay, but does that make it any more valid or real that you're calling it Photoshop instead of CGI?
Yes, because if you can look at an object and it's on television and it's in a 3-dimensional moving space, you can tell whether it's
The bottom line,
whether it's
but the bottom
CGI or
line,
not.
this is just completely derailed off the bottom line, which is he said you put data strips together, and then he tries to fit it to what we would expect the globe to look like. So, in effect, they damn sure weren't taking pictures, as far as NASA's concerned. That's what they said. As far as the moon, nobody went to the moon because of the reasons we've outlined. There's no one who knows what the radius is because nobody can validate or verify that that's actually a measurement that was obtained. Therefore, I don't have to believe in the moon landing. So I don't know why you keep saying the CG. Like, I don't understand. Nobody's talking about the moon landings in that regard. We know they didn't go specifically because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, the medium that they claim they're going to. And on top of that, that's pretty much it.
Why is it a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Because it's a vacuum that the air that we're breathing isn't filling.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
We're leaking air all the time.
Yeah, well,
is that knowledge? Is that knowledge, or is that something you just?
Yeah.
No, no,
repeat it.
So we're gonna run out of air.
No, the bottom line is we know what happens when there's space for air to fill. It's violent and it's
instantaneous.
Instant. Thank you.
So when you say all the time,
talking about a leak for a all vector sphere, it is kind of insane.
So when you say all the time, do you mean 4.54 billion years? Like we've been leaking gas for that long and we haven't leaked it all out to fill the available.
We didn't have gas for that long, but
sure. But still, it's like no, the leaking, no. In the first instance, just no. Like you have an idea. You have an idea of. I mean, obviously, you would have to say, well, it's obviously here. It obviously is leaking, but that's your extra belief in the sphere. My understanding of how gas works informs me that there's no way that I live on a sphere with air adjacent to a vacuum on all sides possible.
If you had any leak whatsoever, the gas pressure would rush to fill the space.
Yeah, if it wasn't a gradient, sure.
If it wasn't
a gradient requires pressure. Pressure requires containment, so the gradient doesn't help you.
You know, there are flat earthers who believe there is a vacuum under the dome because we experience air getting lighter the further we go up. That's an undisputed fact.
Does it get lighter to the point of 10 to the negative 17 torr?
I would argue yes. You would argue no.
Okay, but can you demonstrate yes? Did it
lighter?
Is what you're saying
Is it get-
falsifiable whatsoever?
Like,
Amongst us
like,
right now.
can we, right now? Or do you mean like, could we possibly get a thing and go check?
Yes. Go into a spaceship and go check, please.
No, we don't have to get into a spaceship. Like the thing that Felix jumped out of had a pressure gauge on the inside, so you keep track of his situation.
Was he in the vacuum of space?
He was damn near.
No, he
Avros,
wasn't.
Avros, you said earlier that you acknowledge that not everything on TV is true. Can you give an example of something that you saw on TV that you know is false? Because it sounds like everything you've seen on TV you believe.
I barely watch TVs.
A computer screen, a telephone screen.
Yeah, anything.
You know what we mean, right? You don't like sophistry
like
or
a
you know what
magazine, a tabloid. Have you ever seen anything that you didn't believe? Because
yeah, there's a number of things that the Canadian government does regarding spy agencies I don't agree with, and I know their methods are flawed and made up.
Okay, whatever. How about Santa Claus? Do you believe in Santa?
No.
I saw him on TV.
Well, he doesn't watch TV. A good thing he didn't watch TV, because if he would have seen Santa on TV, he'd be writing a lot of letters to the North Pole.
Well, how about
that's
King
a little
Kong?
disingenuous.
We got pictures of King Kong scaling the Eiffel Tower. How about him?
I could see vertexes on King Kong.
They didn't even have CGI at that time when they filmed King Kong on the Empire State's building.
Which time, the new one or the old one? If you mean the old one,
What do you mean the first time he climbed it? I saw it myself. It happened.
Oh, the black and white one was stop motion.
Hand. No, that was real.
Okay. It's CGI.
That's not CGI. That's stop
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
What about some of the stuff on NASA? You didn't recognize any stop motion there with that rover? And have you looked at the NASA archive?
A few.
Have you seen any stop motion in there?
No.
Look harder.
Oh, okay.
When you say it's not CGI, though, your point isn't that it's a photograph. Your point is you're using the wrong term. It's a manipulated image. It's not something that exists in reality that you can take a photograph of. I just don't like you saying the word CGI when it comes to this.
Okay.
So that doesn't get you anywhere towards proving the globe.
Allow me to clarify, Central, okay? When I say CGI, I mean a moving, rendered, computerized image.
Yeah,
A still image is
I
not
don't care.
CGI.
I don't care. When we say CGI, we're talking about manipulated, doctored, fabricated images, i.e., not from reality.
Okay,
right?
well,
We're juxtaposing that with reality. So if you have a photograph of the globe Earth that you can show us, great. If you have something that was manipulated, fabricated, or CGI, not great.
All right, fair enough. All still motion images are out the window. No problem. I have no problem arguing.
Did Cuba? I just want to see what you know about this. Did Kubrick use CGI, or was he just using cinematic techniques?
False dichotomy.
No, it's a question. Was he using CGI in the production of 2001: Space Odyssey, or was he just using clever cinematic techniques and tricks?
Well, I imagine since he's a director and he did direct that movie, I'm going to go with tricks. Why?
Okay.
Not CGI though, right?
No.
There you go.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question really quick. I'm going to post a video. You tell me if this is CGI.
That's not CGI.
Holy shit. You can see the frame rate, for God's sakes.
Frame rate doesn't mean anything.
The frame rate in which the computer generated, not the frame rate in which it's playing.
That
is a computer generated image.
No, it's not, because I've actually flown over that area, and
Avros?
that's how I recognized it.
Avros, we have a really good way to tell whether it's a computer-generated image or not. Let's check the surface of the Earth for a direct measurement of curvature.
Okay.
What do you think we're going to find?
I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Well, we just measure nothing but flatness as far as we can. So, therefore, whatever you're showing us there is manipulated and fabricated and not true.
You can't manipulate a 3D dimensional object without using CGI.
I don't care how they did it. The Earth doesn't measure to be the thing that they're showing in that video.
That is CGI. I'm glad you identified it as such.
You can't fake CGI like that. Doesn't. No.
Bullshit.
No, not bullshit. CGI depends on vertexes. There's no fucking vertexes in that video. There's too many 5-sided objects. So there's no
one
vertex.
object with a map on it.
Okay, the lights on the ground do not comport to CGI.
The lights on the ground are a map on the object.
Yes, it's called a bump map.
Objects themselves. Yes, they're not objects
It's called a
themselves.
bump map in 3D
Exactly.
image sculpting.
That is not the object. That is not the 3D object being rendered. That is the bump map on the object being rendered. So what you're saying is bullshit.
Okay, but a bump map still has to comport to vertexes. There was no vertexes in the surface.
You got to remember, when he says CGI, he's talking about a very specific form of rendering that isn't even exclusive to all fabricated or manipulated images. So
that image very specifically falls under the definition of CGI. Period. You're wrong, and you should probably concede.
Why don't we show him the guy who's talking about you wouldn't be able to see the curvature at the ISS level anyway? Maybe then he could better understand that you have to go a lot higher to see the curvature. That's why they had to fake the moon mission to show the Earth as a sphere to begin with, because now every time someone says the word Earth, all he can picture is the blue marble in his head, when really Earth is the stuff that the earthworms are living in. The sand between your toes, that's what Earth is. But every time I say Earth, he pictures the model of Earth, because that's how powerful the TV is. He can't differentiate between the model of Earth and the dirt outside. He doesn't know that those two things are different.
Yes, I could differentiate between the two.
I don't always
have to think of the globe.
What they're showing in that video is already too much curvature for the 3959 mile radius model. And yet, when we test the surface of the Earth for any curvature at all, we don't find it at all. So it cannot be the thing that they're showing in that video in any circumstance, even the globe circumstance that they claim.
Okay. When I was first watching the footage, I was a little dubious. But once we got closer to London, Ontario, which is where I live, I recognized the shape and how it comports, and I remember what it's like to be close to being that high and looking down at a cityscape.
You know what doesn't comport? The curvature they're showing.
It does if you're as high as the ISS.
No, it doesn't. We have a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height, which is orders of magnitude beyond what the radius they're claiming allows. And what the curvature in the video is showing is already too much for that radius to begin with. So no, it doesn't comport at all.
How high do you think the vessel that it's taking photos from is?
They say it's 250 miles, and that's already close enough to the Earth that we shouldn't be seeing that much according to their model. But it doesn't matter because we can't measure any curvature at all. So showing any at any altitude will be wrong.
Also, you have a problem of a second law of thermodynamics problem just in that picture.
Why?
Well, because you can see the Kármán line, you can see the separation between the atmosphere and space with no physical boundary between the two.
Why wouldn't that just be the aurora?
It's not. There's an aurora.
You can see
let me finish. There's an aurora off in the distance, but it's not all aurora.
No, agreed. So why can't it?
So that line, that bright line of the atmosphere next to the vacuum of space, is an impossibility. Regardless of the aurora, that doesn't actually matter to the point I'm making.
Why would it be impossible?
I've already told you 3 times.
Yes, but that doesn't
your
make
ears
sense.
and unfuck your brain for a second and listen. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. You have a pressure differential at the top of the thermosphere of 25 torr. At the very beginning of the Kármán line, it's 10 to the negative 6 torr. That's a pressure differential of 50,000 millibar all over the Earth. The pressure of the atmosphere would go rushing to fill the container it is in, which is the vacuum of space.
Cool. That doesn't explain everything.
No, it explains what I just said. You have a second law of thermodynamics violation just in this video alone. It's not possible.
I don't think you know enough about the second law to state that.
Yeah, so tell us all about it, Avros. Tell us how gas pressure can exist without a barrier next to an infinite volume. Tell us.
We already know that it's a gradient. It doesn't have to be a.
That's begging the question, right?
No, that's not. That's something that we've been able to. No, that's not begging the question. That's something that we've measured. That's something we know definitively. Whether it goes to 0 or not is the question.
And then concluding that it has to be that it works, right? Right. So we see a gradient. Therefore, there's gas pressure on Earth without containment. That is what you are doing.
As you've already been told,
I think it's contained. It doesn't have to be perfect.
As you've already been told, and even to have a gradient, you would still need a vessel. You would still need a container.
Why would you need a container?
Because you can't have a gradient without a container. Just like
we already know we have a gradient.
Then you already concede that you have a container.
No. We have a situation that allows for.
And what is that situation? Explain it to me. Explain it to me in precise, exacting detail how the top of the atmosphere doesn't fuck off into space and then peel like an onion instantaneously all the way to the ground.
Okay, if it's already a gradient, why would there suddenly being a vacuum make that any less true? We already know the gradient's there. That's not disputed.
Because it's not a gradient from the Kármán line, which you see in bright detail here in this video.
Are you sure that's the Kármán line?
Yes.
Okay, you're sure. I'm not. And I'm not claiming it is.
I am because they do.
They claim that's the Kármán line?
Yes.
Is there a comment from NASA or anyone else who says that is the Kármán line?
I can find it, I guess, for God's sakes.
I'm not asking you to find it.
You can look yourself. Yes, there are comments about these videos from the ISS, how you can see the Kármán line.
Do you know how far they claim it's up, Avros? That line?
Not off the top of my head.
60 miles, right? 100 kilometers. So you know where the ISS allegedly resides?
Not allegedly. We know it's up
Allegedly,
there.
no, you don't know. You
yes,
don't
we
know
do.
anything.
You don't
Yes, we
know.
do.
No.
You can see the ISS.
Yeah, you can see
see
lights in the
something.
sky. You wouldn't know what it is.
No. You
Afros.
can get a telescope and train it on a certain location. Usually recommended when the moon is overhead to get the maximum shadow effect, and you can see the outline and sometimes even the details on the side of the fucking ISS.
And it looks nothing like the ISS if you compare them.
Okay. Looks like the
you wouldn't
ISS when I
know,
did
right?
it.
Looking at something doesn't determine shape or what it is or where it is, right? You wouldn't know the distance or the speed. So no, you wouldn't know. Weren't you the guy that was telling that you consider, right, knowledge? We have to know stuff, right? Wasn't it you?
Yes, we have to have a basis for knowledge.
Right. So how is looking and declaring knowing?
We see an object, it's there, we can identify what it is.
Again, how is seeing and declaring knowledge? That's the same when you said, well, we have a gradient, therefore the gas is on Earth, stays on Earth.
If you compare the image that you see that goes through the telescope by the moon, this ISS, supposed ISS, if you compare that image to an image of the ISS, they are distinctly different, massively different. Do it, and you'll see what I mean.
I have done it.
Oh, now you have done it, right? You've flown over pieces of land. You've seen the ISS.
Hey, do you know anything about angular size?
In what way?
How something should look at a distance.
Yeah, a bit.
As you get further from an object, it gets smaller, correct? Or it appears smaller, I'm sorry. Correct?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. At 12:54 my time, the XO posted something I think you might want to look at. And tell me what you saw in the sky.
I don't know, I'm not looking at my computer right now. Give me a moment.
Most of the things you're claiming are things that are not firsthand experience. You have no ability to verify them yourself. And I'm not picking on you. That's a common thing to fall into, but it is a fallacy of an appeal to authority.
Well, let's
Allowing
dig into
somebody-
it. Oh, sorry, though. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. So he's done that. What telescope did you use, Avros? You said you done that. What did you use? What equipment?
I think he's looking at the image in which I instructed him to look at.
Yeah, he said give him a second. He went in front of his computer.
All right.
Who told me to calm down, by the way?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't here.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Avros, did you hear my question?
No, I wasn't here.
Oh, so what telescope did you use? You said you'd done it. What equipment? Where were you?
Whichever one is at the astronomy at Oxford University in London, Ontario.
Right. So you couldn't give me a number or type or the equipment or...
No, because it wasn't mine. I was just there with the observatory hobby group.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right. This
Right.
is always the case, right? The globalists come here and say, "Well, I've done that. I've done that. I've flown there. I've done this."
Okay.
When
So
we ask you, what do
let's
you
take your
use?
worldview for a second, just for fun. I'm going to grant you your entire worldview and everything that goes with it. Okay.
Thank you.
NASA says that the ISS is going to be over X location.
Okay.
I go to an observatory. They take a telescope and they point it to that general area in the sky, and they say, we're going to take a photograph of the ISS as it goes by. And then we watch it as it goes by in live time.
Can't be trusted.
Hold on.
Can't be trusted. Can't
Hold
be
on.
trusted. Can't be trusted.
Hold on.
Automatically cannot be trusted. Automatically cannot be trusted. Every single telescope that is in the university or in the scientific realm is necessarily indelibly tied to NASA. Can't be trusted. You're asking the people we're calling into question to disprove themselves. It can't be trusted. I'm sorry.
A digital telescope can overimpose any virtual recreation over the image of the sky. So why would you trust NASA?
I'm not trusting NASA. I'm trusting my university.
Universities, their observatories are necessarily tied into NASA. They have a direct line if they are to see anything or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
You don't have full
Always has been.
access. You don't get full access on that telescope to use it how you want.
I imagine there's a lot of professors and studies that want to be done by the school and etc. So yeah, it's not going to be, you can go whenever the fuck you want.
A lot of the sensors and technology that is in those telescopes will be probably in use by projects and programs which someone set it up. They're running something, and you think you're gonna use that telescope just like that, like you take a pair of glasses and watch the movie. No, it doesn't work that way.
Heard that they actually destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to rebuild it.
Yeah. But how do you know that ISS is actually there, a physical object?
He just looks at it and points at it and then declares. Just like the gradient, right, Avros?
Yeah. How do you know it's not throwing nanoparticle metals, nanoparticles like aluminum, which is showing a direct behavior with radio frequencies.
Hey, really quick.
We don't know that because apparently it's not real. So let's not worry about it.
Yeah, no, we do know because TVs back in the days before the digital television, at home you were using a aluminum antenna to catch those radio waves channels. Yeah. So there is a direct link between aluminum and radio waves. Aluminum behavior shows this. So nanoparticles of aluminum can be controlled. They can move however you like by exposing it to all certain of radio frequencies. And actually many metals, even copper, many other metals, they show a direct behavior. They move
Really
in
quick,
certain direction. They align in certain positions.
hey, get really quick. I
Yeah.
just want to point out to Avarice, I went ahead and posted some verification of what I said, that university observatories and NASA are necessarily partners. They collaborate. They work together all the time. If not, they're funded by directly.
Yeah.
Just so it doesn't sound like some crazy conspiracy. It's the truth.
Yeah, I never claimed that it was a conspiracy.
No, but it happens often enough where I say, oh, well, NASA is under the Department of Defense, and somebody's like, no, it isn't. And I have to show them, or I'll say the universities and NASA work together. No, they don't. So I'll show the evidence.
So you got any pictures from Oxford when you were there? With the telescope you don't know they used?
All right.
I
Okay.
think the angular size.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm having a bigger problem now, because what good is going to be everything I say when you're going to throw in what I'm just going to lovingly call right now as particle injections? Like, was it necessary for you to add at the end of that sentence that you say you were there for? Do you believe that I was there? Yes or no?
We have no way to tell. We just have your word.
Are you willing to believe yes or no?
No.
At this point, no. No, at this
All
point,
right.
no.
End of discussion.
Wait,
Okay.
to believe that you were on the ISS or in a observatory?
No, he
An
was
observatory.
claiming he was in
Yeah,
yeah.
I can believe
Looking at the
that
ISS.
you were in a observatory. Sorry, Roger.
Okay, well, if there are people who can't, then any further discussion from this point is moot. Because
I refuse to believe anything you say unless you show me evidence that it is true. Other than your word, I don't know you from Adam. I can't trust you.
all right, no, fair enough. So if we can't establish trust, then further conversation is pointless.
Well, then run away, right? Is that what you want? Do you want to?
No, I'm not saying that's what I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm saying that's the logical conclusion. If we're not willing, if we're not willing to extend, if we're not willing to extend an olive branch, then further discussion is impossible.
Well, Avros, whether you were in an observatory or not, I have no problem believing that you were in an observatory. I've been in an observatory. But what you saw through the telescope, the ISS, whether it's a garbage bag in the wind, a superimposed cartoon, a plane all, decked out with some panels to make it look like a space station, that it really proves nothing. It has nothing to do with the price of rice. It's just, we're in the weeds.
Nope, and
Yeah, that's
that
why I
would
was
be
trying to
fair
get
to
to the
say.
angular.
And that, you know what, and that would be fair to say. But we can't even get there if we're
Why did
if
you
we're not.
ignore that meme? Why did you ignore the meme about the angular resolution size?
I didn't ignore it. I was moving around my room, and I said I couldn't look for it while I was getting my phone.
Okay, did you check it out? Because it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Avros. I believe that you were in an observatory, but I do not believe that you had full access on that telescope. And most likely it was a digital telescope connected to a computer with video graphics cards and all sorts of sensors inside that telescope, image capturing.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
And you see, there are these programs which they are running. So they take the image of the sky, but like when you point it to a planet, it overimposes a digital image creation over that image that you actually get from the sky, how you see it. If you just took a simple telescope with lenses, only magnification and stuff, you point it at the sky and you see, for example, Jupiter. Yeah. You will not see Jupiter exactly the way when you compare it with NASA pictures of Jupiter. When you look through a telescope, through such a telescope, which is not digital, you will see Jupiter very, very hazy, out of focus.
Okay.
Yeah, so blurry. So you cannot tell that, oh, there is some sort of storm. You don't see those details which you see when you look at NASA pictures, yeah, about that storm. Yeah, you can see that there is like a darker spot on it, but you can't tell what it is, what that stuff is. So this digital telescope is going to replace that image that you see with the digital picture, and that's what you're going to see. You will need, I mean, in those telescopes, there are a lot of sensors and image processing hardware and software, which you need to get full access to it, control it, and, okay, eliminate all these things. It's like when you play Pokemon on your telephone. When you walk on the street with your eyes, you can't see the Pokemons, yeah. But when you pull out your phone and look through it, yeah, you can see them. This is,
of course, we're
yeah,
going to remain incredulous upon your word
yeah.
of you saying anything until you show us that you can at least demonstrate an understanding of fundamentals, which you have not done.
Okay, then. In that case, further conversation is pointless.
That's your decision, not me pushing you out. I'm willing to have a conversation with you.
No, the only
Everything
way
I've
for a
said-
conversation to take place, like if I say, "Hey, I went to the store and saw a flying purple people eater," just for fun.
I don't believe you.
Obviously.
Show me. Show me.
Clearly. But the claim that I was on my way to the store should not be necessarily difficult for someone to grok.
I don't care if it has no bearing on what we're talking about.
No, agreed. But if I can't say things like,
listen, if it has bearing on what we're discussing, evidence is all that is necessary to gain or to garner my trust. The only thing I haven't proven in what I've said is what I said about NASA calling that line the Kármán line, which they have. But like I said, if you need me to go find it, I will.
I don't.
But you said, no, that's fine. Okay, fine. All I'm asking for is the same reverence. When I, if I say anything, I'm giving you evidence. Oh, by the way, here's evidence that the universities are working with NASA. Oh, here's this, here's that. Because I like to back up what I say. So you're going to tell me you saw this in this thing without evidence. I'm not going to believe you. I'll trust that you think you saw it, but it doesn't require my belief. Don't ask me to believe what I can't see or prove.
Wasn't asking you to. That is what I was referring to. If you want to have a dialogue, if you want to have a meaningful discussion, if we're going to sit there and try to strip away
You're very specific about what CGI is, but you're not very specific on what belief is. Belief is something without evidence, believing someone's word without evidence. I'm not going to do that, and you can't ask me to. If you think that that's a breaker in conversation, that's your problem, not ours.
Yeah. Science doesn't function with belief. Science function with verification, testing, experimentation.
Sure. But if we're going to have a conversation, which I assume is the basic premise of Discord, regardless of what kind of server it is, if I can't even make a claim like I went to an observatory and it's suddenly going to cause issues, then we're not going to get anywhere.
Your statement does not require my belief.
Okay. Are you an expert in observatory telescopes technology? No.
No.
Well, then, it's like me giving a child a kaleidoscope, and I can tell him, you are looking at very, very tiny subatomic world when you look through this device, and the child blindly believes it.
No. Get me going. I like this kaleidoscope analogy. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, when you look even in history, who invented the telescope and who invented the kaleidoscope, you will find that a buffoon, a clown, invented the telescope, and an academician, a scientist, invented the kaleidoscope. It's quite funny. You would expect that telescopes are considered scientific tools today, but they are not.
What about
I
mechanical telescope?
Sorry, guys. Sorry. So I assume you guys went over the black swan and laser measurements.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I can tell you, for example, the most high-tech telescopes of today, they are using actuators and linear encoders and circular encoders.
Sound about right?
Guess what? Yeah, guess what? This technology of linear encoders is one of the world's most precise instruments for linear motion, controlled linear motion, precision linear motion, positioning, precision positioning. So they are measuring instruments, and you can go at Airbus, and you will find that they have a 3D printer, which is the printing head is traveling 200 meters, a distance of 200 meters inside this building they built specially for this printer, 3D printer. It's not like amateur plastic 3D printers, desktop ones. No, it's not like that. In principle, it looks like it does the same thing, but it's more high tech. When they align, when they calibrate these linear encoders, they use two plumb tools at both ends of this machine, yeah? And with this linear encoder, they are measuring with a precision grade of 65 nanometer margin of error in 200 meters. But you get that 65 nanometer error when you are moving an object at the top speed, which this linear encoder can actually take precise reading. So when it's moving slower, yeah, it doesn't have such errors. So you are measuring in nanometer precision. And yeah, they found that they didn't found, they just explain how those two plumb bobs, their string is actually perfectly parallel when they are 200 meters apart, which on a globe you cannot have two parallel radiuses, because your down vector is with the radius coming from aligned with the radius coming from the center of the ball Earth. So how can two down vectors be perfectly parallel?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm not good at trig.
Oh, so you don't trust trigonometry?
Oh, I know.
Like we don't trust observatories.
I trust the guy who studies trig to do his job while I do mine. I'm not omniscient. I can't know all things at all times. And even if I wanted to, I don't have enough time in a lifetime to learn all fields. So for the sake of cooperation, I have to assume
about plumb bobs. It doesn't require omniscience. It was clever the first couple of times that you said, I don't know, I don't do trig. It was kind of clever. It isn't anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now this is a case where you're having to warp reality in order to reify the model. Do you acknowledge that at least?
Okay, if we've been talking for weeks, you would have had a point, but I don't know when you think in this conversation I had time to go out and learn how to do all the things I think I would need to do in order to do this.
How does a plumb bob work?
I don't know.
Come on, Avros. I don't believe you that you don't know how a plumb bob works.
It's a weight and a string. You hang a string, from
I know what it is.
From a tree, and you go 1 kilometer far away, you find another tree, and you tie another string on his branch, and near the ground, you hang a weight on that string. So
yes,
it will
I know
hold
what
it.
a plumb bob is.
Yeah, it's very simple. Now, those two strings between those two trees, when they are 1 kilometer apart, 10 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, those strings are all parallel to each other.
Okay.
Yeah, this means that your down vector to the location where you are right now is the same down vector with my personal down vector where I am right now.
Okay.
On a globe, they should be intersecting.
I guess.
Yeah.
No, for sure. They
In
should
the
be
center of the globe, they should be intersecting. Yeah.
In theory,
You don't
yeah,
have to
sure.
guess that's how it would work. That's how it would work on the globe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Funny thing, one gold atom is 144 nanometers in diameter, you know, and that
So
linear encoder has a precision grade, a margin of error of 65 nanometers. This means plus minus 32 nanometers. When you are performing a distance measurement, and the reading head is traveling with the maximum speed.
Ambrose, do, do, do you believe the Earth is a spinning globe?
yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. What the hell is wrong with you?
Apparently, I stayed up too late.
Finally.
Yeah, the Flat Earth server here has a lot of information which you should go through before, dealing with us.
Hey, Avros, does it surprise you that we've figured out that we're not living on a spinning water ball?
I don't think you have.
Ambrose, are you appealing to ignorance? Because I heard you saying, I don't know what a plumbos does, how it works.
No,
Are you
I said that I don't know how it works. I didn't say I don't know what it does.
But then Gebige was explaining how it works, and you were like, "Stop it! Like you
I
don't
didn't
want to
say
hear
stop
it.
it.
You kind of interrupted him twice while he was
Yes, but that's
explaining,
not
and
what I was saying.
but I was enjoying the explanation, and you kind of like ruined it.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you'll recover.
Yeah, like there's other people listening, and whenever someone is trying to explain something like a plumb bob or whatever, it's good to let them finish whatever they're trying to say.
Just
Because
make your turn, Gemsy.
Mexican people might be listening, and we want to learn too.
Gemsy, make your turn for God's sakes.
Make my turn. Okay.
He deserves a little bit of arguing because, obviously he hasn't went through the information that we have. The laser tests over large bodies of water. We have so many of them.
Hey, Jim Z, I hope
And
you're sitting down. He thinks we walked on the moon.
Oh no. Oh no.
yeah, funny thing, yesterday I picked up my work colleague from the airport. He came from my country to this country where we work. And when he was on the plane, I couldn't call him, and he didn't switch to airplane mode, actually, So he was closer to the satellites, so he was supposed to have a better signal.
Did he have a satellite phone?
But obviously, he had no signal while in the airplane at high altitude on his phone. He told me how he was willing to check these websites where you make football, soccer bets online and stuff like that, and he couldn't access and see those websites to place a bet.
Did he have a satellite phone?
No, ordinary phone, yeah, but
Oh, okay. So a ground
a lot
cell
of
phone.
people of today say that the internet is coming from the satellites.
Well, they're dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but it doesn't go from satellite to your phone.
It doesn't go from satellite anywhere. It's all landlines and cell towers.
Why not?
Because it doesn't. I had this argument with my nuclear physicist neighbor. He swore to me that it was coming from a satellite. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And I finally proved it to him after a year and a half. He gave up.
Yeah.
Do you know what they say the radius of Earth is, Avros?
I want to say 28,000 miles, but I imagine I'm probably off.
Well, I think that's you're off, but you're thinking circumference. How about the radius of the spheroid that they've modeled? Just do the math backwards from your circumference. Say it's 3959 miles.
Yeah. 3,959.
Okay.
At that distance, at that
Not very big, is it?
length, at that length, you will have a sphere with a arc curvature of 8 inches per mile square.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's objective. It's objective. You can go check it yourself.
No, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
We don't find
right.
that geometric horizon in reality, Avros. It's not there.
By the way, Avers, you're right. It is about right. It's not exact.
Guys,
what do you want,
what's up?
Miggy?
I don't know. I fell asleep listening to them talk to him all night. I'm like woke up to the same thing. I was like, damn.
It hasn't changed.
You guys
Good
been working
morning,
out?
Miggy.
I thought this would have been an open and shut case. I guess not, huh?
It's not. It's not because when we come to discussions with set beliefs and we refuse to question our own, you're only going to get one thing, and that's an argument.
Was it spicy anyway?
No.
Oh, okay. Bland. I don't like bland arguments.
QE is not here.
He didn't show up, huh?
I don't know. I haven't been here all night. I got here at 11.
I was here and the guys were in here. They went from, I think, were A to Z. I was like, somebody's going to say something. Fell asleep and then I wake up to the same thing. I'm like, wow.
I wanna ask Avros a question. Are you still here, Avros?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, yeah, I wanna ask you. Don't you feel like you're talking to heretics?
No.
Why? Why? In every discussion, we're the crazy person in the room. Why do you not see us as such?
You guys aren't crazy.
What's that?
No,
we are.
You guys aren't crazy.
Heretic doesn't
I
mean
think
crazy.
Hippie gets crazy. I think I'm pretty sane.
Yeah, thank you, Miggy.
Only a crazy person would say shit like that.
So, There was a story somebody told me once in order to illustrate this point, and it basically went along the lines of a priest went to Africa and he was celebrating Christmas with his parish, and the kids came to him and asked him, "Hey, what did you used to do for Christmas?" And he told them, he's like, "I'd go ice skating with my sister and stuff like that." And they're like, "Ice, what is that?" And he would explain it to them. And they didn't believe him because they had no concept of ice. Now, I know in Africa, most people are aware of what ice is, but it illustrates the point that people cannot be convinced what they do not see or believe to be possible or have experience with. So,
right.
When you run into
agree with
someone,
you.
when you run into someone who disagrees with you for whatever reason, while they might not voice that's holding them back, one just has to remember that their life experiences are not yours. So, for whatever reason you guys believe in flat Earth, I believe that you put in your due diligence. And I would hope that you would think that I did too. And we just haven't met each other's burden of proof for whatever reason.
I don't believe that you did. What I'm going to ask you to do is to actually do your due diligence by going out and looking. Do you have a telephoto lens, binoculars, or a telescope of any kind?
Not anymore, no.
Nothing of the sort?
No, I used to have one a while ago.
You don't have a telephoto lens camera or binoculars?
No.
Would you be able to get your hands on one just to borrow?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna throw down a link. I want you to go ahead and save this link. It's just a little GitHub repository with a calculator on it. What it shows you is, it helps you calculate a little quicker than you would be able to. You should be able to pull it up on your phone. What your curvature between the object you're viewing and you. What I want you to do is go somewhere where you can get above your local surroundings, whether they be trees, mountains, hills, or buildings. Somewhere where you can get above that. Find a landmark off on the horizon that you know what it is. And I want you to calculate the distance between you and that using Google Maps or whatever. Figure out your height from sea level, and plug it into this calculator. From there, you should be able to see whether or not you can observe the curvature in which is supposed to be there. This is the only way. We're just idiots on the internet. You can prove to yourself whether or not what you're seeing is what comports to the story you're being told or what you believe.
Okay.
Did you get that link?
Yeah, I got it. It's up.
Okay, good. Now, there is another one, if you would like it. I'll give you another curvature calculator that's a little bit more in depth, and I'll put that up as well. So you can use two different calculators. You can do your due diligence to see if the calculations comport to what's being said, or what the narrative is on the globe Earth. And you go out there, do a couple observations, and you'll be able to see for yourself whether or not that is true. Like I said, we're just some idiots on the internet, and you can actually figure it out for yourself. I agree with you with what you just said, and I think this is the only way to wash that away, having firsthand knowledge. Do you not agree?
Nope, I agree completely.
Okay, so I've given you the tools, and you have a good night, bud. I will talk to all of you later.
Dude, you're heading out?
Yeah. I'm tired.
All right, brother. Check you later, man.
Good night.
Good night. And you have to realize, Alvarez, we all believed what you believe. There's no chance that we'll ever believe that again because we know the truth.
Yeah,
and I know you said, well, we've yet to come to a realization of our beliefs and see where they're common. Well, they're not common because one is a belief and one is reality.
I don't know necessarily what your religious outlook is, but just to put things into perspective for a moment, when somebody says to me that they don't believe that I've done my due diligence, or at least what I thought was due diligence.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say you said that. But when somebody says that, they're saying to me they're not interested in actually listening to what I have to say. They want me to
No, well,
conform to what
now
they.
you're putting words into someone's mouth who doesn't even exist. What I'm saying is, we used to believe. Well, I used to believe the whole heliocentric solar system. The whole thing.
Did
I
Deus Vult
realized.
not just say that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Did Deus Vult not just say that he didn't believe I did my due diligence? Was I imagining things?
I think he was talking about something very specific about going out and measuring to see if what the models exists in reality. He wasn't just saying it wasn't a blanket. He was just talking about on the specific instance of measuring seeing if the Earth curves as it's claimed to measure to curve. It's supposed to be curving always. If we're on a ball with a 3959 mile radius, that's the due diligence I think he was speaking of. Have you done those tests?
Not those tests. No.
Okay, so then he was right. But my point is, one is a belief. The idea that Earth is in a solar system revolving around the sun, flying through the void of outer space, that's a belief. So there's going to never be a point where, you like to say, well, you believe this, I believe that. Well, no. We understand what the reality is. And you have a myth you believe, and that's okay. But you're going to find, I think you're already finding that there is no evidence. It is a belief, and that's fine.
Yeah, but when you say that, it reminds me so much of when I talk to Christians and they tell me I couldn't possibly.
Blah. But it's a question about geometry, correct? If the Earth is a sphere, it could be measured. Yes or no?
It either is or isn't a sphere. I think
Avros, if it's a sphere, could it be measured to be a sphere?
I would assume so. Yes.
Yeah, okay. It has to be. This is the issue, Evan Rose. It has to be a sphere. So I've talked to many people in my time here, 7 years doing this, and I hear the guys in here. They're doing enough to kind of lead people into the knowledge. I think it's difficult because if you don't understand what empirical evidence is, then really this is just a conversation for you, kind of like a flash in the pan. It's hot for a moment, but then it goes away because you go back to the belief system and you'd never have to look at this again, which is fine by me. I think if you feel like the earth is a globe and you just believe it to be so, then, kumbaya, so be it. But I think there's something real here that you can glean some knowledge from if you actually pay attention to what they've been saying. People here are committed to actually giving people understanding as to what reality is instead of what they believe that it is. So it's not a somebody can say I agree to disagree. It's either you're right or you're wrong.
Agreed.
And I think old Haas Rothborn was talking about that. He's like it's geometry. It's nothing to do with beliefs. If they're Christians or Muslims, or it has nothing to do with someone believing in something. It has everything to do with you being able to provide evidence for the case of the globe Earth, right?
Wasn't where I was going with that.
No, but I mean, I know some people
It doesn't matter where you're going with that. It's
what people.
It doesn't even apply. It's irrelevant.
It's what people think that it equates to. Like you said, I heard you just say earlier, It's like when I talk to Christians, and it's like that doesn't matter. That's what people believe. So I can see why you would try to equate that to flat Earth, because it's not a belief. So it either is or is not a geometric shape. You have to realize that. Yeah, you can't. There's no argument. Either you're right or you're wrong. It's not I agree to disagree with flat earthers. It's either the flat earthers are correct, or I'm wrong, or I'm correct and they're wrong. And so we're offering you a roadmap so that you can realize either you're right or you're wrong. So the geometric shape in which the claim, not what you said, but the claim stands for, is that the radius is what it is. And you go search it up, right? You get the metrics. You go out into stretch of land. Maybe you go to the beach or something. You take a friend with you. You do a line of sight test. You take a camera or binoculars or whatever you want to do. Just make it to where you can actually get data points, and you go from point of origin to target, and you figure out maybe 5 to 10 miles, I guess, on a line of sight test. You figure out how much curvature there should be between you and your friend. You go online, you get you an Earth curve calculator, and you punch in the variables, right? All the information that you need to have. You take the radius, you put that in there. You take the distance of elevation from the point of the person actually making this measurement, right? So you get that. You get the distance. You go on a day where the visibility is clear. You get all the information. If there's a hump of Earth curvature between you and your friend at a particular distance, then you're able to realize that the Earth is curving. Once and for all, the Earth has a geometric shape. Or it's going to be the opposite. It does not have an Earth curvature in between you and your friend, meaning it is not a geometric shape in which they claim. So it either is or is not a sphere. And it's not just flat in one area. There's no escaping it, because people all around the world will say that. And I'm using that term not to say that it's it's a geometric shape. I'm saying everywhere. People everywhere will say that. And people here come from all parts of the world, so they will have the ability to do this. This isn't some hidden knowledge. People aren't here just believing a certain niche idea. This is something that anyone can do that will give you the evidence that you can verify, falsify, and repeat this test over and over again. This is what I'm saying that separates people from just a belief to actually knowing that the Earth is indeed not a sphere of the specific radius. And it can't be a bigger ball, can't be a smaller one. It has to be exactly what they claim that it is. But if the Earth doesn't conform to the claim, then it's not the claim. And this isn't up for debate as far as like what you say the Earth is, because the claim wasn't made by you. So either you believe in the claim that to be true and you find out you're wrong, or they're wrong, actually, as you're proving them wrong. Whoever decided to give us this information is now incorrect. And if you believe that humans can actually get to a point where they're using their critical thinking to move forward into reality and kind of make things and do things, and you would realize that this is the next step, man. This is the next way forward. But you have to take the initiative to actually provide that for yourself to, Otherwise, I mean, you're going to leave here and it's just going to be, like I said before, a flash in the pan, just an argument that you thought was kind of interesting for one moment, but it's gone, which is fine for me. It doesn't matter. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I could see why people here would want to labor over this conversation so that they can, because they've see themselves in when you speak and how you're, coming off like we all see ourselves a bit like that. But that's why it's like a labor of love, whether you feel like people have been argumentative with you or whatever the case is. But you sound like a reasonable person, so that's why I'm talking the way I am. So I think that you can look at it in a very reasonable way.
But
I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't. It doesn't. Yeah, you can still sit in here. There's no reason why you can't be in here. But yeah. Anyway, hopefully, I gave you some food for thought.
Thank you. You have a good night. Okay.
See ya.
Yeah, belief, the final frontier.
Yeah, you just need old Miggy to come in here, man. That's all you need.
Yeah, Miggy.
There.
Did you sleep? Did you rest well?
Yeah, dude. I woke up. I'm like, let me have a
Good.
crack at this, man. I can't let you guys. You guys are my FE fam, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Family, yeah, with capital FE from Flat Earth.
I can't let old Haas down.
Well, yeah. What you? I don't know if did you wake up? Were you still asleep when he was telling us about? He was pointing to
Bro,
the ISS
I was
in the
dreaming of
sky
the
through a
stuff that he was
telescope.
saying. I was actually dreaming of it,
Dreaming,
dude.
yeah.
You guys have me dreaming about this stuff. I was all over the place in my dreams, dude. Like I was in the middle of the earth, like the core. I think you guys might have talked about the core of the earth, like
Yeah,
that one.
I spoke about the radiuses which intersected the
Yeah.
center of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I was dreaming of that. I dreamt like the ice, I think the center of the earth was melted, or I don't know what. I was like, dude,
Was someone in
Yeah.
your dream chanting, "I don't know trigonometry. I don't do trigonometry." That was his catchphrase.
was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever he started when he realized that the plumb bobs were both parallel, he says, "I don't do trigonometry," and it was like the fifth time he said it. So
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that's
was
that's
all
why
over the
I
place.
asked him. That's why I asked him if he feels like talking to heretics, because when he denied trigonometry, that's a behavior of a person which is like talking to a heretic.
for sure,
That's
for
how
sure.
he acted. Yeah.
Yeah, he just needed a shove. That's it.
Yeah. When you are in a club of a belief system, echo chamber, and everybody, all guys here believe exactly what I believe. We share
Yeah,
the same beliefs, and when someone else comes inside and we ask him this and that, or he's telling us stuff which is against our belief, then we cannot accept talking with him about on, on that topic,
mm-hmm.
trigonometry,
Well,
because it's heresy.
yeah, he entered into the whole thing hours and hours ago, saying that they couldn't have faked the moon landing because we didn't have that type of CGI capabilities. So if that gives you any idea of that's how it began.
Yeah, he's a bit hard
But
boiled. Yeah,
so
there's
in
a couple of them like
1969,
that.
you couldn't have a truck loaded with sand, yeah, to dump it into a room. We
Yeah,
didn't
you'll have to
have
take it up with
black
Avros next.
paint. We didn't have black paint, so we can paint black the walls of that studio. Like
Man,
we
I
didn't
don't
have
know.
the technology.
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever seen this old 1901 French like play called From the Earth to the Moon or something.
Yeah, it was actually brought up in the conversation.
Ah,
The rocket in the eye. It was
yeah, the
actually
rocket
hour
died
two of the
to
Abros
the moon,
conversation. Yeah.
which was like that's freaking old, man. Like, and then I'm like, come on, like if you that argument is really old. I mean, maybe you guys mentioned it while I was asleep or something because I know that I like
Yeah. He actually, I swear to you, he actually was asked if his finger was in a vice, would he experience pain? And he acknowledged he would. He said, "Yes, I see what you're saying, but." So I truly think he was here just to reify on behalf of
Yeah.
himself or whatever the myth. He,
Did he tell his baller friends, "Let me try"? Doesn't
yeah,
work.
or they said, "Hey, you try." Maybe
Yeah,
it
or
was like
yeah, they
that.
probably told him, "Man, dude, trust me, we can't. There's no way." He's like, "I know, but I got this." By golly, we got who's it? Lou. Lou, are you still in here? Yeah, it sounded like Lou was a couple of sheets
Probably
to the wind
asleep.
when I fell asleep too. He was enjoying his Saturday night. We had yeah, Gepike Gemsy was in here. Gemsy, you lost your temper a little bit there, bud. What's up with that?
Oh, he argued with him a little
Yeah,
bit, but he was okay.
I know
He deserved it.
Gemsy's the most chill guy in the server, man. I heard
Yes.
he's got his goat. He got his goat a little bit. You'll be all right. Who else is in there? Say, man, what? It was just old Haas. You were saying something. Get beget.
Yeah, I meant Jamesy was, you know, oh,
You know what?
I
I
don't
challenge you
want to
guys.
say I allowed it, but I'm like, when Jamesy argued the guy, I felt, yeah, he deserves a little bit of fighting back, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I challenge you guys to go to sleep with this thing on, man. Like, you have the weirdest dreams.
I
Strange.
did. Yeah.
Have you ever done that? Get beget?
Yeah, many times.
Isn't it weird? Like, do you have weird dreams? Like, it's strange, man.
Yeah, uh, like even in 2016, 17, I was sleeping with Discord. Uh, I do it at least once a month, but even more than that, you know.
No, because the dream that I had something to do with the polar. I don't know if you guys talked about the polar ice caps melting or something, and then something about I don't know. Maybe I was
That was about the only thing that didn't get brought up with
polar
Avros.
ice caps. Okay, yeah, maybe that was just me finishing the story or something.
Yeah,
because I did dream of that too. I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with? I don't know.
I
It was
know
strange.
how it happens. I had dreams influenced by Discord conversations here, and when I woke up, yeah, I hear the guys talking on something, but I know I had this dream. I was dreaming this and that, and the only thing I could find was like key words, you know, in
Yeah.
these arguments, which triggered my mind to have dreams about that, including those few words. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, Gabby. Good. Are you guys talking like listening to certain like I don't know, no sound patterns while sleeping or something?
No, talk
No,
about
no, no.
this.
Listening to
Listen.
Discord.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. I left it.
Okay.
It's been a couple of times that I've left it on, and you guys were talking to Avon Rose when
I
I
think I
fell
woke you
asleep.
up because I was like I've been listening and I spoke earlier and then I asked him, hey, Avros, do you believe you live in a spinning globe? And he was
Yeah.
like, yes. And I went, let me ask you this. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. I think that's when I started to wake up. You spoke some, maybe. But I know you got a little frustrated though. You were joking at the beginning, then you just like Dude, you gotta let people speak. I heard you get frustrated. That was funny.
Oh, because Gabby, yeah,
I was
Gabby
like,
was
shit, dude.
explaining. It was explaining the plum, and the guy was, I already know, I already know. I'm like, dude, let the guy explain.
Yeah.
Come on, I want
He didn't. He's yeah. He wouldn't let. He didn't allow for that to happen because Get's voice is soothing, so he didn't want to be listening to soothing tones. You know, he wants to.
I was putting him
At,
to sleep.
at any rate, he had a lot to chew on. It sounded like there was stuff he had to do because Deuce came in and told him something to go do the line of sight test, but see if he would have done that or not. And old Rothborn, came in with the old knockout. I just basically just pushed him over the edge, So he was walking the plank already. You guys had him walking the plank. I just pushed him over.
Yeah, I came in earlier with some cheap shots, asking him if he believed everything he saw on TV and things like that.
He was
Yeah.
invoking
I'll
like,
tell you
hey,
what, he was hard pressed to come up with something that he had seen on TV that he found out wasn't true. He was, I don't know, IDK.
He was saying, can you believe that I actually went to a observatory and I looked at the ISS. It was scheduled, foretold that at this time and hour it will be in this position, and when I look with the telescope I see it. And I told him, yeah, I can believe you that you went to a observatory, but I cannot believe that you had full access on the technology which is actually there, like root access to the computer that is controlling that telescope, because vast majority of these telescopes, they are digitally controlled by computers. So this means that even the image that you actually see in the telescope can be altered with digital artistry. Just like when you download a Skyview app on your phone, yeah, and you look at the sky, you see something, but when you put your phone and you look through your phone, you can see orbit lines, names of the stars, and stuff like that. You don't see those with your naked eye.
I think when presented, you can hear that information, but I think when presented with either it is or it is not a geometric shape, you actually push them into okay, so now we're going to talk about whether it is or is not what we're saying. And if it is a geometric shape, then, that's great, right? You've just figured it out. But if it's not, then it's not. It's not. Because I think in their mind, these guys who are a bit hard boiled, they want to say the thing like, maybe the scientist knows, I agree to disagree, that sort of thing, to keep it kind of, where it's a possibility. And I want to take hope away from them. Like, there is no hope. So you're going to either admit that you're wrong if you figure this out, or you're going to admit that you're right. And we're going to have to be admitting to you that we're wrong. Either way, we're going to figure this out, because there's not going to be this lingering idea that you're going to cling to. So you're going to continue to think that it's a globe Earth until you figure this out. Otherwise, it's going to be just a belief system that you have. So at which point you're going to be faced with the truth, and it's not up to us to say that, what, you're right or wrong. You're just, the information's there. They're going to be, it's self-evident. So it will be self-evident to you, to anybody that's there with you when you do the test, the line of sight test, and you go from there. It's not going to be any more coming in here and debating, and that's old. Just provide the evidence. It's empirical evidence. That's what it's called, right? Verify, falsify, repeat, peer review.
Repeatable, yeah.
So if that's not achievable, then you're never going to
It's
come
not
to a
science. Yeah.
realization. Man, it's just that's I don't know. It's become so simple, right?
This
Because you
real
need the radius. You need the radius value for all the things that they use radius for, and that's used for everything. The cosmology needs it. So if there is no
yeah.
radius value, there is no globe Earth, there is no distance to the planets. There's nothing.
You said that you don't come to the realization, but actually, what I feel is like you don't actually come to the understanding of science. To correct you.
He was agreeing with, I think it was XO about acceleration or something like that. And he has, yeah, I agree, and this and that. And then he said, but if you go to space.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You guys, yeah.
If you imagine, if you believe, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to report back to his friends that he didn't have enough stamina. we're like a living organism, man. There's as soon as one person goes to sleep, another one wakes up. They're ready to take the. All right, guys, pass me the torch. I got it. We can go another 10 rounds now. He's like, nah, I'm tapped out, buddies. I'm out. Oh, who do we got in here? I'm surprised you guys in this. What time zone are you in, Jimsy?
It's 5:04 in the morning.
Oh, okay. What are you
Wow.
doing here?
Early in the morning. The sun is. I can see the blue sky right now, but I don't see the sun yet.
It's 4 o'clock over here.
You don't see it because it's above me.
It's above you, huh?
Yeah.
I'm having Geppy go through go through some of his knowledge there, man. I might catch 40 winks more.
Yeah, Miguel. There was some people trying to go to the moon, right in the Luna, and now they crashed back to Earth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. They learned their lesson.
Luna, Diana.
I cashed out, man. I'm good. I got my gains.
I never bought Luna. You bought Luna and cashed out?
Yeah, dude. You gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Yeah, definitely.
I put a little $800 in there. And I got what, about 26 out of it. 2,600.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
That's a nice little flip, but I mean that's all I didn't really need too much.
There is something brewing with the tether.
Tether?
Tether is huge, and it's showing some. It's been some people are talking about it, that it's showing some that it might depeg from the dollar too, and that will cause some crazy shit.
If for any reason USDT does something, there's going to be a massive vacuum. It'll take all the smaller projects out like no problem. That one will. If Luna didn't do it, this USDT, well, UST is the one that went down. But if USDT goes down, oh boy.
Yeah.
So all these
There's a
cryptos
lot
are
of people
going to go
migrating
down?
there's a lot of people moving money to USDC.
Yeah, USDC for sure won't go down because there's a lot of regulations of why it's even pegged to the dollar. But USDT doesn't have the.
Yeah, I did invest a little bit into some crypto about 3 months ago. and yeah, they went down like many of them. But I know,
Bro,
I
the
know.
whole market went down like a $1.5 trillion in the past month.
Actually,
So
I saw a graph like 1 year before, and I saw that in April, end of April, and beginning of May, they will have a high spike, a rise, and then they drop. And
Buy the dip.
I had profit in that time, but I didn't set an alarm to check it again. I just forgot about them. I didn't check the account, and yeah, now I'm like 48% in Bitcoin down.
Well,
And
so far as you didn't over leverage, I think you'll be fine.
yeah,
Just leave
but
in there.
actually, right now it's a good time to buy it because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
you actually go shopping when it's in the dip. You buy the dip,
yeah,
yeah,
because
yeah,
that's when
that's what I'm doing. I'm
yeah.
accumulating.
yeah, you should dollar cost average your favorite uh tokens or
Mm,
coins right
mm,
now, because you'll definitely kind of get at least, I'd say, a good
yeah,
4 to 10x if you buy
yeah.
now,
Wow,
at least.
that's awesome. Yeah, yeah.
Because I know
Nah,
XR.
bro, it's too early. We got to go to 18K first.
Where
But yeah, I had like only about $300-400 invested in. So now that I have put money there, I get the graphs and all this stuff from these coins in this account, so I can watch them. Yeah. But when I put the money, I was like, yeah, 2 years, I'm not gonna touch this money, so I just leave them there.
no, you might have to wait a little longer, Sasha, with you being at
There,
least 40% down.
Yeah,
right now,
now,
the central banks and the IMF and the Bank of Settlements, there's a big language that is being spoken about regulations and what systems they're gonna be
mm,
using with the blockchain.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there is
Well, guys,
even in Congress in the U.S. they're talking about this stuff,
mm,
regulation, blah blah blah.
Yeah, bring it on.
Uh,
Yeah,
and
that's what I.
there is a language that is gonna be used for a lot of these new layers, layer one blockchains and layers, and they have to accommodate to the language that is gonna be spoken in the money markets. If a lot of these coins that don't speak that language, they're gonna die.
I know. Yep. There has a lot to do with they're gonna make a digital currencies for the fiats of the world. So every fiat is gonna have their own digital variant.
Yeah.
That's already coming, but I think, like I said before, mass adoption has to happen before we actually see some real money changing. So the wealth transfer doesn't really take place or doesn't take off until like the giant corporations or giant government entities start moving into the space, which is
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
it's already starting to
If
happen, man. You got mass
it's
adoption.
happening. They're
Yeah,
they're
it's
buying.
right.
BlackRock. They sold like 80+% of their position in Luna days
For sure.
before Luna died.
Yeah,
And
Citadel. There's these guys like with these big like entities. They are the market, man. They don't. They're above everything. Like the swings that they do could take out like all kinds of like small little companies because they can tank. Like, okay, so I'll give you an example, like Phantom, like the token Phantom, it went from like $2 all the way down to like 25 cents.
well,
And
dude, that's because the lead developer left.
no, that was part of it because there was two guys that left, right? and I was in a project with Phantom, and freaking the project that I was in couldn't sustain because the whole liquidity and everything that was built in was Phantom. They had the token pegged to Phantom, and it went down. So did the project, and not only that, the FUD from those guys leaving also contributed to that. And then on top of that, the markets it was all bad. And so the project itself was a really good project, and it had all the markings of being sustainable. It was great. It still is. I think it's got some value, but um, you just can't recover when you've just been knocked out like that because of that FUD, because of the markets, and now the Luna. I was like, there's no way, man. You can't recover from this, or at least it's going to take a really long time for people to find the faith to want to put money here. But other than that, man, you're going to be struggling. So you
Well, I'm
got to
gonna tell
go.
you the new language that is gonna be the ISO 222. That is gonna be the language system from the big banks and the big financial systems. There is like 5 chosen ones that are very in compliance to that language, and one of them is XRP. So another one is XDC, the XFIN, Algorand, IOTA, and I think the other one is QNT, if I'm correct. So there is this messaging system that they use and they're upgrading. It's important because the money flow that is gonna flow through those ledgers is, they pick these technologies. It's not random. It's being developed and incentivized, and a lot of money is being put into these companies. Like the XLM is another one, the Stellar Lumens, that is already compliant with the ISO 222. That is the new messaging system. So yeah, that's the big money, at least on that side of the equation, because that's not the only system, the only technologies that are gonna run the whole system. Is way more than that, but that's a big part of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I don't just deal with tokens. I also deal with NFT projects as well. So
Oh yeah, NFTs.
Yeah, Miggy. I'm a Web3 developer now. I've been building my own website that you can use to mint NFTs now.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I'm getting pretty good at Solidity and all that stuff. I'm gonna try to make my own crypto coin eventually when I get like really good at programming.
Yeah,
I want to make a liquidity protocol similar to Luna. Instead of it being backed by, how Luna was backed by, or UST was backed by Luna,
it was
but
pegged to USC. Yeah.
yeah, so instead of it being backed by Luna, what if it was backed by something like Tron where it generates its own revenue? So instead of it being backed by like another shitcoin, it's backed by a revenue generating protocol, and then it has proof of liquidity. So the protocol has its own liquidity that it owns instead of mercenary capital. I think that could be the next Luna, and I think that could actually survive.
It could, man, but like people are already. I wouldn't ride the coattails of that specific token because even if you have the hallmarks of it being like a 2.0 version or better, I think it's still people with that. And I'm only saying this as advice because I've been in the business for a while. I think people would look at it as a good thing. Some will, but the most will attribute it to like the downfall of why this happened the way that it did, and kind of trying to make things better would only set you up for maybe another disappointment of like you could be like the same thing could happen to you. Like, well, this happened to this guy. What's going to make you immune? And even if you have a better protocol, I think it's still something to because FUD is a real thing, man. Like it just puts so much fear into people, and it really if you get like one of the things that's hard to stop if you have a token and you are doing the right thing, right? You got a nice liquidity, you got nice protocol, everything seems to be running smooth. It only takes a few people to kind of start fudding your project to really it can drive the price point like to a place you don't want it to go. It's like, and that's, we're talking about community tokens, like the big guys like XRP and stuff. There can be FUD, but it can't do too much to the project because it has already a lot of adoption. It has been already taken into many hands, so it takes a lot more FUD for people to get away from something like that versus something community based, which is easily FUDed, and with a certain group of people, you'd have to be fighting that stupid FUD. It's
Well, the
not an
problem
easy
with
business.
Luna was the problem with
Huh?
Luna was they offered way too much yield in their Anchor protocol. They were offering like 18% on a stable coin. That's insane. That's what
Yeah, I
caused
know. It was set up for that particular fall, and if you actually go back and see why it was taken down, you could already knowing what you know would be like, it's like you're sitting on a powder keg. So of course it can be taken down, but it was exploited in the way it was. I think so. The money transfer, I think, was it Citadel that did like 100K Bitcoin borrow out of Gemini, and it's like
Yeah.
yeah, the money needed to come from somewhere. So dude, I'm telling you, they drained the liquidity. It was people. There's okay. So if you go to Reddit or something, you hear the real stories of people like taking their lives because they lost millions of dollars in USD.
One of the offices, yeah, like 22 people. I saw a report, 22 people, and I saw a few stories, people talking about it. It's kind of
Yep.
crazy. I don't wanna even think about that.
Yeah. It was horrible, dude.
Yeah, and there's someone I'm from Puerto Rico. There was someone in Puerto Rico that happened to. That he put a lot of money and he lost it, so he did that. And but the one of the main offices, I did the headquarters of Luna in South Korea. They shut down their offices like many days before that whole thing. Even anybody like noticed
Really?
that something wrong was. Yeah, there's an investigation in South Korea. It looks like
Yeah.
they're gonna be
Dude,
looking into a lot of people. But
you can't.
these people already cashed out. So even if they pay a fee, a lot of these people just cashed out and
They
they
got
made
what they
a
wanted.
lot of
Yeah, they
money.
got what they wanted. But the blockchain don't lie though, man. Those wallets are somewhere, so you can't run away with this money on the blockchain because it's exposed. So it doesn't matter how well you try to hide it. There's people that can investigate this stuff that can find out where the money went. So it's not what you can. There's a lot of things that you can do to kind of like funnel money in the blockchain, but eventually it'll get found. So you can follow the money. Like a lot of people think that you can find ways to hide yourself in the blockchain. You can't. Just trust me, you can't. But
Sasha, you mentioned that you building you building NFTs or something.
Yeah, I'm building a website that allows you to mint NFTs right now.
Have you seen the XRP Ledger or Hedera Hashgraph? Hedera, the Hashgraph that one is a good one for NFTs. Just look into those two, especially Hedera
what blockchain
Hashgraph.
are you gonna work on?
What is that for? Is that for NFTs or what is this for?
The Hedera, just look
It's
it
a
up.
blockchain.
Yeah,
Blockchain.
and they have a partnership with the company that actually owns NFT.com. So that
What
one
what
is.
blockchain are you gonna operate on, Sasha? Ethereum,
I'm writing
Binance
it on
Smart Chain.
Ethereum right now.
Ethereum, yeah, that's good. I know a developer that works with the 721A contract that has the most gas efficient contract for creating NFTs. Whereas people that are like, there was a project that just got released, I want to say a week ago, I'd say within a week. He did a project, and minting NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain is like $2 to like about $5 for each mint.
Really?
Super.
It's that cheap?
Yeah, super gas efficient, man. Like people were like, "Damn, the guy's a wizard." You know, he knows exactly what he's doing with his contracts, and so this new upgraded contract gives people the option to be able to mint their favorite project without having to be, uh, waylaid with this freaking gas, dude. Like the Ethereum gas
Yeah,
is
dude,
horrendous.
Ethereum is insane. It's
It's
kind of
horrendous.
crazy.
It's horrendous. But yeah,
But
before you start down that road, I would look into the new contracts that people have been like upgraded to, which is the 721A
Yeah, that's what I'm
contract.
writing right now, 721A.
And yeah, try to get your contract as gas efficient. That's what's going to
Do
be
you have a
attractive.
link to his GitHub by chance?
Dude, I don't have because he uses a certain repository. I don't have I'm just basically what I do is just I'm more into marketing. So,
Yeah, I
but
got you.
I know some of the technical stuff only because I have to kind of like talk about it. But as far as like going into it, he probably knows the details on doing that. You got to get with maybe you just click. You know what? We should have this conversation in a different room because I don't want to bog down to. But yeah, that's what I do. That's my day job.
You know who's launching NFTs in which in the XRP ledger? Michael Jordan.
Hey, let's go.
Maybe I need.
I know you guys are super bullish on XRP, but I really don't like XRP that much.
I'm not. I think Gemsy is. He's been bullish.
We don't have to like it. We just gotta follow the money where it's going. If you want.
Gemsy's got his old people. The people have been riding the XRP train for what 4 years? I think it's been about 4 years.
Yeah,
I don't matter to me because like the dog might have its day, man. You know, but like I see the future more into like NFT innovations.
Yeah,
Personally.
there's NFTs on the XRP ledger, and also like I said, Hedera. That's a huge one
Yeah,
that is
but
gonna be with NFTs.
my company works. My company works with 7 blockchains, so it deals with like, yeah, it's big. We've got endorsements from celebrities, and yeah, we got a lot of stuff going.
Yeah, NFTs are gonna be huge.
They are.
They are
Yeah,
huge right now. The gaming industry is gonna be huge with NFTs.
The
The
metaverse, bro.
music. Yeah, and there also this in the Hedera hashgraph like tickets and even coupons are gonna be used with NFTs. NFTs is not just JPEGs, right? It's not just
Of
images
course
or
not, man. It's
yeah.
so
It's
secure. Web
way
3,
more.
bro. Web 3 is the future. It's Web 1.0 is when like AOL and all that started, Google started and stuff. Then you got like all this Web 2.0 where the corporations took over the internet and like it was all like centralized. Now you go back to decentralized Web 3.0 where the people have their freedom back to be the ones to create their own wallets and have this say in where money goes, and it's different now. Web 3.0 is the future, man.
Companies like retail, not just retail, like companies that sell, let's say, t-shirts, like Armani or I don't know, any company that sells a t-shirt, they're like moving towards like, hey, you buy a t-shirt, you get an NFT with that or whatever, shoes or hats, you get an
You can start
NFT
your
with that.
car with an NFT, Jimsy.
Yeah.
It could be in your key. It could be in your key fob, your NFT, and because your car recognizes your NFT, it could be very unique to like security. So it could be as secure as having you could start your car with an NFT. You could buy a house with an NFT. You could like buy a car with an NFT. There's so much you could do because it's so secure,
yeah.
like
legal documents and even how do you call health information.
medical records, yeah.
Medical, yeah. It's kind of crazy. A lot of the money that is flowing into that stuff.
It's the
Sasha,
future,
make
bro.
an NFT. Let's do it. Miggy has a lot of connections. Sasha, speak to Miggy.
I got a lot.
Yeah, bro. I was in a server. He gave me the artist role.
Yeah, that's my server, but I actually work the company that I've been so busy with the company. Like I haven't had time. That's my server, by the way, and the people in that server are working with me on the team. So it like starting a project. It does take a lot of work. You have a lot of different. You have to have a good team that's knowledgeable in different areas. And once you do, your team can actually pick up because I mean, you could go in like a one-man band, do it all yourself, and that's fine. But having a team can make things very efficient. Like you don't have to be awake around the clock selling your product. Your product can sell itself, or because you have a team that's gonna take up, like marketing or help you with a contract, or in case issues arise. You have like social media presence. People can see your face or they know where you are. Like doxing is the new, right? It's like what everybody wants to be. "Well, are you doxed?" Like, and that's what they'll ask, and you were like, "Yeah, man, check it out. This is my bio or whatever." Like people can see you because a lot of people are getting rugged these days, man. So they're tired of losing their money to
Guys,
people who are in the shadows. There's this whole
another thing that be aware that in the legislations, we're talking not just the U.S. in like
Mhm.
world, like the when we talk the IMF and all these people, they talking about the blockchains. They to be able to be approved by them or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, they gonna have to be like carbon neutral or carbon negative. If these blockchains like the Bitcoin whatever, they're too expensive to operate and they cause too much like pollution or whatever. They're saying that's not gonna pass unless it's fixed. So the language that they're speaking in the legislation, it's gonna like like
Yeah, but
they're
that's only
pushing
for
towards that carbon
I can
neutral whatever.
yeah, that's only for things that are being able to be harnessed with energy. So, if you're talking about mining is the reason why they would even make that legislation. But anything outside of that, proof of stake doesn't operate in that same way. So you can't say that with that, or you can't say that with NFTs. So it's a very specific um, legislation that they're adapting that to. So that's fine if you don't have anything to do with uh, like what how they mine Bitcoin. Like if you're not mining as using energy by power consumption, I think you'll be fine. Proof of stake.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the big boogeyman everybody's scared of. Ooh, there's legislation and that can only affect certain things. You can't. There's so much diversity in how people have utilized like the blockchain technology that there's no way that they're gonna go around and just like get everything that's in the blockchain and then you know put regulations on it because it's too diverse. There's so much going on. They can the centralized corporations. They can do that too. Like I'll give you an example, like Coinbase or Binance. They can slap regulations on those guys because they're big companies.
It's coming. I think that's coming.
Yeah, that's
I have,
fine.
I have a quick question.
That's fine.
What do you think will happen if Tether crashes? Because I'm looking at Tether.
A huge
and
vacuum.
Yeah, this will be a huge vacuum, man. It'll suck. If you're a small project and if you're just starting out your community project, it'll take you under. It'll pull you underneath, like because what's going to happen is people in smaller projects they have faith in them until they don't, and when they start losing faith is when something like that happens and they need to pull money out because they lost a whole bunch of money. They're going to remove their liquidity out of your project so they can rescue their other tokens that are uh, uh, big in their portfolios
I
because
mean,
they have to rescue their
Luna was a
portfolio.
big
So
project,
they're
though.
not gonna worry about the little projects. And so if you're in those projects or if you're a creator of those projects, I would say you'd be shaking in your boots if you heard that USDT was being taken down like that.
Well,
It will
USDT
definitely. It's like the
hasn't been worth a
Titanic, basically.
dollar since the 10th of May. So we've gone 12 days. It's still not reached the dollar mark. It's supposed to be,
Yeah,
pegged
yeah,
at
yeah,
around
yeah.
the dollar.
Yeah. There's people. Yeah, people are worried. Needless to say, because they saw UST get taken down. So how much more can USDT at the time that UST was being taken down? There was a glitch, dude. It was like it dipped down. Like if you can go back to history, you can see it.
Yeah, I'm
I
looking at
think
the chart right now. Actually, the
yeah,
USDT chart. You can see it dipped to 95
go
cents or something like.
yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but it's still not reached $1 yet, which is kind of worrying. But if everyone did sell the USDT, where does the money go? Does it go into Bitcoin?
No, it just depends where they move their liquidity to.
So
But
it probably goes into cash, I guess.
I wouldn't say so. People
See
move
what I mean?
money out of stable. People move money out of stable tokens or coins, I should say, and put it into projects with long term. They hedge their bets against the dollar with other things. Sometimes they just throw it into Bitcoin because Bitcoin is truly decentralized, and they'll throw it in there. But uh, I don't know. The thing right now is the panicking because of what happened with Luna. So they just found out that stable coins aren't what people would previously once imagine, that they're what do you call it, impervious to like being taken down. Now they can see it's like, oh, if you have your money in stable coins, you might lose your money, like because it's I don't know. But USDT at the time that UST was taken down, it showed signs of weakness. It was, but they have look. See, the thing with USDT is they have liquidity, so they were able to recover quickly. So it did dip. It took a sharp dip, but they came right back. They bought the dip, so it wasn't that big for those guys. And a lot of people are saying that they do have enough money to recover at any point of time if it does dip again. But
They should
USDT,
have money. They should.
yeah, UST didn't have it. They didn't have the money to recover, so that's reason why they got taken down.
I guess time will tell whether USDT actually has the money to back Tether.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like USDT. Stick with USDC. If you're gonna put money in a stablecoin, put it in that. Not financial advice, but do your research.
Now I'm just interested to know how it'll affect the markets if
Oh,
USDT did
dude.
crash. What would happen?
Yeah,
It
dude.
will, it will
It
kill
would
a lot of projects.
a lot, dude. You'd see people on a massive scale, like. But the thing is, like I said before, they have enough liquidity to recover a huge. If there was something like that happened, like to UST, they would be able to. USDT would recover, and they have enough to sustain themselves. Now, that's not to say that they couldn't be taken down, like if it was a large scale attack. But this was more of like small scale compared to like what USDT has, because UST was it top 10? I think it was top 10, wasn't it? Token or
Yeah,
coin?
Yeah, I think
but
so.
it's a very recent top 10. It's not like
Yeah,
the other
very
ones
recent.
like Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP that has been in the top 10 for years and years, and
Yeah, no, these
you know,
guys have liquidity. You were talking about like the big top 10, like they have the liquidity to sustain something like that. They have the technology behind
yeah,
them.
Luna got an influx of money like in a very short period, and it
Yeah,
went up really high, and it looks like a lot of people just cashed out. And
there was a vulnerability. Yeah, there was a vulnerability, like what Sasha was saying. There's a vulnerability there that was exposed, and it got taken advantage of. Man, simple. It's just simple as that. You see it the way it happened, but I mean, you believe in the tokens you believe in. It's up to you.
yeah,
Well, there was a story recently. It's saying the New York Supreme Court has rejected Tether's petition to block the public from receiving documents detailing the composition of Tether's reserves over the last few years. So they're going to have to make it public. But Tether are trying to not make it public. They want to keep it private. So whether that means anything, I don't know.
It's China based, so they can do whatever they want. Basically, they don't have to listen to the U.S.
Yeah, I think they're like Malaysia or Singapore or something like that. But yeah, pretty much China.
Have you guys heard of ETHgate?
No, I've not heard of that.
I haven't, Gypsy.
What?
No, I haven't.
So, Ethereum, the makers of it, there is huge tips into the government and the people's in positions of power that allow Ethereum to kind of be what it is. They give him like they call it a free pass. When
The XRP crowd talk about this.
the SEC sue Ripple, even though and the XRP they're talking about the XRP like it's actually Ripple, but Ripple and XRP and the XRP ledgers are totally different things. They're not the same thing. So the ETHgate is that these officials in the governments, they actually are part of they have benefited from that, from the Ethereum free pass. And you see all those gas fees that the Ethereum has and all that kind of stuff. It's just a huge peak of winners and losers and cash grabs that they've been doing. Because of if the market wasn't manipulated that the way they're doing it, Ethereum wouldn't be in the position that it is because it's too expensive. People will be using other options, but it's just it's being manipulated to be allowed to operate. And it goes very deep. Like when you listen to the names that are behind that, it's people in positions in the government making decisions to allow who's gonna be the winners and the losers. And it's all like you're saying, the blockchain is open, and you see a lot of these public officials holding many of these assets. And when you see them arguing in the courts and everything, it's like almost like a show because they work together. See them like fighting in the courts, but they actually on the same boat. Yeah, no, the manipulation is huge.
Bitcoin is up just 1.33% in the last hour. That's good.
Yeah, it's held the 28K mark. A lot of people are saying that's like a pivotal moment for Bitcoin. It's like bounced back over it. If it stayed below it, a lot of people are saying that's a sign it'll go down more.
You gotta buy the dip, man.
Yo, that's the thing, that the big money, they're buying all of these assets. They're buying huge amounts of Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. A bunch of these assets are just there's a big accumulation right now. Big. They're buying the dip. I mean, they sold off already. Like a lot of people sold at that 69,000 that Bitcoin went up. Then they sold at this 40K whatever, and now we're down to 30. And
the question
there's
is,
a lot of people
buy
right now.
It sounds really easy saying buy the dip, but say when Bitcoin hit 69,000, then it dipped to 60. Did you buy it there? and then to 50? Did you buy it there, then to 40? You know,
Well,
which dip do you buy?
if that's what you're doing, like day trading, that's very difficult to predict because there's huge manipulation. So I don't buy Bitcoin. I'm accumulating digital assets for the long lead, and that's it. I don't worry about the prices at this moment because there is big things happening in the coming months and years, and that's gonna dictate what's actually gonna be uh, the tokens of the future and the blockchains that are gonna be utilized for the financial system. And there's gonna be winners and losers. That's why I was talking to you about the ETH gate, because there's huge manipulation in the market. So it's difficult, but if you follow the money, you might be able to see some windows to take advantage of. But that daily trading, and trying to make money doing that, it could be very difficult. Some people do it, but as you saw with Luna, a lot of people bought Luna at $100, and it went to 0.0001 or something. So $1 million will be $1, right? Or something like that. Just crazy. If you bought Luna, like 2 weeks ago, if you put $1 million, now you'll have like $1.
Yeah, like some people were buying Luna when it like reached $4, you know, and saying it's dropped 95%. How much further can it go? And the answer was like another 95%.
Yeah, I gotta be careful. Obviously, the markets are manipulated, and right now everything is so expensive, and inflation. And when you hear the language that the politicians are using, and the banks and these companies, what they're talking about, they're like what we people talking here, the dialectic, right? The problem, reaction, solution. So we are looking at that right now. Funny, because in the Congress in the U.S., they've been talking about the stable coins for months, and now this happened to this stable coin that a lot of people lost money, and the Luna situation is being mentioned in the Congress in the U.S. So it's there's gonna be movements by the grabblers, you know, and that's gonna affect the markets, even if we like it or not. Whatever legislations is put in place, big enterprises are gonna follow and dictate their movements based on the legislations, and that's gonna affect the money flow, because we're talking about industries that don't make big moves that are not uh, under the scope of the legislations that allows. So the big money, it's it's gonna be it's gonna flow under the whatever. But because these companies, these industries, and these big money people, they're the ones that dictate. They tell the politicians what to do and what's gonna be the law. We know that. And then the politicians, they sit down and tell you, hey, we're doing this to help everybody, whatever. And that has big effects on the markets. It's been like that for a long time. But I think the governments worldwide, when you look at what all of the nations are doing, the blockchain, the ledgers, it's gonna be huge. There's no stopping it. It's just that they're gonna pick some winners and some losers, and you gotta be aware of.
I just can't imagine a future where stable coins are allowed to exist outside of their own governments, of their own countries. Like look at USDT, right? There's 73 billion of them in circulation. None of that's been created. None of those US dollars, in air quotes, US dollars, have been created by the US. They've been created by some company in Malaysia or whatever, Singapore.
But listen, the global markets, what the money that they move, we're talking trillions of dollars every day, right? So 1 trillion, it's 1 million billions. So even though Tether is big, it's not as big as the actual markets are, right? When we're talking about the real estate, the health, the gaming industries, the sports, and they are all kind of like merging all of these markets together into a whole new monster. And even Tether, like Tether is a big thing in crypto right now, but the market is way bigger than Tether. Okay, so yes,
Oh yeah, I
Tether,
get that.
whatever happens to Tether is going to affect the crypto market, but what's coming is way bigger, way bigger than Tether. So yeah, it's interesting times we're living in. I think this is the globe on steroids. This whole digital world that is being built to kind of manage the flow of money and information, data, tokenization of everything, putting into the digital world. This is like the globe universe being expanded. Because when you think about the digital is in, in this whatever parallel universe that it's been created by, the, I don't even know how to put it, but these blockchains and these information systems, data, it's all it's all being used to kind of manage or influence the real world that we live in, right? Because if you're gonna go to the store, oh, you gotta get some whatever digital token to be able to go to the store and buy milk. So this whole thing is kind of being built parallel to kind of administrate and manage what we call the real thing. It's like the globe universe, but on steroids. Because the globe was being used to kind of, like control people's mind into a certain mindset to be able to keep lying to them and to keep controls and scarcity. But right now, these new systems are gonna kind of like provide abundance in a way, but it's gonna be like a managed abundance, and it looks, in a sense, it looks pretty good, and it makes a lot of sense in the whatever financial systems, but I see like a bigger hand kind of like just grabbing everything from the bottom and from the top.
I think the clues in the title, blockchain, it's like almost like slavery, a blockchain attached to us. They'll control everything. They'll know where every dollar's been. They'll be able to choose where we can spend our money.
Yeah. Even like gold, silver, those precious metals, whatever, wars are fought for gold, right? That's been happening in the past. But money in history is been, when someone produces something and when people call it currency, the energy that we input into the system and we get things done, that has a lot of value. The human effort, the human resource. Because if people get stuff done, that has some value for whoever needs the task to be done and accomplished. Fishing, farming, whatever, growing animals, whatever energy that's the currency, that product that is being produced, that's something that has a lot of value. Right now, I guess that in the middle, there's like a toll that is gonna have to be used. We use the dollar to trade whatever oil or goods or services, and it's like a toll that is used to pay people to do an exchange of services and goods. And I think that could be good, but the controllers they have way too much control over that. And I imagine the blockchain or the ledgers could be used in a good way to allow for commerce and people accomplish goals in a balanced way, but it's so tricky. It's just it could be used for bad things, for a lot of bad things too. So I think it could be good, but I'm probably just dreaming that the guys that have been fucking us for such a long time are just gonna be good now. Oh. I heard some people the other day saying that gold is God's money. Gold is God's money. Is that why a lot of people in high places they kind of control all of the gold, most of the gold, and they accumulate it so much?
It does feel there's something about gold where they're just not telling us. Like, why out of all the rare metals has gold been the one that everyone's valued for so long? Wars have been fought for gold, stuff like that. Like, why gold?
Because
Isn't it has like very good? Go ahead, bro.
Because gold can also be turned to.
It conducts electricity really well. Is that what it does, or does it not conduct electricity really well? I can't remember. It's one of those.
It does conduct electricity, but silver is better. Believe it or not,
make jewelry from it.
It tarnishes it though.
But it feels like there's something they're not quite telling us about gold. Why they want it.
Have you ever heard of monoatomic gold?
I've heard of monoatomic gold. Can you hear gut rocking, spinning monkey?
No, I can't. I know why. Sorry, I've got him muted. He must have been hot micing one time and I've just not unmuted him. Okay.
That happens.
Sorry,
That
Dog
happens.
I had you muted.
There you go. He asked,
Anyway.
can you ask your question again, Rogan?
Yeah, have you ever heard of monoatomic gold?
No.
It's a white powder. You can turn gold to a white powder, and you can eat it, and you can live on it. It's the only food that you need, that and sunlight. And they say you can live forever if you eat monoatomic gold. That's what I've read about it. Anyway, you can. There's
Does
a
gold
process.
have protein in it? It doesn't have protein. You need protein.
Doesn't it's a very special substance. Do some research on it. That's all I can tell you. Research.
I've never heard of it.
I'm not going to sit here and try and explain why you don't need protein or this or that or the other. Monoatomic gold is something that you can eat once you turn it to a white powder. It's a very special substance. They put it in a glass cylinder and heated it with a windshield wiper that brushes through it, and then they heat it to, I think it's like 800 degrees or something, and it disappears. It's gone. It's no longer visible. And then they run the wiper through the area where it was, and then they cool it off, and it reappears again, undisturbed. And they say there's a guy. I'll try to find his name. I've got his book somewhere. But there's a lot of people think that the manna that was dropped for the Israelites from the sky was possibly monoatomic gold. Anyway, it's a white, fluffy, sweet tasting powder. In fact, it's called Ormus also. You can
Ormus, yeah. I've heard. It's funny because I've heard about this, and what you're saying, I kind of read upon it a long time ago.
What's that? Say again.
That I actually heard this before. I read about it a long time ago, so I like what you're saying because I've heard about it before.
Yeah.
And I think it's my opinion that the city of God that is up in heaven is gold is a big part of it.
No, gold doesn't exist in heaven, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Sasha, come on, you don't believe in heaven.
I believe in reincarnation. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to change the topic.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I remember hearing this, and I think there's a company that can somehow produce the gold that you're talking about, Hormuz.
Yeah, it's called
monoatomic gold.
Cherokee Gold. It's a website. Look it up on YouTube. It's called Cherokee Gold. It talks all about it. You can research.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
What if they have Bitcoin in heaven?
Bitcoin in heaven.
Bitcoin in heaven.
You know, Bitcoin's kind of similar.
Why not?
Bitcoin's kind of similar to Jesus in the sense that it had immaculate conception. You know?
No, I don't know.
Well, no one knows who the creator of Bitcoin is, just like no one knows who the father of who impregnated Mary was.
Did you read this somewhere in the internet?
Yeah, I did.
Sounds like a
I
Reddit
bet.
post.
That's a
Yeah.
real special correlation there. Let me tell you.
He found it, he heard it in the YouTube and the Googles.
Well, I mean, that makes more sense than saying you can live off only gold.
Does it make more sense than what I said? That the city of God up in heaven, gold is a big part of the construct of that structure. Does that make sense to you?
Well, gold is very beautiful, so it could be in heaven, maybe.
I think so.
Well, it never tarnishes. It always stays real, keeps its luster real beautiful all the time. Never decays.
Maybe that's why it's always had value, because it doesn't decay. People have known they can pass it down from generation to generation to generation, and it'll still be there.
And it's very conductive, which is very important for currency and
Hey, there you
energy.
go. There you go. Current.
The flow of, whatever energy.
You know, they used gold to make the technology on the ISS, right?
I don't believe the ISS exists. It's
well, then where do we get this footage from?
To make the cinematography production that they give you as the ISS, they do use gold to produce the electronics and many other things to make sure you see the video that the production that you see on the TV and in the YouTubes, and they tell you this is the ISS up in space. Yeah, they use gold for that. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree.
Wait, they didn't use any gold to film the movies?
Yeah.
That they call the ISS?
Like my computer has gold in it.
That's possible. Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The cameras, the
cameras and
studio
stuff like that. TV
electronics and the
screens.
cell phones and everything they use to do the production, somehow they needed gold somewhere.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be kind of a waste of money to use gold for something that you don't even need if it's all going to be...
No, what he's saying is gold is in these products, like your TV at home, your laptop. There's gold in the circuit boards, tiny amounts. So technically, they would have used gold to make the production.
Exactly my point. Damn, you guys.
Yeah, that sounds like a waste of money to use gold if you're not going to actually use it.
Yeah, you're using gold
what do you
right
mean
now.
a waste
If you're on a computer, you're using gold.
You cannot waste gold. Didn't you heard gut rocking? It lasts forever.
Yeah.
This guy saying that you waste the money. So gold is God's money. You can use it, but you cannot waste it or destroy it.
And you can eat it.
And you can eat it.
It's supposed to give you abilities to have what's it called when you can communicate without speaking?
Telekinesis.
Telepathically.
Yeah. they said it enhances that monoatomic gold enhances that ability.
But that's not even a real ability. That's pseudoscience.
Well, why don't you try some monoatomic gold and see?
I'm gonna try some, and I'll let you know, guys.
All right. I'd love to try some, but it's very expensive. Very, very, very expensive.
It's white powder. How can it be that expensive?
How can it be what?
I said it's white powder. How can it be that expensive?
Because you have to, the process to make it, you have to buy the gold, you have to get the gold, and then the process to make it makes it more expensive.
If the Chinese can do it, they'll make it inexpensive, and then here in America we'll pay the Mexicans to do it. They'll do it. It's just that when you have the government doing something, it gets too expensive.
Yeah, look into it if you're interested. Look into
Monoatomic gold.
It's very, very interesting.
I heard about this and read about it probably like 10 years ago.
Yep.
So it is a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a thing for sure.
For sure.
And the fact that it disappears from this realm at 800 degrees and then reappears when you cool it off. It's got some strange abilities.
Plus, I didn't hear about that before, but that's interesting. If we feed Sasha enough of this monoatomic gold and then send him to Mexico where it's warm, will he disappear?
I don't. It might be worth it. Finally, get rid of him.
Sasha.
Yes, sir.
Does the government check that they pay you to troll us? Is that enough to buy monoatomic gold?
They actually pay really low. So. I make like minimum wage for trolling you guys.
Damn. You like hanging with us, right? Hanging out with us. You like it?
Yeah, I like it when you guys talk about crypto.
Why you want to get paid?
Well, I think crypto is really interesting, and it's probably what I'm gonna do for my job in the future.
You know, the company Ripple, they're hiring and paying really good. People that work in that can do that kind of job. Your job, they're paying good, and this is a legit company.
What about Chainlink? I like Chainlink way more than Ripple.
Yeah, Chainlink is good. But what do you mean you like it better than Ripple? Ripple is a company, not a cryptocurrency. I'm talking about a company. Chainlink is a company or the crypto?
Chainlink is the crypto, but doesn't Ripple make all their money from the XRP transactions?
No, they service banks and financial institutions.
Yeah, but don't most banks like hate Ripple? Like, I feel like the banks kind of just hate Ripple because it's a cryptocurrency.
No, Ripple is not a cryptocurrency. Ripple is a company. The cryptocurrency is XRP, which is from the XRP ledger, which is not Ripple.
Yeah, but Ripple uses XRP for their product.
Ripple uses toilet paper. They're not the toilet paper. Yeah, they do use the XRP ledger to facilitate transactions for banks. They do that. Yes, but the XRP ledger is a public good, and Ripple has custody. They don't own, but they have a custody of 50 billion XRPs, and they have a holding of XRPs. They own another amount of XRP. So the company Ripple buys XRPs, right? And then they have a custody, which is a different thing than owning the XRP. So the 50 billion that they have is not Ripple's. They have a custody of it. But like I said, Ripple is not XRP. That's kind of funny.
Wait, so when you invest in crypto,
XRP the XRP ledger was created before the company Ripple.
yeah. So wait, when you invest in crypto, do you put it mostly in Ripple or XRP, or which one do you put it in?
Well, if you are an accredited investor, you can buy Ripple shares, but that doesn't mean you buy an XRP. If you want to buy XRP, you have to go to an exchange, crypto exchange, and buy XRP. And then you want to have the wallet for the ledger. You want to have your own wallet and your own keys, and don't give them to anybody. If you keep your XRP in the exchange, they can just take it from you if they want to and sell it. So when you have XRP, that has nothing to do with the company Ripple at all. You can go to Coinbase or Uphold. Well, the US, you can go to Uphold and buy XRP, and that has nothing to do with the company Ripple. Okay, capiche?
Yeah, dude, I think my plan for the next crypto bull run is I'm gonna try to find the next Luna, and I'm gonna try to ride that wave. Because I think there's gonna be a huge demand for stablecoins. Like, people are still gonna try to solve the decentralized stablecoin problem. And like, imagine if it was built on a privacy
That's the thing
protocol.
of the XRP. That's the thing of the XRP. The XRP eventually will be a stable coin, but a bridge stable coin between all of the currencies. So that you probably haven't
Yeah, but
read.
XRP is not stable. It's not pegged to anything.
Yeah, because I get right now it's not, but that's the whole goal of that token. Be a bridge asset between all of the currencies. And when you hear what the central banks are talking about, they're talking about the XRP ledger and the XRP as a stable bridge asset. So they're gonna basically price it at a certain value. We could say 100 USD, 1,000 USD, 35,000 USD, and they're gonna price it and stabilize it at that price to have a bridge asset between all of the currencies, all of the central banking digital currencies, and use the ledger to move the money. And for instant liquidity. So they're not gonna need the Hastra. What's the name of those accounts? The Vostra accounts. They have like hundreds of trillions of dollars held in frozen in accounts, just in case they need them. So they're gonna flow that money, hundreds of trillions of dollars, through the XRP ledger. So the value of the token itself, to provide the liquidity, the token has to be valued in probably over $1,000 each token. Remember, I told you this. You're not gonna forget once it happened. You're gonna say, "Hey, James, he told me that."
Well, yeah, I'll admit if you told me, but it seems like the bankers don't really like XRP. Like, aren't they in the middle of a lawsuit with the SEC? Like,
No, the bankers are not in the lawsuit. The SEC, which is a commission, a federal commission in
Securities
the
and
U.S.
Exchange.
Yeah. So even though that's the crazy part, that they're suing the company Ripple, but XRP has nothing to do with the lawsuit.
Okay, interesting.
Because Ripple doesn't own the XRP ledger. The XRP ledger is a public good. Yeah. It's anyways, that lawsuit is just a joke. Honestly, that lawsuit is just a joke, and they're just playing a game at the moment. So eventually, it's basically they're withholding innovation at the moment in the U.S. And eventually, once they settle that thing, and they bring out whatever legislations about the crypto markets or whatever, and then the companies are gonna be able to publicly, oh, we're developing the technology and adopting the technology into our banking system. But the thing is that's already it's been done already. The banks are doing this. So, and the company Ripple, which is a company that is valued in the billions of dollars, that is not the XRP ledger or the XRP token. That company has partnerships with hundreds of banks in the world. So yeah, that even if the U.S. says, "Hey, Ripple, we don't like you," Ripple has businesses with banks in Japan, Egypt, and Europe, and many other nations. So they don't need the U.S. But yeah, their headquarters is in California, if I'm not mistaken. So let me see what's the value of that company at the moment. Are you an accredited investor, Sasha?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. Do you have $100,000?
No.
Oh, okay.
Maybe by the end of the next bull run, I will.
Hopefully, man. Good luck, bro. So, yeah, I'll send you a private message with the layers that because since you're a developer and you know about this stuff, you should look into the ones I'm gonna send you, because these are
Yeah, I'll
layer
check it
ones
out.
that are. Yeah, definitely check it out and send me some of whatever you're looking at.
Yeah, do you remember Vlad? Like, I wonder how much money he made from Shiba Inu. Like, he was talking about that way before it exploded.
Yeah, he told me many times. He told me buy Shiba Inu, and I heard it before he told me about it. But yeah. So look, the company Ripple is valued $15 billion by IBS Intelligence.
Okay.
Even listen, this company is being sued by the SEC, and it still valued $15 billion and has partnerships with many banks and many institutions, financial institutions, right? And the token XRP, that supposedly, it's crazy that you think that this token is owned by Ripple or whatever, right? So the SEC basically have no idea that the XRP ledger is not owned by Ripple. So whatever case they have is just false. And still XRP is top 6 in the crypto market, right?
Yeah,
And the company Ripple, so even though they're being sued, the company Ripple has a lot of value, and the XRP. What's the market cap of the XRP ledger and the tokens? So look at any other company that have been sued by the SEC and still hold their value. Like, I mean, yeah, they have to pay whatever. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. So the circulating supply, so the diluted market cap for the XRP is 42 billion. Oh yeah, diluted market cap. So yeah, still, yeah, it's gonna be huge. I mean, it is huge right now, but whatever. I'm gonna send you a few terms. Actually, have a list here. Since you're doing NFTs, bro, look into HBAR, Hedera Hashgraph.
Oh yeah, I've heard of HBAR before actually.
Bro, check to do your whatever NFTs, whatever you do NFTs, check that one out. Because if you make an NFT and I can, we can do partnership. I'll be with you, bro.
Okay, yeah, that could work. All right, yeah, just text it to me.
I waved at you. And look, I got a list here. Check out that list.
Yeah, I've heard of Algo, HBAR. I think of XRP, XLM. Yeah, those are the ones I know.
Bro, if you're gonna put some money into any of these, definitely XRP, XLM, and the top 3, amazing. And QNT Quant, that one is a network that connects all of the other blockchains. So they use this word interoperability because the blockchains have to kind of like interoperate and work together to accomplish whatever the world financial system that they're trying to bring, right? So they need a network that connects the other networks. So the QNT is that network that has partnerships with a lot of these big institutions. FLR, which is Flare, is a fork from the XRP ledger, and that's a very interesting one too. The XRP ledger has a fork already, and it's the Flare network. And the SGB is Songbird, which is part of the Flare network. And BTT is from Tron. You know Tron?
Yeah.
Bro, I gave you gems. That's what I gave you, gems.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
So good. I'm gonna post this list in the cryptocurrency channel in here. Where is it? I haven't been there. I gave you cryptocurrency tag. I mean, in the server for whatever that's worth. And it was Monkey Ball. He was asking about crypto and stuff. That. Crypto. Yeah, we do get a lot of flag because it's the base system or whatever. But I mean, I don't want to work. I don't want to be doing this slave all of my life. So
Yeah, crypto will save us.
character will save us. I don't think so. Crypto, crypto will slave us. That's what you meant.
Save us.
Slave us. Yeah, crypto will slave us. Yeah, I agree.
Enslave us, yeah.
Goodness.
In the UK right now, on Twitter, the term Bill Gates bioterrorist is trending. It's on like the front page of Twitter. It's one of the trending slogans.
Don't be too mean with Bill, because don't be too mean to Bill, because he might buy all of your properties and raise your rent. And now he owns all of the farmland, so he might raise your prices, food prices. Just keep him happy. Nothing. That's good. Probably
Nothing.
good.
Not right now. Not until this tether situation's cleared up. Plus, I'm trading forex at the moment, and I've been learning how
Oh,
to do
okay.
that. So I'm just not touching crypto right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've looked into a lot of those projects you mentioned there. XDC, that's another one. It's got that could be the future, but you don't know. Quant, they're based in
Bro,
London. Quant.
I think that should be my number one, XDC. XRP is my number one, but XDC, damn, you
XDC's
should
got that.
definitely.
Yeah, it's got that outside chance of being the one, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
It's all good. Just, I would write this and just hold my bags, and
Is that
I'm
your
buying
bag?
more. I'm bullish. I'm bullish, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure 10 years down the line it's bigger than ever. I'm just waiting.
If you ask my opinion, what happened with Luna and the UST, that shaked out a lot of people, and the big wells, a lot of the big ones are buying a lot of stuff right now, and we might be going into a rally. Who knows? But we might be going into a rally in the near future. Even if we kind of crash again soon, eventually there's gonna be some big money flowing into these markets, and even the stocks. You say you trade in forex, right?
Yeah.
That stuff is all gonna be moving to the blockchain. All of it.
Oh yeah, eventually, yeah. That's why they reckon XRP will take over, because everything will be on the XRP ledger. I just feel there's too much dead money in crypto right now. By dead money, I mean retail money.
Yeah.
There's too much of it
Yeah.
sitting there. I think they need to shake it all out first, like they did in
Oh yeah, they're
2017.
definitely shaking a lot of people out to their graves. Like people actually being shaken out to their graves. Kind of crazy. I just think it's a big opportunity at the moment, so that's why I'm bullish. Huge opportunity. Because while the fear is in the street, the fear index is like, it was like a 20 something the other day, and it was like a 10, the fear index. I'm not scared at all. When people
Yeah,
are
well,
scared,
just think how many people from 2020, 2021 are still holding bags right now. I think all those guys need to be shook out. All the people that got their the government checks during lockdown in America and stuff. I think all that money's
oh
dead
yeah.
money, and it needs to go. I
Yeah.
think a lot of that money is in stuff like Shiba Inu and Dogecoin. Yeah, it's completely useless tokens.
No utility, they're useless. I know someone that actually put like 100,000 and he's down like 80%.
Wow.
Kind of crazy. Yeah. And the moron, I told him about the XRP ledger and other stuff, and he bought Dogecoin, bro. The fucking moron. He bought the news. That's what he bought. He bought
But
the
so when
news.
Elon Musk tweeted about it, he bought it then. So he bought it at the worst possible time.
Yeah, he bought the news. He bought the okay, the
He's supposed to sell the news, buy the rumor,
yeah.
supposedly. I mean, I am mining helium. I have a helium miner, but that's the only thing I've got right now.
That's one of the ones in my watch list. Helium.
Yeah, good. But
It's
I'm
HNT,
although
right?
yeah, I'm in a great place to mine helium. Like I'm 16 floors up. I can see for miles. I've got the big antenna, so I've got connectivity across like thousands, if not millions, of homes and stuff. But within a 300-meter radius, there's like 15 other people mining, so we share that reward. So it works out pretty shit. If there was no one else in my area doing it, I'd be making loads of helium, but I'm not.
So what is the protocol about? You're mining. What does it actually do?
I think what it's used for is the Internet of Things. I think they advertise it for like, I think it's for like people tracking or something, or if you've got a pet dog and you want to find out its location, you can put something on its collar. I don't really know, to be honest. I just
Okay.
know
Yeah,
you can mine it and you get a better rate than what you do on all the other stuff you can mine.
that's cool.
It all depends on your on line of sight, so it's all done off radio waves. This one, it's not like computer power or solving equations or anything. Uh, if you can see far and there's other devices you can connect to, the more devices you can connect to, the more you can mine.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you can pull up a map, it's called helium.place, and you can see who's got miners in your area.
Hey, are you on there, Jimsy?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
Doing all right.
All right. I gotta
How about
ask you
you?
something, bro. I gotta ask you something.
Yeah.
Dude, I look at all the what are these even called? Nitros or whatever. You got like 4 times more than I've ever seen anybody with.
You
I
mean
guess it's not.
the rolls?
Yeah, rolls. Yeah, I don't even know what they're called. I thought they're called nitros. The rolls. You have more than anybody. You like 4 times more than anybody I've ever seen.
That was I got a bunch from before I was a moderator, but since I'm a mod, I can just give myself roles in the server and take them away if I want to.
Okay. How long
But
you been
that's
on
why.
here for?
Ooh, so what was it? 2019, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've been into the Flutter since 2015.
Okay, that's right.
So,
Right. A lot of people came in around that time.
yeah.
I came a little bit late. I didn't come till like the beginning of 2018.
Yeah.
But I think it's all our times are for a time like this, and in this time of the way the world is now. It's just like the perfect time. So whenever any of us came in, it's like the perfect time. You know what I mean?
It is a good time. I found it very interesting. People questioning the shape of the earth, and I was like, there's something to this. Because I was questioning things before that. I was
Yeah,
questioning a lot of things.
yeah, for
And
sure.
then I saw a few videos were kind of, the YouTube algorithm was showing me some Flutter titles.
Yeah.
And when I started watching some information, I was like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, yeah,
Right.
it just
Perfect.
clicked.
Yeah, bro. That's what happened with me. Like this Eric Dubé video, 200 Reasons came on. I was not trying to watch it. I was trying to turn the channel. I couldn't find the remote, so I just let it play. And then finally, something it said clicked, and I was like, it was like like the line in my life, like between AD and BC. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
my whole life is just like you can't. That's why I don't believe anybody who ever says they were a flat earther and they're not. No, they're not anymore. I don't believe that. I don't believe them. You know what I mean? Either they were never a flat earther, or they got something over them big. You know what I mean? Big big to them, whatever that is in their life, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like if you were raised by wolves your whole life and you thought you were a wolf because that's all you've ever seen, and then one day like humans came and they're like, "Look, you have eyes like me, fingers like me, like you're a person." You can't go back to being a wolf, even if you love the wolves. Like you just can't go back. You know now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was kind of like in a lot of the information because I was very hungry for information, but a lot of the terms were new to me. Even the horizon word, when I first heard the word horizon, I heard it before, but I never thought about it and never put it into, thinking about what it actually meant. And that I just had to do that with a lot of terms and understand and do reading and I had to get familiar to many of the terms and know the definitions of them, especially because English is not my native language, but I didn't know the definitions of many of this information. A lot of this information, I didn't know the definitions of many of the words. And once I started putting the words to the definitions and getting what they actually meant, I was like, yeah, this I like this because I'm actually learning things that relate to the real world. I'm not learning bullshit. Like, I learned the video games and the movies and the fantasies and
Right.
whatever, that kind of stuff. It was cool. But once I started catching up to the real terms, what things actually meant in a practical sense, that opened like a lot of space in my hard drive.
Yeah, right.
Because I was able to filter a lot of the BS easily.
Yeah. I remember I had been waiting for the this game called Red Dead Redemption 2 to come out. And because I'd been playing the Red Dead Redemption 1 forever, right? And like right when it came out, before I got it, I became a flatter. It was weird around that time, and I played the game once or twice, and I was like, I don't ever want to play video games again. And I went and sold my video game console and all my games to this geologist I know for literally a box of crystals and shungite and stuff like that.
Yeah, that sounds like a good trade, actually.
I ain't never played a game since. It just don't interest me at all. You know what I mean? I'd rather draw or something if I'm gonna do something like that,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, whatever. Some people play games and stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like that would be more something to do, like if we knew we lived like 500 years or something, I just feel like there's so much to, like, when I'm like looking through books or trying to get answers to stuff, that's like my video game,
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. It's a trip. I see so many things that are like correlating and synced up with each other. The way that like letters turn in the English language, you can turn them into symbols too, and numbers. This English language I think it's going to be the last language. It's supposedly the last one that was created, but it's so like you could tell the type of people that put the time into making the English language and the English alphabet, because like no other language, the trip. It's so Hegelian dialectic, Every time I talk on here, my chick will come outside and tell me to be quiet, and then she'll be talking to me, so I'm like about to say something, and then she's talking, and I only hear like half of what she says, because it's all quiet out here, and half of what I was gonna say in my mind, and then it just like counters it out, and I don't say anything. Have you ever been doing that, bro? When you're about to say something to somebody else, and then somebody else, a third person, will come up and talk to you? It basically like either you can multitask it, or it just like puts it back to ground zero, like where you can't answer either of them. You know what I mean?
That happens to me with my children, because I have young ones, and sometimes when I'm trying to, when I'm by myself, it's pretty easy to kind of go with the conversation, but sometimes I want to speak, or I want to hear speak, and when people are talking to me, I cannot like hold what I wanted to say at that moment. I wanna like, kind of like reply and say something, but once they take me out of the thought, it's to go back and bring it the reply that I wanted to say. Yeah.
Right.
But it's okay. I don't think about it too much. I just stay with the flow.
Right. Hey, I started to recently read some other books in the Bible. Like, I didn't realize how many books they've taken out of the Bible. So many books, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta go inside. These dogs are barking. Sorry. I got like 5 little crazy dogs, dude. They chase after everything. You know what I mean?
I like
They're real
dogs.
vocal. Yeah, I do too. I love them. They're real vocal. You know what I mean? It's hard though. Sometimes I'll be on the server talking to somebody, and then I won't be able to get to my phone to mute it, and the dogs will just come barking, and it ruins everybody's server time for a second. Like, fuck. Try to get my phone out of the room, you know what I mean? But so I was reading books that have been taken out of the Bible, as far as like the beginning with Adam and Eva. Well, the woman's her menstrual cycle is basically it's lined up with the moon cycle, the moon cyclical cycle, you know. And so the moon is supposed to be female and the sun is supposed to be male, right? So it was like all these things started. I don't know if this makes any sense to you or not, but so I look at the moon and the sun, and you like, you know, like a NASA shows pictures of the sun up close and like you could see like things burning it. But when we look at the sun, it's so bright. All we see is like, we can't see past that light, whatever it is. It's like somebody shining a flashlight at you, like a clear flashlight. And then you wouldn't be able to see what kind of batteries are in the flashlight when the flashlight's shining right directly in your eye. You know what I mean? All you see is that bright light, especially if everything behind the flashlight is like dark. So anytime I've seen pictures of like, or like video, even like all amateur footage, basically, they leave during the day, the sky is blue, and they're up there within like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and the sun's there, but everything's black in the sky. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I know. I know I relate with what you said about the moon, man, male and
Yeah,
female, and
yeah,
the light when the light is hitting you and you don't see the batteries. Yeah, that's when I
yeah,
speak about the sun and the moon. That's the way I think about it. What we see are effects that are being caused by, you know, the cause and effect relationship that has to be there for us to see the effect. What is the
yeah,
cause of the effect? We don't see that. So there's still questions on what is the mechanism that is above the layer that we observe as the sky, or, you know, whatever we call the sky, and maybe the limit of that we call the firmament, where the sun and the moon and the luminaries are being kind of like expressed as effects. Those are just effects, part of the construct. There is layers above that are causing that, just like the flashlight.
yeah. So the moon is female, right? The sun is male. Well, the
Oh,
sun was Adam was created, right? And Eve was built. So her menstrual cycle is lined up with the moon's cyclical cycle. So the moon, because I was thinking like, what's the sun is so bright, there's no reflection in it, right? But the moon looks like it's a reflection, and so the moon is a
I think the
reflection
moon
of
is
the
like
earth.
it's like an image of either the
Yeah,
earth or whatever the layers above it. I think it might be like an image of whatever layer is the bottom of this place that we're standing on. You know how we are at the top, or we on the soil, and under that soil there's, I don't know, rocks and layers and layers and layers and layers, and there might be like a bottom of that, and I don't know if it's a reflection of the earth or whatever, but there is some reflection happening up in the sky. So yeah, it looks like an electric effect,
yeah, exactly.
but
Like when you blow out a socket, you know what I mean? Like how like you have like burnt marks coming out in every direction, you know, like cartoon style.
yeah, it is
You know
an
what I mean?
image of some sort, because we looking
Yeah,
at
yeah,
something that looks like some sort of ground, whatever, but it's kind of like an electrical grounding. But it's an image that we look in up in a screen, like the sky. You can look at the sky like it's almost like a screen, and you see in that image on that screen.
yeah. So I think the moon, what it is the moon um turns blood red because it's part of the woman's menstrual cycle. The moon has the same cycles, and so I think that explains for like that would be like the menstrual cycle of the moon. The moon is like the womb, and female you have FE, flat Earth, male, right? So she's the reflection of the reflection of the flat Earth is in her eye, and then you have male. Well, trip on this. So if the real calendar started when the zodiac calendar, which is like truth right in plain sight, it's Aries. It starts around March 22nd, right? So for the Aries, you got a week, exactly 1 week before that is the Ides of March, 315. So I think this all ties in with it all has to do with what happened between BC and AD. Because if you think about it, I've never taken any history class or seen any history lessons where they're talking about events that occurred in BC, and anybody logically questioning, like, why are we using a math timetable to where we would assume that from where AD and BC split from BC, like earlier, everybody took down the date and the time and everything and went backwards in everything they did. From the beginning time, they started going backwards. So supposedly Jesus was born, and then they started taking time on a regular scale, And it's like, that's not even logical at all. How could they even do that, unless they read from left to right, from right to left, and everything they wrote was backwards. Does that make sense or no?
I don't. I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I just cannot put a time lapse that I can actually follow into a conclusion.
Okay, I'm gonna bring numbers together or letters together. So the Ides of March is on that Roman coin with Caesar on it, and it says EID, and then there's a space, and then it says MAR, and supposedly Brutus was the one that killed Caesar, and the way he killed him was he slashed his Achilles heel. So when the serpent is cursed, it says that we will step on the serpent's head and it will bite our heel, right? So his name's Brutus. That's right that's a week before Aries starts. Aries is the ram, right? So the Ides of March, if you reverse it, it's die ram, right? The beginning of Aries. So everything they do is, like, if you ever want to find the answer for anything, all you have to do is what they call reverse engineering, or basically like do the complete opposite of it, And as far as like opposites, I mean like everything. As far as like positive, negative, man, woman, day, night, good, bad, like they can all fall in one of the two categories. So like they say, if you fast for 28 days, you can reset the or reverse aging in your body, supposedly. I don't know as far as that's concerned, but I know that they say you can reset like any disease in your body if you fast 28 days, right? Well, what's the opposite of fasting is when we ate the fruit. And then that's when we started having all these bad things happen to us, That's why they call it food for thought, because she ate from the tree of good and the knowledge of good and evil. Food for thought. Now I'm going to take it a little bit further now. So the month February would be the last month of the year, because if you went by the zodiac calendar, right? So February, you got flat Earth, FE, and then you got Bru for Brutus, who killed Caesar, and then you got Aries, Ram. That's when Aries starts. My dog is being good now. She's not barking anymore.
Hey guys, who remembers Malcolm X being assassinated?
What?
Huh?
Who remembers Malcolm X being assassinated?
Wait, I like what you try to go with the months and the timing, and there is something huge. There's something big to that. It's just that it can be a deep rabbit hole. If you have references and information that might relate to that, it could get more clear. But for me, it's a difficult one at the moment because I haven't thought about it too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I just constantly am trying to like put numbers and patterns together in my head.
There is definitely something to the timing, and so the movement of the luminaries and the cycles that they do, so have been interpreted by people, right, our ancestors or whatever, and they have put that on pen and paper, right, and
Yeah,
they have made depictions and describe, and to this date, he has a connection to the origins of it and whatever people have thought about it for generations. And I think you're right about the February being the last whatever. There's a day of February that might be the last day of the year or the last month.
the
There's
last
something
month
to
of the
that
year.
too. Yeah, there's something to that. I agree. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah, I was looking at if you look at Bumgarner's, somebody was talking about it earlier on this Discord, and I just started looking it up while I was listening. And he did that jump in 2012 allegedly. Well, I always try to look at numbers that match up with the calendar or time, right? So it's weird because a lot of these things where they go up, quote unquote, to the edge of space, if there's nothing actually there, how do they know when they get there, right? It's not something we can see, taste, touch, feel, or hear. It's just theoretical. Like you could either bounce satellite signals off of it to other places, call it bouncing off the ionosphere, or you can bounce signal lights or signal light satellite or EMF signals past that too. Like, so you can either have it like where it can bounce your shit, or you can send it past there. And then there's a layer past there called the Van Allen belts that signals lose. You lose the signal with the command for 3 minutes, but they can send signals way past there. Like they like they could just turn it off and on or something like that. So, anyways, I'm gonna get back to what I was saying. Is that the average time was around 24 miles in the sky, and the Bumgarner jump said was the highest ever, and he was at 20. It says 24.2 miles in the sky. So, for some reason, that would correlate with our time because there's 24 hours in a day. If that is accurate, and so if I was starting to look at things like everything's related to like down to the seconds, the minutes, the hours, male, female. Like you could basically break things down in like 2 categories.
They are pretty, whoever the management of this place at the moment, they are very aware of, the cycles and the daily cycle is a thing. So yeah, the day, the hour, the minute, yeah, there.
Yeah,
This that's a definite thing. They're
yeah,
definitely aware of the timing of things, and whenever they're gonna um, make an event happen, like whatever you mentioned of that jump, yeah, they're gonna put
yeah,
the timing accordingly. Yeah,
yeah.
especially when they try to use their trickery to make people believe something, they're gonna use the timing to let other people
Mm-hmm.
in the know
Yeah,
that this is just part of the show.
yeah.
That's the way they communicate in many ways. They don't have
It's
to
the
do a
complete.
broadcast. Yeah.
It's the complete opposite of pi, the number pi.
Which one, the fake pie or the real pie?
The real pi, like the number, how it's infinite and it's perfectly like it's perfectly random.
Hmm.
You know how they say like it's the most random number.
Yeah, I think there was someone in here. I don't know why he hasn't come back, but this guy 711 7.
Oh yeah, I know what you're
His
talking about.
server got deleted, and he spoke about the real pie, and he said that the pie that they talk about is a fake one. That he talks
Probably.
about pie in the face, and that's the real one,
Yeah,
the one that is
yeah,
expressed in everything. So there's something to that. 100%.
Yeah, for
11,
sure.
11-7, 11-7.
Oh, that's the name?
His
Or
name,
you're
he
saying that
used that
number?
a lot. His name, he used that number a lot. 11-7.
Oh, yeah.
He used to go by Goth Moth. Goth Moth.
Sure. Yeah, there's so many. I see so many people in here every day that like there's things they say. I'm like, oh my god. I don't know. It's just like a lot of people like come in here and talk about. I don't know. It's just a trip how like so many people, even flat earthers, can believe in like anything that has to do with anything that comes out of the television. Like it's 100% trickery, dude. Seriously. Shit's like 110% trickery. Hey, Jimsy, do you mind if I play a song then?
I don't mind. I haven't dealt with the bot. Can you do it?
Yeah, I was just asking you if you're done. If you're done right now.
You're saying you're gonna put a song, right?
Yeah. All right, are you cool with that?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay,
bro.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Apollo is dead.
Yo, do you have a working model? I want to know about photons. At first class, why don't you fall off the edge?
I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is just crawling to bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Hello, city. Swallowing city. Hello, Sirius. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Got my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to play. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't gotta fight in chat. I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent. To the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude. Shot up for later, shot up for later, flatty dude. Shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth. Yes, I measure the earth. The devil, well, you know this, man. Clever with words, but no, Craig, sorry, that does not mean curve. Never mean curved and meta, from the meta, does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying me, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff. But if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating up to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch, I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, there would be no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there would be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds' eggs, there'd be no hatching. If it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no tractors. And if it wasn't for skirts, yo, you wouldn't be past. And if it wasn't to learn, then wild classes. And if it wasn't for your burn, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. He's been around the world. He's measured the earth. Black Swan. The devil. He's very clever. Very clever. Clever. No, sir, it does not. Never. Now, this is true. From the metaphor. malicious. They must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots, faster than a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I met your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth, sugar to major vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. No, you couldn't die. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Los? Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I'm pretty new to the server.
Alright. Me too.
You think the Earth is flat?
No, I don't. I'm a globe earther.
No way. It's crazy.
Is there anyone who's like a flat earther here, possibly? I mean, you think so? It's a flat earth server.
You'd think people would be believing in the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head into perception, I think, again. Or maybe PNR. I don't know.
I'll go to perception. Islamic.
What was the question? Was there a question?
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. You know, I'm if you want to say that, you know, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. Just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. You know, the obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, you know, I've heard of this concept, you know, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to, yeah.
It's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know, like, how that, like, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something? You know.
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So, like the concept of mass attracting mass. Are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton, or the Higgs boson, or antimatter, or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay, or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything, right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance, why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad and or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
The gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded, basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question: are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa! I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that, have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero there are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out, it's been done pitch black and so on, right? No nothing, no sound, no vibration, just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. Like, and this is why it's like.
Are you so hold on, Elijah? Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. Well, I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I would just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container?
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on, but we don't have to like geek out or something like that, like the complete opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas, liquid, surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having, that's you know the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So
Yeah,
if
I
you're
guess.
going to,
I know. I'm just, there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mhm.
Right? Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because I mean, yeah, if it's
Let me ask you this question: have you ever? It's kind of a vague question. Just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100% because the main problem I have with the people that the types that would go here and say something like, "I'm gonna debate these stupid flat earthers," or something. I'm gonna destroy them with science and logic and stuff like that. Is that basically just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe, right?
Mhm.
I think it's much more suitable in for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust.
Right.
If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, I mean, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep.
and just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like that they don't think to themselves, "Oh, I believe in this and that." They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. That is that fair? Kind of your position on it? Like, oh, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, but like if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just can't. Yeah. A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bear has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bear is still there.
He's on a call. He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually like if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use, like the profile on Google. The elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what, in your opinion, is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say, what would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
What's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things depending on the quality of the cheese, like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under
You're just
who knows.
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time, because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
So you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out, because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
So
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about, because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but I, just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or paroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, take into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay, and the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day, and there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you're. Yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed. I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit, but against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
Right. I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy foods. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur.
The cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread.
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of like generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Like, yes, it's
come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's
What?
all. Like most of it is like a just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just like Spanish. I mean, like isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? Like you refry it and put some cheese on it.
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Like, whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw like Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that like we watch almost all movies like dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's like like a very broken sentence with some vague like offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in
but
German.
Yeah, und offen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
Kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah, obviously that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger,
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that.
Question
about cheese.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
The question about the
cheese. Stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's some of the best chicken I've ever had. Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah. But I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westfalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW, as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape. Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah, I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed, so it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah, God. Now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah, God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine. And yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between, American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? No. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of like areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, in I think it's in Duisburg, there's a like an old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire like factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude. Yeah.
Yeah, we have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general like Wiesbaden, Taunus area, like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. That's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about that, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? They were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongo, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
All right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni. And I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore. And I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me, I mean, I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm
uni or
curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you're in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah, you can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh god, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class?
The point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got the module handbook. I've got my what you call it
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with my uni again. To
you got to appeal
do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's
kind of
not
ridiculous.
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would
tedious.
describe, yeah, like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on. But this time it's just it really is just I don't know. It just feels mean spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks. God, like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me, and that's
I can understand that.
More about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in a desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information. Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who used artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily, and everybody's level is subjective as well as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically, something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on,
yeah,
do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said, and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level, and you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did, and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies; it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality. That the surface of Earth, where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level, and that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole. Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you basically.
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible. Right?
And that was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusions, Mongol? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. We talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I
Okay.
guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not... Okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification.
Right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s, and
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Elijah, I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. It seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. Many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between Christian state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant, you were baptized. You are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in the in elementary school, carrying on. Right?
Can they hear me?
Like
you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
In I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah. Good old sky gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. He was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey, Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level. And it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Sky
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also, the rule.
That is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, you know, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, you know. It's kind of like, oh, it's just for fun, bro. It's no big deal, but it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So, you know, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like, who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the...
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Go.
So, Spongle, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary, meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living, how long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like, I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of people listening.
But you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. But can you explain? Like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spongle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry. But anyways, Spongle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain, because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what he meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe and so on and so forth, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. The measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was exactly? But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, non-existent. So
okay,
calculations out the wazoo all day long, but the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah, but again, I think like
it's funny. Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun, and what I said about the portion of it that's flat, is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is but just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth, the sun doing so, right? Which is like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like two of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You for the most part you ignore the and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measurement, the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account?
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? you let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically stepped like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like, I get that. Like, if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
yeah, the point is that, like, just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. Like, all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like, what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth, and I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what
distance? Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadium.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but I didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah. Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense, in that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the straight standard that would normally be a laser, happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e., begging the question. Oh, there's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason, and you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it, but the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed, simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to look at a few pictures to confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like your piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles. That is how this imagining is analogous to gospel bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do, is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, oh, that's being blocked. Cool. That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way, Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what
Okay, from 12 inches off of water, from 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon, at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay, so what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing. And I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So
there's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles.
Nature
that would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So a glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper, because in essence they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen the horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just, let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long, if you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right?
Hold on.
Which I'm not
Hold
gonna
on.
go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy.
Do I have to
on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing
because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, this is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstructive. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
There's it's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
Yeah,
the horizon. Wow.
Yeah, the horizon's behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
Listen, the horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry, and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house. And oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation like, well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about the there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, a celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but refracted? When it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy, and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously like see nothing wrong with it. Like, is this?
Well,
like
you're not
serious
addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was non. Do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Okay, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further? Meaning that based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk, where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water? As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, do you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs? I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call a buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems
Well,
like
look, I mean, you're just being, you're being skeptical for no, you're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, "Well, it's not." What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is, you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So,
like you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
It's irrelevant what it
Because
is.
I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
you're being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and it
It's
won't
from a
seem
video.
right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from your perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly
obscured by what?
Ocean, but water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay,
do me a favor. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6.
But you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured, and they're clearly not, like, hitting the water. What you show
they go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
on, man. Don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related. Okay.
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
So that claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim, and it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can't see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
What's
where do you see
obscuring
it?
the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's on the
why
first
also
oil
it
rig.
seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig. But then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky. But then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is? And how it in no way reflects the actual image. You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys the
land rat logic.
the radius
Clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
He's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew, and so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
honestly, Dave, you were the one that woke me up. You know, not right away, but these two things right here, like as soon as I saw these, I didn't know it yet, but I was already a flat earther. Like these are the two inconsistencies that don't jive that made everything else kind of fall down for me.
All right, let's bring it. You guys know, ask questions, have me show whatever you want me to show.
I have a pre-question from someone that, let's see, should be on Roxy too. That says, let's see, so this is Jason Smith on Roxy from Beck, who says, Beck runs Flat Earth Connected Australia Facebook page. Hi, Dave. First, I want to say thank you for all you do. Woke up recently with your videos and your skater kids. Oh, I remember that one.
Oh, the skater kids. Yeah, those guys.
Love your
haven't heard a peep from them.
The question: what do you think a lunar eclipse is? My theory is the moon phases are the moon going into the varying density of the firmament, and it will until it's fully eclipsed, the deepest density, and then starts to come back out.
Well, are we live?
We are.
All right, awesome. I didn't know if we started yet. So what is the moon? I often find myself howling at the moon. What the hell are you? All right. But the eclipse, supposedly the shadow of the earth from 240,000 miles away is leaving this really sharp shadow on the moon. When you zoom in on a lunar eclipse, like the one last night, there's like a hard edge. And then the whole idea that it's red because it's going through our atmosphere, that's a cool story, like sunsets are red and stuff. But it is impossible to make a sharp shadow on something a mile away.
I noticed that it looked like an opaque covering, almost like you were looking like taking a pair of sunglasses and moving them slowly across the moon.
You know what it reminds me of? You ever like grow chickens or ducks in elementary school and you put them on the little light to see through the egg? You put them on the red light and it lights up and you can now see through the egg. That's what it looks like to me. And why do I say that? That analogy comes to me because there's a lot of previous cultures that talk about the moon being connected to the fertility of people on Earth, maybe animals too. I'm not sure, but the moon cycle matches a woman's menstrual cycle, and there's lots of beliefs that the moon helps is part of the process for delivering and removing souls from this living planet. And it sure looks like when you're looking through an egg, when you're trying to see the development of whatever's inside of it. So what's going on up there? I couldn't tell you. Is it the shadow of a ball, a 250,000 miles away? No, absolutely not.
Wasn't it just an eclipse yesterday? No,
last night. Yeah.
I think eclipses are just the two luminaries canceling each other out.
Exactly. Cymatic.
It's the only thing
destructive interference. Cymatic destructive interference.
What about the moon pulling energy from the sun, right? And then it gets closer, it gets brighter, and then darker as it goes away.
Well, that's the opposite. It's true though. It gets bright. It's full moon is when it's at its farthest opposing sides. Yeah. When it's close, it's not lit. But again, is the backside lit? There's no dark side of the moon. Thank you, Pink Floyd. There, if it's a ball, right? But maybe there is a dark side of the moon because it's not a ball and it's not, what we think it is. Just the luminescent, whatever the hell the word is, front of the moon. I don't know, right? I don't know, but people say, well, if the moon, why it has to be a ball that's rotationally locked. Because we only see one side, right? But the optics of the sky are absolutely insane. I'm trying to find a video, but go ahead. Well, you were going to say something while I pull up a video?
I heard it from Cracker.
Who, Cracker? I was just going to say their explanation of how the moon was created by smashing into the earth, and this is all that was left. Dust.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry. Even as a kid, I was like, yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Have you ever read 1 Corinthians 15, 40 and 41 in the Bible, where it says there are celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the terrestrial is one, and the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There's one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, but one star differeth from another star in glory. And glory just means light. So it means the sun and the moon are giving off a different light. They don't match perturbation. The moon's light is cold.
Yeah.
The sun's light is warm. So that means that the moon has to be some kind of ELF frequency, almost like it's synesthetic, like it's something that you can hear and see at the same time.
Look, we live in a dualistic realm. There's,
a big battery.
The moon is the opposite of the sun. I mean,
anode and cathode, right?
Here's the thing: when we're talking about stuff that's out of our reach that we don't even know if they're physical, we could say it appears to be this. It sure looks like this. It tests like that. But to say that all the stuff that you're saying, I agree with all of it. Can we prove any of it? Absolutely. No. So just make sure that you say, hey, this it could be this, it could be that. The one thing that we know for sure about the moon is it's not a rock floating in space getting a shadow from the Earth 250,000 miles away. Right. Here's the video that I want to show you. So this is the optics. If the sky is water and there's a glass dome or an atmospheric dome, whatever, optics change everything. So this guy's body is offset from his head and his body's facing us. But as we move across, now he's facing the way he's facing, but his body's facing the way he's facing. But for some reason, we're over here. And as now we're going to move, changing our perspective. Watch his body. We see the same. If that was the face of the moon, only when it's directly above you do you see its actual position. But tricky. As they move over, well, if he kept going, it would turn the other way. So is that how we see the moon? Maybe. I think it explains how it can be done.
Right. Oh, look, we got Steve. Steve joined us. What's up, Steve?
Hello, Steve.
Hey,
what
Steve.
Up, Steve? So I want to say hi to everybody. And David, great content. So when I was listening to you talk, I was like, am I watching him online? Oh, no, I'm actually in it.
Right.
I've got your app and everything.
Nice.
So, yeah, excellent work. I have a question for you because I don't know if you addressed it. And if you did, I just can't remember. Do you think the moon is real, or do you think it's just like some gas thing?
Right.
What do you think? I said at the beginning, the moon is the biggest mystery of all. There's times where the moon sure looks transparent, during the eclipse. I equated it to putting, like, if you have a chicken egg and you put it on the red light to see how the chicken's doing and you can see through it. That really looks like, I got to get one of those or look up a video of it and compare it to the eclipse because it might be very interesting. Is the moon, here's the thing. I think the moon, the actual moon and the actual sun are physical, but we don't see the actual moon and the actual sun. Right. So what do I mean by that? Let me
the spotlights. They're like spotlights.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Here, you know what? I am going to show you a video that is not public yet. How's that? This is cool.
All right. Preview.
Yeah. Let me just pull this up. And so I call it our projected, we see the sun and the moon projected into our reality, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Probably not.
Oh, definitely
makes sense to us.
You guys get it.
It's projected from outside the firmament.
Right. And you've seen my paper towel eclipse video
from Polaris, perhaps.
Well, isn't Polaris projected too?
No, I think Polaris is the center of a vortex point, and it's a hypertoroidal field that has ejection points at both ends, and the sun is actually a ray of light, like raw ray. And the reflection off the dome is actually what we see as the physical sun, but it's not really physical. It's literally just like when you take a magnifying glass and put it in the sun and try to burn the ant versus distributing the light. And the way that the sun moves across it as that projection determines whether it's big, small, whatever. And Eric Dubay did a really good video on that, and I'm trying to find it now. Like the optics of the dome, if the sun, if all the stars moved in a certain way, he actually showed how it would work, and that's a
that's
really
on
neat
his
video.
How the Southern Stars Work video, I think.
Yeah, have you seen that?
Yeah, put it up.
That's
It's good.
really
I think it's on the Southern Stars button on the app, which I'm trying to
It got down.
Yeah, that was an excellent video.
I thought so, but maybe a lot of people hated that video, so maybe there's something in there I didn't see.
Because it pissed them off because it ruined their little model. But you got to remember, we don't live on a model, so models are kind of temporary things that we just consider. Well, we consider them, it's something that you can build. Like you take what you do know and you build around it. Instead of going the opposite direction, taking what you do know and tearing everything down. Violations of natural law and everything.
This one, right?
Everything's been inverted and we live in the upside down.
Yeah, that one. That video.
I don't think I quite got that, I think.
Oh, that was
I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm still here.
That was one of the best videos I've ever seen him put out, actually.
Right. But like, I don't know, BitChute ratios are a good measure because a lot of people are awake there, and if it gets a lot of downtunes, it could be that they're pissed, or it could be that something in there is not factual or.
See, but what I was saying about that toroidal system, that falls in line with what Sanchez was saying. And if you look in Psalms 19, like you've seen Psalms 19:1, about the firmament, shows his handiwork. But read all the way to verse 7 and see what it says. And then you see how the system works. The stars all make noises. They make sounds. And as they move, it seems like that determines human behavior by the frequencies that interact with each other, like binary frequencies or whatever.
Astrology. It's astrotheology.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is.
I love Santos.
That's where it all originates. It's all frequency, vibration, magnetism, and electricity.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense too.
So to step back a few steps in this, if Dave is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. A question for you too. I just want to, do you guys think, this is what I'm trying to understand. Do you think that there is such thing as the sun and it does not exist how they say it exists? Or do you think, and I'm getting this question from a few of the videos I saw of yours, Dave, or do you think it's like some kind of man-made projection to fool us into thinking there's an actual sun out there?
You've seen my video of the eclipse going through the paper towel.
Yeah, and then I'm remembering when you were talking about you're on the beach and the reflection off the building and the heat. That's what I was thinking. What if there's no sun and it's just some, again, thing, to make us think there's a sun. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing with the artificial sun, that's interesting. I don't think that they're replacing the sun in our sky, but they could be screwing with us, like with tricks in Antarctica and whatnot. Maybe they're trying to put an artificial sun up there when the sun's going behind something that we're not supposed to see. Like maybe there's a bigger body that it goes behind and they swap out the sun. Haven't seen any proof of that yet, but anything like that is possible. So I think that the sun is the source of all life. It's the source of everything here, the source of all the free energy. So one might even say that the sun represents the light of God, right? Other people say it's Lucifer. I don't buy into any of that. What would, what are the first words out of your mouth? What if the sun disappeared? Okay, it's gone for a year. Everything's frozen over. You are surviving. You are eating whatever you can, and then one day a new sun is born out of the center of the earth, right? And it shows up in the sky. What are the first words that you're going to say? And the first one's my.
Yeah.
God.
My God, my Savior. And you're going to worship this thing that warmed you and saved you and fed you. And, this is an amazing world we live in, an amazing place. So
one of the best things you've said, I think, that I like is the universe is conspiring to give you everything you want.
A lot of people like that. It is absolutely it's conspiring to give you everything that you think.
Right. Sorry, that's a very important distinction.
Yes.
The people, there's so many people that are jealous of other people's success, and that's why they don't have success. Right? When I see somebody hit it rich for whatever, as long as they're doing good things, not evil people or
trafficking,
or just have successful relationships, successful families, beautiful gardens, whatever it is that you would love yourself, right? It's something amazing. You should just be so happy that they have it, because then that'll come into your life. But there's people that are like, you're taking your crypto money and you're leaving us hang. No, nobody's doing that. Anything that happens to you, you're doing to yourself. Everyone's doing everything to themselves, right? And so, this world is. People think I'm a multi-millionaire. None of that is true. I'm just like the rest of you. Just like, can I pay my bills this month? Can I pay my bills this month? And the thing is, as long as you appreciate and help. Who said it the other day? It was a great quote. It said, it was on a Crow episode. It was Saint Germain's grandson. He calls him Saint Germain. They had this guy on, like, channeling, like connected Illuminati, but a good guy. And he said, pray, have faith, and take action, and do charity. Take care of somebody else more than you do, as much as you take care of yourself. All right. Those 4 things, and everything will work out for you. Right. So you have to pray, have faith. You don't have to physically get down and do, and bow towards, Mecca or whatever it is that you do. You need to just send out that loving energy and care. Yeah. Be mindful, care for other people around you, and take action. Right. This world. I mean, you guys are all flat earthers. Okay. I mean, you guys know that the earth isn't a globe. Are you ever bored? Never. Not for a second. Right? How many people in the world can say that? Well, if you can give me that number, that's the number of flat earthers there are. because boredom and fear are how they control us. Boredom and fear.
Fear is another one. All permeating, man. Once you kind of shed it. Yeah.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear, false evidence appearing real.
Follow elite agendas religiously.
No, I like that. That's a good one.
Hey, Steve, you're not streaming on RoxyTube, dude?
No.
No, didn't work.
No. It would have taken me a lot longer, and I would have missed this. So,
all right, never mind.
But yeah, you can just upload it.
We will
next time.
Hey, David, I've got a question for you, big guy, and not to derail too far from the moon ethereal, of which we wax poetic. I concur. I'm inclined to concur with your sentiments over the decades. Do you put any kind of credibility whatsoever on, say, Linda Moulton Howe, who I want to say is a respected paranormal journalist, could very well be a shield gatekeeper for all I know, but that she's spoken to people.
Did you see the picture I posted of her earlier?
Let him get a question.
What, Linda Moulton Howe is a man?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
I don't think she's a he, but that's okay. I've had interact. It's been a long time. I used to listen to him, and then I had some direct contact, and I tried to introduce her to Flat Earth, and through a personal contact through my friend Sophia, and she gatekept the crap out of that. Wouldn't listen to anything. Wouldn't, she spent a bunch of time going back and forth in emails, not about any evidence, just about other nonsense. Why it wasn't true, and wouldn't listen to anything. So,
well, I mean,
it's David Wilcock as a woman.
Hold on,
That's what it is. It's David
now,
Wilcock.
I will admit that I used to like David Wilcock. I actually went to Texas and saw him for a 2-day seminar.
Nice.
And back long before I realized how absolute insane he was.
Right.
But again, is he a gatekeeper, or is he just a
confused? Right?
He's just so lost in space. He loves space, and yeah. Go ahead. You got your hand up. Yeah.
The only reason they refuse to look at it is because once they do, it blows holes in their alien theories.
Yeah.
People don't realize that, though. It doesn't. It makes their alien extraterrestrial theory actually possible.
Right? No. I
That's
believe,
what I said, too.
Listen, I personally think like Stargates Stargates play an important part to get to the outer lands if they're not within our firmament or what. I don't know. I'm still working on it, but like I'm talking about like there's a difference between aliens and extraterrestrials. Extraterrestrials
you guys have seen this map,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
You've
yeah.
seen this map,
That's
right?
what I said. That it's
So-
like drops of water in a lake.
Yeah, that was really interesting to me when I first saw that.
So it would make a lot more
Done.
sense for someone to come here from something that's beside us 25,000 miles away than it would be from light years.
So
Yeah.
let's just talk about space for a second. First,
Yes,
space is
The
scientifically
vacuum.
impossible.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, we're on this pressurized planet. You guys know all the arguments, and space is a vacuum, which is scientifically impossible. You can get into all that. So, end of story. Anything from space is coming from a fake place, so we don't even need to discuss it. We don't need to discuss planets. We don't need to discuss stars. We don't need to discuss photos of Earth, satellites. We don't. It's all irrelevant. But if you're in the aliens extraterrestrial thing in the heliocentric world, you have to understand that the closest star, Alpha Centauri, 25 trillion miles away. The magnitude of that distance is incomprehensible, and that's the closest star, and the other ones are multiple times farther. So the only way that aliens can come here, now you got to create wormholes and stargates.
Yeah.
Okay,
Inverse
and then-
square law of light.
yeah, and I'm a big fan
Inverse square law of light.
of Mel from used to be Fabregas, from Veritas Radio, and he often has people that talk about being abducted and going to another planet, right? This week's episode, Guy Sounds resonates with me as very credible, and he says as a child he was taken to another planet. Think about this: if we lived in this puddle world, okay, and they had some kind of craft that can get up higher than we can normally gets up, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 miles, 300 miles, whatever. What would happen to the light they see? The light of the Earth would just get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And then in the distance, if they could see another sun, they would look like a star. And they would go 10, 20, 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles, whatever. And that one would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And they would see themselves arriving at another star system, another planet. And then it was like, well, how did we go that fast? Oh, we went through, some Stargate story. Okay. It makes sense, and other puddles across our plane with whatever technology we need to get there is scientifically possible. It's not impossible.
You think our system, like if Polaris is the center of it and you see all the stars rotate around it, what if stars are actually like electrostatic condensates, which means like they would be an electron inside of an atom? So we live inside of an incredibly complex atom.
If you buy the
Basically.
atom theory, no one's ever seen an atom.
Well,
it's all
it's
made up by the people that made up space.
It's toroidal field.
Thank
It's
you.
a toroidal field, and that can be proven. Primer field, toroidal field created by magnetism.
Yeah, but that's not atoms. That's not the whole atom nonsense. Do you know that a teaspoon of a neutron star weighs 100 trillion pounds?
See, I think they went in the opposite direction. They tried to create atoms out of the toroidal that actually is around the Earth.
They're just making up shit as they go. I mean, to be a baller, it's so great because you can just say anything.
Yeah,
You
just like
make it
J.K.
up.
Rowling.
It's
It's
just
all about faith and
nonsense.
authority, man. Those people
Right
are like,
in
well, the
equation.
smarter people said that this is true. Yeah, but you don't know anything that they're saying. You can't prove it, and they made it all up. Is what we're saying.
And they want us to give up our common sense for nonsense, right? Here is physical video of 120,000 feet, right? Is that Earth turning below us? Or is here's Lake Tahoe, let's say this is, right?
Oh boy, Coriolis effect.
Right? Here it is. So the sky stays still and the Earth is turning, right? But water lays perfectly flat. Look at this.
Perfectly flat.
Perfectly still, flat.
26 miles to the laser level.
And it's curving, speeding up and slowing down, right? Think about this. We're going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, okay? So when we're spinning on the equator, heading in the direction we're going 67,000 miles an hour. And then we peak out in front, and now we turn around, and now we have to subtract 1,000 miles an hour. So now we're going 65,000 miles an hour. We slowed down in the course of 12 hours, 2,000 miles an hour.
Hold on a
Water
second.
lays flat.
And no whiplash.
I was gonna say too, like these numbers
Yeah,
seem
and when my
off.
dog spins, like the water comes off the dog.
Hey, we got a chat.
Wait, does your dog spin clockwise or counterclockwise before he lays down?
The equator.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where you live.
Whichever side is
I got
on.
Hey Dave, we got a question from Odyssey chat. Jason says, "Hi Dave, I notice you tend to avoid naming the cult that shall not be named who did this big lie. Do you not? Do you don't have to mention them?
You know what? People that say that I avoid mentioning the cult, whether it's the Jesuits, the Jews, or whoever. I don't know. There's other people that look into that stuff. I don't avoid anything other than commenting on shit that I don't know about. Okay,
They're all in this together.
Yeah,
Just remember that they're all the
it-
same thing, really.
it's like when people make comments like that, I just fucking delete and ban them. That's it. And because that's what I do. I'm not interested in talking to anybody that says you avoid this, you do that. You know, you're like, you don't know anything about me. You know nothing about me, right? It's so crazy.
Dude, I've seen you talk about every conspiracy. I put up a whole bunch of videos of conspiracy speed round where one of the other interviews was just like, what else you got? Throw them at me. I don't know. Throw anything you want.
I have a whole page on the Holocaust on stoplookthink.com.
Right.
Okay.
There is the cult. They are
the
controlling
whole-
everything.
the
What you
whole
call them
cult-
makes no difference. Right?
The whole cult is of authority.
Stoplookthink.com.
It's authority over other people, and all of these other little split up groups are just denominations of that.
Dude, that's why
Oh,
Larkin
it is.
Rose has a really good point, even though he believes nonsense. He makes a really good point about statism.
Larkin Rose, and the stuff that he knows, he's great at, but he doesn't know flat Earth. He refuses to look at it, and the arguments he puts out there are 101 nonsense.
They're the same statism nonsense he trains everyone not to look at. And
It's
then-
amazing, but the thing is, I don't throw the baby out of the bathwater. Larkin
Right.
Rose does good for society.
work. Yes, sir.
He's not ready for flat Earth yet. Isn't that crazy? He's not ready for flat Earth. That guy, right? Is who's the other guy from Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania that does does the really long streams. What's his name?
Brother Sanchez?
No. He did. He's always no. He's not. I don't think he's flat Earth though. It'll come to me in a second. What in the world is happening? What's the name of
Iridon? What's his name?
No. That's what on Earth is happening.
Right.
What? I'm just spacing on his name. Whatever. I'm trying to remember if he's flat or not. Sometimes I forget, like some of these big truths.
The truth is stranger than fiction. Is that the one you're thinking?
No, it's his name is at the tip of my tongue, but not important. Not important. It was just a question.
Real quick, I wanted to ask you, Dave, and all you guys, unless it's been said before, why do you think they're hiding this flat Earth from everybody?
It's agenda. It's narrative. They're going to push. They're going to push
Right.
the alien shit. They're going
But
to push
why?
the asteroids,
But
and they're
why?
going to push the meteors.
Project
Well,
Bluebeam.
why? That doesn't tell you. That doesn't answer the
Project
question.
Bluebeam.
Why? Right.
Control. It's just like COVID.
Disconnects
It's the
you from
same
God.
thing. If
what
people
is
knew
so-
there weren't viruses, then
I'm trying
how
to
would they
figure
got
out
away with COVID? They wouldn't.
What is
have
so
it.
important about it that they have to hide the truth? That's a big
Yes.
question.
So
Keep ahead
Okay.
in technology too.
yes. So they want to control us. Right? We all can agree with that. And it's about control, right? And Mark Sargent makes a great analogy. He says, if you get a mouse or a rat or a small animal and you put it in a cage or a fish tank or something, it'll check the borders and then it'll try to get out and then it'll just give up and, it'll stay there. And every once in a while, it'll check the borders again to see if there's a way out. And it's like, all right, forget it. That's my life. Right. But then you put that same thing in a park and you make the fence, the enclosure 10 miles around. Well, they don't even care. They might not even ever find the fence. And if they did, they'll just turn around and go back into the park because life is good. Right. So if you put a human in a park that's 500 miles around and they're in the middle, one day they're going to find the fence and they're going to say, what's on the other side of this fence? So you make it 5,000 miles, you make it 50,000 miles. No matter how big you make that fence, they want to know what's on the other side of that fence. And then you get humans in a pond, let's say it's 24,000 miles in diameter or in circumference. And, oh no, actually bigger than that. It's like whatever, 80,000 miles in circumference. And they're on all these islands and stuff. And they believe that they're on a ball instead. So you put them in the matrix, the heliocentric matrix, so there's nowhere else to go. And then tyranny starts happening, right? But in reality, there's other ponds, other places, other tropical lands, other stuff. They're going to want to go there, but they're never going to think about it because they're like, well, we're here. If you read the Iron Republic, that's about people in the 1800s that went beyond Antarctica. And it's about people in the 1600s that left because of tyranny and just brought their civilization to the outer lands. So
1672, that's right.
Right. And then and the other thing is, if it's also to hide the creator, okay? Creator was hidden from me my whole life. And now I know there is a creator. And guess what? When you know there's a creator, you act a little different. Not that I was a bad guy. I was a really good guy, but I think I'm a way better guy now. And I understand where I am. I understand the power of this place. Because if you understand what this place is, you start using the 90% of your brain that they tell you that you don't use. Right? Because they don't want you to use that, because your imagination and your creativity and your curiosity, they want to shut all those things down. They want to turn you into a good managerial, accounting, marketing slave.
Close it off, just like in M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. Same thing. That's all they do in The Village.
Yeah.
All
So
have truth. But I have a question for you, Dave.
Wait, just let me finish one last thing. And remember that question. So why the lie? It's the most important secret they have to control us. Because look at us flat earthers. We're all unplugged from the matrix, right? Imagine if another 5% of the world woke up. The whole thing will tip. The whole thing is going to tip when people wake up. So they are petrified of this happening. So maybe that's why this reset is being pushed right now rather than waiting for the natural reset, which could be coming also. Who the hell knows? But it's all about control, because they've lost control of us. And the good news is they can't stop us. They can only stop the people that are willingly listening to them and allowing their minds to be controlled. All right, go ahead. Sorry, question.
Okay. So, how do you feel about the plasma moon map, or is there any specific like Mercator or any map that you kind of like lean towards?
Well, I'm a Gleason's map. I think Gleason's map is better than most people. Most people that believe in the map. I can't bring up my app because you got it up right there. But on the app, any time of day, look at it, look where the sun is, and say, "Oh, it's over Sydney. Let me call my friend in Sydney and say, where's the sun? What time is it?" And they're going to go, "Well, it's directly above my head." And that's in December, it'll be directly above their head. And it's noon, and then wait a couple hours until it's somewhere else and then call. And so that sun circling around is accurate. So there's something to it. And people say that, this was the map that's used for all wars and airlines and stuff. Why are they using this map if it ain't real? Okay. And people are like, well, it's because it's a projection of the globe. What's that?
Have you seen the Peterson projection of the flat Earth map? The Peterson flat Earth map?
I have not. I got to look that up now.
Well, they have the globe one where it's just a flat map, but you got to see the one that's the Peterson flat Earth map.
Yeah,
and it's kind of hard to find it, but if you have to kind of look around and search for it. But that's a real interesting one too, because it's a proper representation of the size of the continents.
Well, is Australia stretched out on this map, or are they lying about Australia? You know about the dingo fences in Australia? There's huge swaths of Australia that are fenced off, that nobody can go in, and are guarded and maintained by military, just like Antarctica. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Australia could be way bigger than they're telling us. Okay. And they say it's because of dingoes, which are these dogs. And it's also because they did nuclear bomb testing there in the early 1900s. Well, guess what? That's lie. That's a lie. You guys know about nukes.
I watched a video that Autodidactic did. I don't know if it was 6 months or a year ago, but he was talking about the inland Australian Sea. What if they're blocking that off, just like they block off the national parks? You know what I mean? Like, they have certain things blocked off. Yeah. What are they hiding?
One of my favorite trolls made this, saying this is, how the flat earthers, I guess he used it to say this is how we made our map. No, this is how they made their globe.
Yes.
Okay. They took our map and wrapped it around and squished Australia. There was a guy, I think it's on it's on my maps playlist, where to measure the length of Australia isn't easy. Okay. You can't do it in an airplane because GPS is going to lie to you. Okay. Because GPS is controlled by NASA. So you need to actually drive. But there's really no straight road, but there's long stretches of railroad tracks going across Australia. And he calculated the speed of the train and the distances and everything. And Australia is a lot longer than they're telling us. So it's all fat. People go, well, Australia is the same width as America. Well, is it? Who measured it? Guy in a bow tie? Who?
Right.
Yeah. It's all in the history books. Whatever is in there, that's what they want you to believe. And everyone just takes it. Well, it's how it is. The books are the books. That's what.
But we all did that, and then when we
born
told
into
it,
brainwashing, right?
We verified it in another book, and we went, "Oh yeah, no, what he said is true because it appears in this one too." Like no one looked into anything. So
it's interesting you brought up though Australia, Dave, because I've got a couple friends in Australia, and they know about that, and you can't go anywhere near those because you'll be arrested.
What's up with that? Come on.
I mean, you can't even nothing. Just like Antarctica, you can't get out. You can't do anything. I would love to know what is beyond those walls.
Absolutely. There could be a whole other world there. Yeah.
And when your map of the puddles,
right?
Like one sheet of ice with multiple puddles of civilization.
Let's talk about that in a second. When you wrap a flat Earth around a globe, imagine wrapping an actual flat map around a globe. It gets all wrinkled at the bottom, so you have to cut out huge pizza slices of Southern Ocean. There could be other continents right here within our puddle.
And I mean, we already know about like flight, the flight routes, right? But okay, so we're looking at it, and they don't fly over the Pacific Ocean. They're always following coastlines and whatever, but they're never
for safety.
There's something out in the Pacific. There's something.
Absolutely. Well,
I think they're hiding so much more.
Absolutely. So, they say the flat Earth map, is, the Gleason's map was in every library. That map I showed a little while ago, it was used everywhere. And then all of a sudden in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, it was just removed from everything. It's gone. But the United Nations uses it, right? We have the World Meteorological Organization uses it, right? We have the International Civil Aviation Organization uses it. But when we use it, no good, right? So good, no good.
And they make us look like we're crazy because they think we live in a pancake.
Yeah,
right. Why are they using this map if it's bullshit?
You know what?
Because it looks good.
But listen, when they say that it's an oblate sphere. I mean, if you're looking at
can't get a radius.
Recent map, if you're looking at the flat Earth map, it is wider around the southern part, so it could be an oblate round. You know what I mean? Like it is wider at that. What is it? Longitude, whatever. It's going to be smaller around the North Pole. It's going to be larger around the South Pole. You know what I mean? Like, anyways.
Right. They say to us, the ionosphere and the Van Allen radiation belts, whatever, they protect us from harmful gamma rays and X-rays from outer space. Right. Right. If it wasn't for that, we'd all be dead. That's so the globe Earth has to be true because it's protecting us from that. So all of these gamma rays, X-rays, death rays, whatever, they're all protecting us.
Shane, do you have that picture of the Gaussian hemisphere?
But a radio signal, a 5-watt radio signal from the moon can go right through and they can collect it. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
Well, they can talk to the president on the phone.
Wait a minute. I want to talk about the puddles.
Oh, yeah. Landlines are better than cell phones.
So look at if we're in a dome system and the creator or whoever wanted to keep it a secret, so they did a real good job in building it. This is from Mark Sargent's Clues. Think about this. So they want to stop people from getting to the edge because they want us in here and want us to figure things out. So they want us to find the creator for ourselves, not have it shown to us. So they make it colder and colder and darker and harder and harder to get to the outer edge, right? That's, Antarctica. It's like mountains and ice and, no food and trees, nothing. And then going up, it's hard. The air gets thinner and thinner and colder. And again, we can't get up there. And then if we try to drill down, it gets hotter and hotter and then more dense. And then we can't go any deeper, right? The deepest hole is the Kola borehole in Russia. So they've got us trapped. But if you were the builders that were building, Angkor Wat and the pyramids and the structures here that we just can't even fathom. You guys have looked into all that. You watched the autodidactic. If you wanted to make a transport system in between the puddles, well, flying there, that's difficult. Because of weather and darkness and fuel, maybe, or I don't even know if fuel's the issue. It's just that would be difficult. Or maybe the dome will stop you. Maybe we can't fly there, right? But a tunnel.
Submarines.
A submarine, the icebergs, land, whatever. But tunneling technology, the tunnels that are already here are insane, right? Penn Station, in New York City, was knocked down in, I believe it was early 60s because it was too big to clean. This is the story.
Remember what I said about that? That the domes were already here?
Yeah,
they just basically reconditioned them.
And there's tunnels. There's tunnels in Penn Station that aren't even being used.
There's
right?
ancient tunnel systems that go back.
Oh yeah.
So if you have tunneling technology, they got pyramid technology, they got tunneling technology. If you got tunneling technology, you are going through 50 degrees the whole way. No weather systems, no nothing, right? So imagine connecting all of those ponds with a network of tunnels, kind of like Disneyland connects all of their theme parks underground. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the same model, right? So I don't know.
But submarines could still work if water.
How would it get past the land? Antarctica is a shoreline.
Well, listen. Like, okay, so we have the dome, we have the land, we have like the waters below.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's open water and it can go up like you would like it, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like
maybe there's openings. Excuse me. Maybe there's openings.
Like, think about like a frozen lake, and you've got little shacks of people who are ice fishing, and there's holes in each shack, so you can go under the ice and go into each hole.
Oh, yeah.
Go up into each hole, up into each. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say there was an opening in Antarctica, a little opening like this. But what if the weather changed and it froze? Well, now the passage is done. A tunnel, no weather, no issues, same temperature.
I'm with you on the tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the tunnel.
So are there tunnels connecting other worlds? There could be. I'm not saying, but I'm saying if we're going to find out all the answers and we could lay down bets, I'm betting on it.
Nothing is off.
Oh, for sure.
Has anyone seen this one, Dave? Have you seen this one, Dave? This thing on the globe on the beach?
Show me. I think I'm gonna call bullshit.
I commented on that on your.
Yeah, no, I got your picture on the side. Channel. This is just people on the beach, right? I've seen it a couple times.
Is that supposed to be the moon?
No. It's just a red fucking electrostatic dome of some sort.
No. Okay, no, that is it's a rainbow, and I actually saw this myself. We were in off of Puerto Rico, and the sky was really dark, and we had this rainbow, and underneath the rainbow it was like bright and colorful, and above the rainbow it was dark. That's all you're seeing there.
Really?
Yeah, it was amazing. I was like, why is it lit underneath?
It is kind of the same thing though.
And then if I took a picture from way back or video, it would look a little different. Just like when you take a picture of the giant moon, it's tiny. You could say, okay, that kind of looks like a moon.
Think about it. How do we know that rainbows aren't actually dome shaped? Because we're only looking at one side, like we're looking through the light that creates it.
They are. They're refractions, aren't they?
No. You're saying like a three-dimensional dome. Yeah. Rather than just an arch.
But we're only seeing the light it's concentrated around the sides that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because you're looking through the sides of it.
Yeah, like if you turned around, if you went 90 degrees around, you would see it differently.
Yeah, like seeing the edge of a bowl.
Interesting.
Well, like the Antarctic sun, when you show it down there, and you get the three sun refraction stuff when you're right near the edge.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it's a refraction diffraction thing.
I heard a Campbell from Autodidactic talking with Tartaria, Australia woman, and they're saying that
dual sun system.
the dual sun system, exactly.
The more I think about it, the more I'm like, that makes sense. And I've even taken that theory and said that Camelot and King Arthur was a previous civilization, and they were the giants. They were the big people.
Well, what if we are actually seeing a sun from another system, like one of those little puddle systems? We might be seeing a vision of their sun.
There's been many pictures in Antarctica of another sun, and that could be another puddle when a certain time of year the sun comes around and comes near us, and then we're seeing it. We're seeing it magnified.
Like, what the hell is that?
I even pondered what if the second sun to our binary system is actually Nibiru, and they lied and said it was Nibiru. So when it comes back around, we should be thinking it's Nibiru and not a second sun.
Very possible.
That makes me think of that video on your channel where there was 3 bodies, like the moon, the sun, and then some other visible body that no one could name or identify.
Well, that might have been what was covering the moon.
That's what lunar eclipse is.
Yeah.
Dave, that's a really good point you just said about you guys are talking about the second sun. What if the dome, if you will, we're seeing another sun from another civilization being refracted through our dome? That's really interesting.
Think about this: the wandering stars. If you listen to Martin Kenny came up with it, the egg theory. If the system outside of Antarctica is the Mars system, right, and Venus is the moon, Venus has phases just like our moon. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Hey Siri, stop.
There's nothing to stop here. Check if the devices on your home Wi-Fi network.
I have no idea. I have no idea where that's even coming from. No.
Seriously, say Siri, is the Earth round?
No, she'll just say it.
Sound like a dinner plate.
Yeah. So then the next system would be the Mars, Jupiter, Sun, Moon system. So if you get a glass dome and you hold a pen light just above it, you look in the dome and you'll see a perfect little sun ball floating in there. You guys have seen that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And then,
done it myself.
and so then move that sun out to the Mars system and look in your dome, and you'll see a star in your system. And then move it out farther. You'll still see a star in your system.
So we might be seeing reflections of other systems.
We might be seeing the projection manifestation of these other.
That could be a map. The stars could actually be a map of like this whole little deal here, like our whole so-called universe.
I'm at
go ahead.
I'm at the point where I just want the truth. I don't care what the truth is.
Right.
Yeah. You flat earthers just want to feel special. No, we already are special.
We've already questioned and rejected everything we've ever known and learned. So I don't know.
And again, guessing what the stars are, this is fun. We don't know what they are, but we know what they're not because of the size, the angular size, the brightness issues alone. Either one of those completely debunks it, let alone it's in fake impossible space. It's in fake impossible space.
Gas burning in a vacuum. Yeah, sure. Yeah. How do you measure the distance to a ball of gas?
Yeah.
Man, what?
So when I first came across your videos, Dave, like maybe 6 months ago, I started looking at things in the sky in a different way. So anyway, I just want to say that around 10 o'clock at night, summertime last year, whatever, I looked up in the sky and there was the Big Dipper, whatever, and the stars are in their positions. And then I got up at 4 a.m. for some reason. I'm like, let me go out there. I looked up and I just want to say that everything looked identical. Nothing moved. And I thought, if we were rotating, I shouldn't see those. But they were literally in the same exact position when I left them 6 hours ago.
I'm sorry.
And people thought I was nuts. But they're like, move. I'm like, not mine, because I'm looking right there and it's the same exact position.
Where are you located?
Chicago.
So your orientation, you're seeing the same pattern circling above us, right? So whatever stars you were looking at, they're just turned, and you were seeing them as the same. If you watch them over time, you'll see them move.
It's kind of like
I'll do that more closely because I know they do turn, because that from time lapse with cameras.
Yeah.
We don't know if the dome's a perfect dome either, so it could be like a reflection, and it keeps the light in place
perfect time
just because of the optics.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it eventually goes back to where it's supposed to be, but what if they did hit it with some kind of missile or some shit, and they did chip something off of it or
right.
They did. That oxygen, that solid, what is that? That blue oxygen.
Sky stone.
The sky ice.
The sky ice. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Is anyone not blown by this away? The moon map, right?
You asked me about that. So.
Oh yeah, the plasma moon. Yeah. I like that.
There's a lot of guessing in there. And again, I was all about that. Now I'm not saying that it's not true. Okay. But I was taking a walk down our beach, and it was like a muddy road. It had rained, and I looked down at this puddle, and I saw, oh, well, there's Australia, there's the UK, right? and I'm like, and it wasn't quite as good, but there's issues with that map, but there's too many similarities for me to discount it. Now, change the level of the water on Earth, maybe it'll look more like that. I don't think that saying that that's a reflection of the Earth.
I think it's a reflection.
It could just have an energetic connection.
I think it's like an X-ray of something that happened way back in the past, and at one point maybe that's what the land masses did look like. I don't know.
Right. And it could also exhibit other lands that are around us that like a part of it is a representation of what we live in, and another one, you think about these things like the old TV show My Three Sons. There might be three sons, like Three Ring Circus, and they throw all of these things at us that they kind of hide in these subtle ways, like a circus, for example, Three Ring Circus. Well, what if there are actually three rings, like on that one map where it shows the outside lands, and then it has another ring in the outside lands?
Well,
Professor, it's the one that you've showed it before, the other map with the three rings. And what if we were Atlantis? We were Atlantis, and we were the center of it all.
I think Brother Sanchez did a good video on the importance of seven colors.
Like the whole thing is Atlantis, not just the Earth, but those other parts of the rings on the out of it are also part of what they used to call Atlantis.
It's macro and the micro.
And the other issue, which I don't understand, is if we're migrating, our pond is migrating around in the great year, well, we should have seen. Maybe we should have seen Polaris move, unless Polaris is migrating with us.
I don't know.
I don't know.
6,000 year cycle.
Maybe Polaris and all of the stars are moving with our magnetic field, just like our sun and everything. The whole thing moves
that
around.
Means it's all connected, though. That's the whole thing.
I think it, and that's my thing with the moon map. That could be a connection. Like there's energetic connections, just like the moon is energetically connected with the reproductive cycle of women. It could be energetically connected to the lands that are living. This is an entire living system. I just found this. This is on TSA in an airport, and someone was going through and took a late night. Think about it. Look at this. We have the ice wall, and this is TSA. Guarding Antarctica. Is that crazy?
That's hilarious.
We have another question from Trap for you, Dave. This is says, let's see. Can you talk on the connection of masonry to NASA? It seems like a lighter version of the previous question.
They're all Freemasons, right. All of them. And are there good Freemasons? Yeah, I've known a lot of Freemasons. But there's people that never get up high. They're just they're
Right.
doing good for their community,
Yeah.
and that's their cover. And then they take, the top people, and they go higher and higher. So
Anyone lower than the high levels are not privy to anything. You
Right.
know that.
Yeah. It's a secret society of secrets. You think you know all the secrets? Come on.
yeah. And somebody, will take my statement. Oh, Dave White says he knows lots of Freemasons. That proves that he's a Freemason. People are insane.
That
what they
division,
think.
the truth of community, like
Yeah, watch your hand signs now.
Yeah.
Well, look, we're all crazy, and that's the only thing that's kept us from going insane all these years.
But for figuring out other truthers and labeling other people, just discounting everyone's work because one day he folded his hands in a video. Give me a fucking break, dude. That's hurting, not helping. Stop looking like that.
No kidding.
What else we got, Steve?
One of the biggest, it comes in waves. People like, oh yeah, if the Earth is flat, how did we attack? How did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor? I'm like,
With planes and boats, you
this,
jackass.
like this, look from Japan to Pearl Harbor.
Shit. So, hey,
Just like
speaking of
that. Try that on a spinning globe, moron.
Speaking of that, man, what do you think these three events have in common? The moon landing, the Spanish flu of 1918, and Hiroshima.
Great question.
The moon landing, the Spanish flu,
And Hiroshima.
They're all fake.
Right. But what was the main link? What was the purpose of all of them?
Cause fear.
Not only that, I think.
To hide. I don't know. What is the common
to me, like when you're gonna tell a big lie, you need some fake proof.
Create illusion of power.
Create
illusion of power.
The fake truth, right? So Hiroshima, you fake that, now everyone thinks nukes real. And the moon landing, you fake that, people think the moon is real.
No, people think the Earth is a globe.
Right, exactly. That was the point. And then
Globalists push the globe.
the practice run for
That's
the
what I said.
pandemic, right?
With no globe, you can't have a globalist.
Yeah, they don't call them flatalists. They call them globalists.
Glow ball. That's what I like. Glow ball, like a glowing ball.
Fuck yeah. Snowball.
Globalist.
When you're gonna lie to people, you need some backup, right? So
I call them ball shitters. That's my name for them.
Ball shitters?
I've always called them that. Ball shitters. You're just a ball shitter.
That's why you get banned everywhere, Cracker.
Guys, I got like a couple more minutes, and then I gotta roll. But on the app, are you guys using the friend finder? Have you done any meetups? Have you met people around you?
I don't have a cell phone, dude.
Not yet.
I use the app, but I have not. I have not used that.
I was waiting for you to vouch for it.
I think it's great that you have that feature, the friend finder, because
But people are using it as a dating app now, and they're
getting married. Yeah.
There's people using it for jobs. Like let's say you had a business and you wanted to hire somebody. What are you going to put an ad out? No, you're going to go around and you can click on some dots, click on people's profiles and say, hey, I see you're interested in work. I have a box in your profile. So in the friend finder, you can hit the profile button and put a picture, put what you're interested in work, single, married, whatever you want. And that way you can kind of meet people. And the thing is, any blue dot you click on, guy, girl, old, young, doesn't matter, ends up being your best friend, right? Because we're all on the same page, right? Like you go out, let's say you go out to a local pub and you just meet some random people. What are the odds that they're going to know the shit that we know?
Right.
What are the odds that you're going to be able to have an interesting conversation other than sports, weather, and politics?
Also, don't forget about this one.
Or kamikaze.
Have you ever met a flat earther that is vaccinated?
Oh,
they're very few and far between.
Really
so
one? You met one?
Well, there's people that are in situations forced into it. I still don't. There's always a way. Like
I agree.
No matter what my situation was, you'd have to cut my head off before you jab me.
It's one of the videos I put up. Like, did you not fly off a plane?
So
the plane.
Yeah. So just getting back to the app, the friend finder is an amazing way just to have a meetup, and then people take it, and there's people having meetups like every first Sunday of every month at wherever they meet, and and when we get together, it's better. And now everyone's kind of waking other people up using the app, use the movies, whatever you want. Pick your favorite tool to wake people up, and then get out there. And if everyone woke up one person a week, this will be over this year.
We're trying, man. We've been at it.
Yeah.
David, real quick, last two quick. How old were you personally when you said, "Wait a minute," like your aha moment? And then
about flat Earth?
Yeah. Well, about everything, but flat Earth.
I mean, flat Earth came in 2015.
Okay.
And I rejected it like everybody else did, but I was in kindergarten when I questioned gravity, and the teacher scratched their head. They're like, "Oh, that's interesting, but this is how I'm supposed to teach it." And I did fine in school. School was effortless for me, but I got like, B plus average, just so my parents wouldn't yell at me, and I wouldn't have to memorize too much of their bullshit. And and then I started looking into the Federal Reserve before 9/11, long before 9/11, and then a whole bunch of other things. But then 9/11 happened, and that's when everything changed.
What about Admiral Byrd? Admiral Byrd, real deal. He was there now.
Everything but his diary.
So he is a Freemason, but he talked about land beyond Antarctica. Land bigger than the United States, and then whether he's was supposed to tell us or he accidentally leaked it. If you ask me, I'd have to guess that he said it out in the news, and then they backpedaled, killed him 6 months later, heart attack in his sleep, and then the Antarctic Treaty comes in. Now look up here, we're going to the moon. Don't look over there. Don't look beyond that dingo fence. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon.
I want to put a twist on that. Not really a twist, but what if he knew look, okay, so he hid his diary.
I don't think his diary is real.
Hold on, listen. He wouldn't have hid his diary if he didn't know that they were going to react a certain way. So what if he purposely did say it knowing that they didn't want him to? And that's why he was killed.
And maybe he agreed. He's a Freemason, and they're not allowed to kill us unless you do some blood oath or agreement. Hey, if I ever do this, you can rip my tongue out, you can kill me, whatever. And that's how they're able to kill people. Like if you make some deal, say, hey, give me these riches or whatever it is that you make the deal for, but in turn, if I ever tell anybody you can kill me, then they can kill you. That's the way I see the world. A lot of people say that's crazy. But
Well, what if he did? Okay, he's a Freemason. What if he was going along with the plan and he was behind it 100%? He went on these adventures and explored and realized that there was a lot of shit that he wasn't privy to, and he's finding out, and he wanted to let other people know. Like he wanted to be a whistleblower in his day. I don't know. I got to put a spin on everything.
You know what? That's a great way to be. Just look. We only can prove things are impossible. That again, we know what the moon can't do. We know what eclipses can't do. We know what stars can't be. We know what the Earth can't be. And we can do experiments and show hey, it does work this way. There's a whole bunch of different ways. But
that's what I say. Go with what you know.
Yeah, the world is clearly not moving, level, horizontal, and anyone that can't see it at this point is willfully ignorant. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, David, is there anybody you look up to nowadays? Like when we looked up to you, Shane and I, is there people, or you take joy in
I look up to everybody. I swear to God. I mean, just like you guys are having this chat here. This is amazing. Amazing. Keep doing it. Do more, right? And I look up to anybody that has the courage to talk to somebody about flat Earth.
Amen.
Right? Because you can talk to them about 9/11, they don't care. You talk to them about flat Earth, right? It changes everything.
Yeah,
it unplugs them.
Flat Earth and
Awesome. But and so many people I get messages every day. Hey, Dave, your app is really helping wake people up. People are gifting it. People are, printing cards and handing it out. And, the app has a little referral program on it so you can keep track of how many people are waking up from you. And think about this. You wake somebody up, they get the app and they become a flat earther. Well, you just unplugged them from the fucking matrix. Okay. Right. How good does that feel? There's nothing more fun in my book, right? I work hard. All right. I work hard at what I do, but it's the greatest fucking job ever. It's the greatest job ever because I wake people up. I hate talking to flat earthers. I hate talking to you guys, to be honest. Okay. I love talking to, but in reality, I'm talking to you guys and you guys are going to wake up other people. So, So if you look at it as a pyramidal business, I'm in your whatever your downline or whatever.
Upline. David, plug
Upline.
the app, though. I didn't see that. For my followers and friends, plug the app. I missed where it is.
FlatEarthDave.com. Everything is there, right? There's already a knockoff of the Flat Earth Sun Moon and Zodiac Clock app on Google Play. If you get the other one by the Ron Media Group, aka the Flat Earth Society, do not send me an email telling me my app sucks, because it's not my app. Right? The app is $3, and you don't need to subscribe. But the subscription, what that does is it allows you to send messages to people on the friend finder. It allows you to fill out a profile and view profiles. So we want to keep the trolls away, and trolls won't sign up for one margarita a year. You're buying me one margarita a year for the app. Okay, it's $11.
You're a drunk bastard with all the people that buy your app.
He likes to watch the dots pop up. And
I like saying it as a margarita because people will buy a round of drinks, but they're like, I'm not subscribing to that for $1 a month.
Right. Wait, you'll go get Starbucks though.
You'll go get a fucking $7 latte, piss it out, and feel like shit. Okay.
Dude, Dave, thanks so much for coming on. I know you're already tight. And
Hey,
you
I
gotta go.
appreciate you.
We really appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
Listen, keep spreading the word. Talk to people. Have non-flat earthers on your show and talk to them and wake them up. And you give them the challenge, the Bitcoin challenge. Anybody that thinks this is stupid, come collect 3 Bitcoins. One proof of the globe. 3 Bitcoins.
Don't make them erase the whole entire Telegram channel.
Yeah.
like someone did.
Ignore that.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you very much, Shane. Awesome job, brothers.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
Real quick, Dave,
Thanks, guys.
I wanted to let you know, if you're looking for other places to put videos on, I created, like some other people do, it's called Roxy Tube, ROXY Tube, and there's a lot of great people. That's how Shane and I met. So I created that and I run that, and it's, you know.
Do you have a way to mirror my YouTube channel there?
Yeah, yes.
Automatically?
Automatically, yeah.
Well, send me an email with the information. I'll do it. And I give anybody permission. My YouTube channel, DITRH, stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. I have 99% of my videos are under 5 minutes. Some are under 3 minutes. Right? I give anyone permission to take those videos, put them on their own channel, monetize them, send them out anywhere, put them on any whatever you want with them. No copyright. There is music on my videos, and so you might get a hey, this music's owned by so and so. There's no problem, but that's what it is. And I have the license.
Royalties after the Holy War.
I have licenses for half of the songs, but it doesn't work.
Spoken like a true truther, dude. You can use my stuff however you want.
However you want.
Beastie Boys won't call me back.
Yeah. So, all right, guys. Ciao.
Thanks, Dave.
See you later.
Thanks. See ya.
That was pretty awesome.
Not believe in any conspiracy theories. I understand not all of them, not most of them, but you don't believe.
They printed it in textbooks.
No, what Zavita's saying makes a lot of sense. Think about this. It would be a lot easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire. Come on, that's logical. Just think about it. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah. Let me think about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. It's pretty easy to pretend. Well, actually...
Gotcha. So it is so because they said so?
I mean, it's easy to lie, but it's a different thing to pretend to actually put up a convincing pretense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's why it's not working. That's why we figured it out, bro. Anybody that looks at it figures it out.
We all believed it, too lazy. It was one hell of a lie.
If you're too lazy to look at it, then it's on you. Because all you got to do is open your eyes. It's self-evident. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to have an education beyond 3rd grade to understand it. And if you can't take the time to understand something that's simple, then I don't know what to tell you, my friend.
Right. If you can understand how a Mentos can change your day.
You actually run an experiment of like measuring things along, it like they put like poles in the ground and they put several of them across a long way, and when they measure.
Are you talking about Eratosthenes and the sticks and shadows fucking thing?
They
That's what's
don't
done
get the
1,000 years
measurements
ago,
that they
bro.
would.
That guy
You're talking
didn't
about
even
stripper
live.
clubs, Doug.
What an idiot.
You're talking about strip clubs, poles. That's the only place there's a bunch of poles. I mean, or a fire engine house.
Oh man.
I'm just saying.
Let's not call the gentleman an idiot yet. Zafita, we're listening.
Sophia, if I show a kid that water lays flat,
I've said enough.
then
I've said my piece.
the thing is, even a little kid would understand more than most of indoctrinated religion believers these days.
I'm going to have to go to bed because otherwise I'm going to have to sponsor mute this idiot.
You're trying to convert globers into flat earthers. And...
No. That's wrong. I'm trying to convince flat earthers that it's a globe because I want to go back. So here's a good one, Zavita. When you see a drop of water, it's curved. Duh. Water curves. Jeez. You could. I mean, that's for free. You could throw it at them, or you could just say, "Yeah."
It has nothing to do with
to point out lies.
Tension.
Are we still allowed to point out lies?
Who are you, Kavinja? Who's the guy who's got the profile? Oh, flatter dates. So many of the. You agree that an Earth droplet has a curve?
Absolutely. You have to be blind not to see
curves.
that.
A ball has curves. So much in the Earth is curved.
Our heads, watermelon. Absolutely, dude.
What part of the Earth?
Mentos round.
That's flat.
Your brain has
that everybody else claims is a globe.
I used to think that since my hands were flat, the Earth was flat.
Meniscus, don't forget meniscus.
Which water is curving, Zafida? Of oceans, sea, lakes. Which one?
Yeah, let's not forget water tension and meniscus, please.
Zafidus, can I answer this for you?
I'm going to make
a bunch of little droplets.
Factual error, and I'm going to look like an idiot because I just don't really know my stuff.
No, you do not.
If you take a bunch of droplets of water that are curved and you put them together, they're still curved. You know, just a bunch of curved droplets. You hear me?
Just gets bigger.
Right, Zafida?
Zafida, no one here is ever going to think you're an idiot because we are and were idiots. We just realize reality.
Right. No one's going to ridicule you, especially.
No one's judging you.
Yep. Especially when you come to the conclusion that.
I wanted to hear some of this so that I'd laugh, and that's my.
Talk to Flatterday. He's a freaking comedian, dude. Talk to him.
But my goal is to become a glober. That's like, I don't want to be a comedian anymore. I'm tired of this flatter stuff.
You said was become a rapper, the world's best rapper. I mean, you're like top 80, dude. Top 80.
They're going to be knocking on my door any minute to sign the contract. I told my chick, I have my stuff packed. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? You could come with me or you could stay. You know what I mean?
Zafida, did you know that Flatterday was top 80 flat Earth rappers on the flat Earth?
Top 80.
At least.
Yeah, at
maybe
least top 80.
Maybe top 20, maybe top 5, maybe top 10.
On the globe, top 10 on the globe and top 80 on flat Earth.
Well, you said the other day that you were like top 18 in a in a group of 12 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just divide by 3, carry it over by 4.
You're top 80. You are top 80. This is not my opinion. This is a fact.
I love your humor, Flatterday. You're a funny motherfucker, boy.
Zafida, talk to Flatterday Saints. Just talk to the guy. Talk to him for a minute, please.
I like your tactics there.
Or talk to any one of us.
Yes,
we're here.
One of my favorite YouTube channels.
I can't talk to you. Don't talk to me because I'll just.
Are you making a YouTube video?
I'll be mean to you.
YouTube channels.
You have a YouTube channel, Jafita?
No.
Oh, I was going to say I'll like and subscribe right now.
Technically, I think it's got like 5 subscribers and 3 or 4 like.
Why'd be your 6th subscriber, bro? You mean?
No, I don't really have them.
Dude, everybody, let's get Zafita to 1,000 subs by tonight or tomorrow. By tomorrow, you'll be at 1,000 subs tomorrow. All right? I'll make a globe song for you, even. You know, dude, there's some really cool globe songs. There really is. Like, they're really cool. You know.
Can you spin a real quick one for us right now?
My favorite's that Billy Joel song. We didn't start the fire. It's all turning since the world's been better.
Day Saints is like you're trying to go back to globe. Is that like a statement on how?
Yeah, dude. Because I've been having these migraines
you can't
every
go
day
back
now.
to globe no matter,
Bro,
no
no
matter
brains,
how
no
hard you
headache.
try because there's too much evidence that the Earth is flat.
Seriously, like, to give up all these migraines I have every day, I'd go back to being a glober, bro. You know what I mean? I'm all for the no brains, no headaches theory. Like, seriously, I'm about that. You know what I mean? Like, I have a splitting headache every moment, every waking moment. Dude. You know what I mean?
The no
Ever seen those old
brains, no
commercials? I've got a headache. Yes, babes.
Oh, no brains, no headache. That's good.
Right. You're gonna see me when I'm an old man, and I'm gonna be having that little relief one, and I'm gonna be like, "It's flat. I can't get up."
Like, just because I think you guys are wrong and a little bit silly doesn't mean.
How do you know? You just said for yourself that you do not know. You don't have the knowledge that we're supposed to have. So how do you know that we're wrong? You can only know that someone is wrong when you have more information than the person.
Well, he said he thinks we're wrong, but I know I'm right. So I guess me and you were meant to be.
I'm positive you guys are wrong.
We're not.
Well,
I don't need much
if being
knowledge
wrong
to
is
know.
flat, then I can't be right.
Can you say precisely with what? Can you say, Zafida, can you say precisely with what we are wrong?
The idea that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, can you tell me now? Do you know why I'm here? What do you think?
Here because you were born in Serbia, like my grandfather.
No, I born in Yugoslavia, but that doesn't matter. I didn't born in Serbia, but doesn't matter. That I ask you, do you know? What do you think? Is better question. What do you think? Why I am here? What is my best reason?
Oh, the purpose of existence.
No, I'm saying on this server.
What you mean? Why they're human beings?
It was an accident, but yeah, sorry.
Okay, I think I know that Earth is flat. Do you? Oh, the question is, what do you think? Why I know that Earth is flat?
Because you think.
But what I think? Do you know what I think? And that think make me thinking that Earth is flat.
It's recursive. It infinitely recurses.
Did I read the list?
Okay, did I read why you think is because you think, and that
okay,
is
great.
And
did
so
I read the book? Did I read the book? Did God send me a message? Did what's happened? What do you think?
I mean, if you read a religious book that was a literal word of God, then
you think that I realized like that Earth is flat?
You watch too many Hollywood movies.
You know what makes a lot of people become a glober is that Miley Cyrus song. I came through like a wrecking ball.
No, it's interesting though that he used the term recursive. I've not heard that before by one of these globers. But answer the question, Zafida. Saucer's asking you a question.
Yeah.
Can you state the question again succinctly?
Yeah. What do you think? Why I think that Earth is flat? Why is my reason to think that Earth is flat? What is your opinion?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Do you want to know?
Yes, please.
Okay. There is no curvature in reality. You know, the sphere. What you think in from NASA. You know, then when you make observations, that curve should be there for the sphere. but it is every observation showing that there isn't any curve there.
Why do you think there's no curvature in reality? Why does a round ball not curve?
Why do you think there is?
Great. You asked me a question. Because Earth has dimensions. Sorry, because of my English. You know, if
your English is a lot better than my Serbo Croatian Yugoslav.
Both of your Englishes is perfecto.
I poured out some good English right now for your English, dog. You know what I mean?
My Italian.
I wish
you got to put English on that cue ball.
My ability in my ancestors' language was as good as your ability in English.
You guys we're listening. We're hinging on you. We're like hanging on every. I'm hanging on every word of your guys' conversation. Continue, please.
Okay. They are saying
that something happening here.
Earth has dimensions, you know, and it's big, really, really big. It's 25,000 miles. That's big, let's say.
There are other planets other than Earth that are bigger.
Way bigger.
How do you know that?
It's observable.
You're presupposing Earth is a planet.
It's observable. You can see something in the sky and say that it's bigger than Earth.
Measurements.
Measurement. How you measure planets?
Model reifications.
Measure by observing it, by measuring it.
I don't know.
By observing it.
You hold the tape measure up to your eye.
I'm gonna make the admission that you guys want me to make, and I'm not.
Man,
I'm doing my best not to slip.
Just be honest. We don't care what you say. We were like having a ball. We were like cracking. We were talking about stupid shit before you came here. We want to talk about serious flat Earth things.
Absolutely.
I measured Earth by putting a tape measure up to my eye.
It's the same thing that other globers say, like the scientists who have
listen, I want to finish my
research about the existence of the solar system and the measurements of planets.
Zaphida, but that's not my reason why I'm here. I'm not because of science, because of planets, because of many years of studies. I'm not here because of that. I'm here because there is no curvature in reality. And I try to explain to you, to tell you dimensions, and now 25,000 miles. That means that big thing's 25,000 miles. That means then on 1 mile you have 8-inch drop, you know.
Okay, other flat Earthers, is there curvature in reality or not?
No.
Like an orange curve, bro.
I want to know if this is a general flat Earth thing or if it's relatively unique and such as
no one has ever been able to show us any. That's why we say it in reality there is no curvature.
Or put like this: who from the ancient time till now measured curvature and which method was used, and we can do it. Yeah, we can find it and then we can go on.
Was it Galileo or was it one of those other astronomers?
No, it was not Galileo. What Galileo did? How Galileo measured?
What did Galileo do exactly? Speed and velocity, gravity and free fall. Yes, that's right. He measured the gravity of the Earth.
Man, Columbo was the sailor, not the astronomer.
That's Colombo. He was a
again gravity. Again. Blah blah blah. But we are 2022. Everyone who has the photo camera and go to the beach cannot find the curve. Why Columbo could find the curve and we cannot?
How does gravity work in flat Earth theory then?
What's gravity?
Gravity is how do you define gravity?
Yeah, you don't know to define gravity, but you will ask how that works.
As the universal force of attraction acting.
How you How
the size
unicorns
of the
work?
Earth.
The same question. How unicorns work on globe Earth?
Sorry, what?
How unicorns work on the globe Earth theory?
Unicorns.
Yeah, it is the same question.
Unicorns a mythical creature.
Gravity, it's a not proven theory.
Pseudo force. Pseudo force. Pseudo horse.
What? I will repeat. Gravity is not proven theory.
Okay. Okay. What is the force that
What is
stops us from floating off of Earth into space? Then.
What force? Tell me, does any force has unit?
If there was no force acting on me to keep me planted on Earth, I would float away.
Really?
I think so.
Why?
It's the laws of physics.
Laws of physics. Are you a bullshit?
What force does the helium balloon defy?
Well, helium balloon. What is a helium balloon?
Is it defying gravity?
It's not defying gravity. Gravity is acting upon it. It's just that its mass.
Is it?
Okay, can you tell us what gravity is?
Its mass is not enough. Is low enough that it floats away.
Give us any experiment that demonstrates the existence of gravity, please.
Okay, so you guys don't believe in gravity. Well, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm asking you. Give us an example of it. Give us an example of it.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No, I don't.
If you don't believe, why we need to believe in gravity then? You understand me? I'm not joking.
That's how a belief system works, man. Otherwise, it's not real if you don't believe it.
I want to know that gravity exists. I don't want to.
Just give us an experiment in which gravity is demonstrated to exist. That's all.
It would be
the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure you guys heard.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, come on.
What?
Vida, did you know that even the physicists don't know what gravity is?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you know that even the physicists doesn't know what gravity is? They can't define it. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't know what it is. So why are you bringing gravity up?
But again,
because I had to go with something, and that's what I came up with.
Zafida, let's say that gravity, okay, exists. Let's say I believe in gravity, but what we will do now with curvature?
Define curvature.
Define curvature. It's a necessary antecedent for the sphere. Like, can you have aeroplane without wings?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Yeah.
Why does a ball exist?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Can you have ball without curves?
No.
Why we have why is not curving then?
A ball by definition curves. It's the shape.
Yeah, but this one, in reality, doesn't curve. That's the problem. In reality,
we need proof of curvature.
All I have to do is show you a ball. That's proof enough.
Yeah, okay. But listen to this. If I want to be photographer a long distance, can I use that profession? Can I be that?
Why not?
Because if I shoot the photo of mountain on 270 miles, is that real mountain or is it some reflection in the sky?
Obviously a real mountain.
That means if I can make a photo 275 miles straight line. What that mean? Do you know that on that 275 miles should to be drop, some kind of drop its curve?
There is
on the,
a drop.
If you are on the top of the ball is dropping away from you. Is that true? No.
Yes, it slopes away from you in all directions.
Yeah. That is not happening in reality. Especially with the water, because water is level.
Actually, it is just on such a massive scale.
Yeah, that's I explained. I told. Listen, this is very important. I told you that scale is 25,000 miles, and when you do math, on every mile should be 8 inches of drop. That means on that 275 miles, he cannot reach that mountain. That mountain should be 3 miles under the, how to say, behind the curvature. He should. That is Guinness record of photo. The guy made the photo 275 miles. Do you understand me? And he shoot the mountain, and that mountain should be like 3 miles under the curve.
Peter, can you prove curvature? Can you prove it to us?
I don't think I can prove it to you.
Zahida, did you understand me? That is the scale.
Thank you for being honest.
You can do it.
Of course, I believe in.
You cannot measure the planets, but you can measure the Earth. You can see the dimension of the Earth, and then you can go to the beach, and then you can find some object, island, whatever. Distance A, distance B, and then you will see how much distance is and how much.
I've got this. I'm curious now. I've got this Earth curvature calculator.
Great.
Tell me how much of the object is obscured by the curvature of the Earth. 275
Yes, based on a 3959 radius spheroid.
That's your math. We didn't create that. That's your math.
Do
you understand that, Peter? That's your math, the globe math. We didn't invent it.
This is the dimension of the sphere, man.
I didn't invent math. It's everybody's math.
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, it's based on the radius of. You know what the radius of the globe is?
I do.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that Earth curve calculator?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough for this shit.
Well, you just saw it. You only realized it three seconds ago. So don't look at it. If you're interested, look at it. Do your own observations. See if what the model projects exists in reality. That's it.
I posted your picture in the voice text chat if you want to read from the text and look at the picture.
Live stream voice text.
Yep.
I saw this before.
Yeah, and
it's right above this voice chat.
Yeah, and Zafida, that is an image, a still from a video taken from a 1 foot observer site above the surface of the water.
Can you see the picture?
I'm looking at it. I'm staring at it.
And the platforms are there only for distance demarcations.
Where's the horizon on that picture, Zafida?
It's in the distance between the
Define horizon. What is horizon?
No.
Zafida, what is the horizon, Zafida? What?
Again, it's probably you want
No,
something.
Zafita, what is the horizon?
It can't be defined in concrete terms. It's
not a trick question. The horizon is where the sky meets the ground.
There's no ground there.
Apparent.
Well, the sea. Yes, where it appears to meet. Where is that location, Zafita?
In the gravy
on
ocean.
on the picture.
Yeah, on the picture.
Is it before the platforms, in between the platforms, or behind the platforms? The horizon.
Okay, behind.
Great. Can we tell now that it's horizon 10 miles at least?
Oh, more than 10 miles.
Okay, great. Can you read the text now above the picture?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zafita.
No, I don't think so.
Zafida,
DJ's taking a quest.
Zafida, can you read the text? But read on what can we hear, or I can read it.
Okay, if P then Q, not Q, what the fuck does that even mean? Therefore, P. What the fuck does that mean?
But read, okay, you will understand.
Okay, if Earth is a sphere with radius 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square blah 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 blah. Horizon distance.
Horizon zero dawn?
No, it doesn't. I can't make sense of it.
Well,
It's a logical statement, right? Computer programmers use it. If this, then that kind of thing. So what it is?
Simple. Yeah.
What it is it's debunking the radius of the Earth. Using the math, right? Using geometry at 1 foot high, the physical geometric horizon. Do you know? I mean by that, the physical geometric horizon. Avida.
What about it?
That's the point.
You know what a physical geometric horizon is?
No.
Right, on a ball, yeah. So you've got a basketball on your hand, and you're looking at it. There's an edge, right? The physical edge to that basketball, yeah.
Well, the edge is all around it. It's got.
Yeah, as you're looking at it, you can't see further. You can't see below the physical edge of that ball, yeah.
No, and nor can you with Earth.
Zafita, if there was an ant crawling on the basketball, can you acknowledge that if the ant was walking away from you whilst you were holding the basketball, that eventually it would go over the curve and you would no longer see it? That's what we're talking about, a geometric horizon of a sphere.
Okay, yep. I'm with you.
So on that picture, yeah. According to your math, the globe math, and the radius they've given us, that is impossible because at 1 foot, the camera is, the physical geometric horizon of your globe should be at 1.2 miles. Understand that?
There's got to be something wrong with this math.
No, it's all based on the 3959 spheroid radius of the model. That's what's wrong with the math.
It's a formula to calculate. It's a formula to calculate the horizon. Where the horizon should be.
The 3959 number was not made up. The calculator, as crazy as it looks and calculates, that is what they claim reality is, according to the 3959 radius model. It's not reality. That's why it looks so absurd.
You're definitely not reality.
I need to ask a Globo who knows how to explain this.
Oh.
We just did. We just explained it to you, Savita.
There's no other explanation, dude.
Yeah, flat earthers are also globers. We were.
They are saying one word for this, but that word will not help.
The math, the math is very simple. It's like kindergarten level math. If you understand geometry, what geometry is, Avida?
Zafida, you are the most honest person who's come to the server in ages.
3,959 miles. Hang on. Seems.
959 miles is the radius. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the radius.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, Gravy Man.
So that's half the perimeter or whatever you call it. Diameter. The diameter. If you send a ship,
half of it, because
let's
look here.
Around the Earth,
diameter is double.
It will travel double the radius to get back to the same point. Of course, there's no line that a ship can actually go because there's land in the way. Or a plane flying around the Earth. It will, as long as it had enough fuel, which no real plane does, but anyway, it'll come back to the same
Who
point.
is the one giving the number of? So the diameter of the Earth around the center is 7,917.5. I don't know who the fuck is saying it's
Planet
900.
are you from, Gravy Man? Hey, Gravy Man, what planet are you from?
I'm a part of the none of your goddamn business planet.
Yeah.
What's the circumference of the Earth, of the globe?
Maps there. You've got some bad maps.
Yeah. Gravy Man, what's the circumference of the globe?
You're talking to a physicist here, man. A full-on PhD physicist. Thank you very much.
Great.
Awesome. You've been schooled in bullshit.
Then you should understand what we're saying, Gravy Man.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but here's the thing: is
what?
Hey, I'm going back to learning basic geometry here. Just
we were having a nice conversation with
okay, let me change the topic. Okay, let me just change the topic for you. No. Let me change the topic entirely so you can understand something. What happens when you put a bunch of boards, the same entire level, with the same exact hole in that, and then you shine a laser pointer through every single one of those holes? Will the laser pointer exactly go through all the holes perfectly at the same level, or will it drop a little bit because...
Well, you said they're all at the same level, so...
But no. I'm asking if they would, or would they actually drop a little bit due to a certain thing called curvature? Would they, or would they not?
Who cares?
No, we've done
No.
Listen.
If they drop due to a certain amount of curvature, because of the fact you have the planks of woods at the exact same height with the laser pointer, they do, because you guys even did that experiment. You guys even did that experiment.
Does the laser stay collimated? Does the laser stay collimated enough to be able to pass through all subsequent boards?
Yes. If you guys did this experiment.
Incorrect.
You guys did this experiment.
Do you know what attenuation of light is, or beam divergence?
Gravy Man, can you explain to me how the math is bad? Because I'm sure the math is bad. I just want to know how. I've got a headache of it.
Unfortunately for him, Zafita, he asked a different question.
Yeah.
But he's talking.
No,
But
sorry,
we-
change.
But you guys don't want to answer my question because the fact
You
is,
get all your learning,
trying
Gravy
to.
Man.
They're
Gravy
trying
Man, do you
to.
get all your learning from Netflix? Is that how you learn? Is
I
about
get all my
learning
learning from
through
my
Netflix?
own mathematics. Thank you very much.
Incorrect. Incorrect. What you just
Thank you
described
very much.
is
Gravy Man,
Netflix.
Weaver on the Black Swan. Do you have maybe some explanation for that?
Black's phone.
Gravy man, you want to go in a voice call, just
We
one
were
on one?
speaking. We were speaking about photo on the voice text chat about 10 miles horizon. Do you want to explain that maybe?
The what horizon? Well, do you not see a curvature in the horizon when you're standing in the middle of nowhere?
Nope.
I mean, how about the lasers out in Antarctica that they've proven that they can literally like use lasers to actually do the
fight
What
each
about the fact that you can actually fly out
Your script is
into
weak.
space
Gravy
and
Man,
literally
your
fly around
script
it?
is weak.
How far can you paint the
You asked a
target?
question. Why not listen to the answer?
Yeah, you're obfuscating all over the place.
I'm listening
man.
to the answer,
Let's stay in the
and I
5
hear a
minutes.
whole lot of bullshit. That's what I hear. I hear a whole lot of blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and a bunch of bullshit because you guys think that you have answers.
Blah blah blah.
I'm not angry.
Blah blah blah.
If I'm angry, I'd be yelling.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
But you guys, look at that. You're just saying blah blah the entire
Gravy
time.
man, you're doing
He asked a
exactly
question.
the opposite.
Let him answer.
Gravy man, I'm a glober. I'm going to stay a glober. I'm confident in that. But you've come in here and did the opposite of what I planned to do.
Plan to do.
Intended.
He's just saw that he spent so much time and money on a bullshit career and a bullshit education, man. Don't blame him.
Oh no, I don't have a bullshit career. My entire career is engineering, and
That's
I
great.
make probably more money than a lot of you guys here anyway.
Yeah, that's great, man. Listen, that's great. Let's go back.
It's all gravy, man.
Let's talk Black Swan. Can you explain what horizon time further?
It's a really good question. If an ant crawling across the basketball goes past the edge of where you should be able
So
to
let me explain this.
see it anymore.
What happens if I decide that I want to sail
Your script
around
is
the
weak.
world?
We're having a conversation here. Thanks
I am
for your
right now.
input.
I am right now having a conversation. The conversation is if I decide
Someone was
to
speaking.
take a boat.
Someone was speaking, Gravy. Let him finish.
At the end of the earth, what happens to me? What happens to me if I take a boat and I start sailing at the end of the earth?
What end? No one's ever been there. So it's a rhetorical question. We don't know what is beyond the south 60th degree. Well, we put it this way: we're not allowed to travel independently to explore beyond the 60th degree south latitude line. You're not allowed to take fuel. You're only escorted to one escarpment off of some little
But they've already
peninsula,
proven that,
and then
though.
they put out a little ceremonial pole and tell you that you've reached the south. So when it comes to this place, what we're actually asking for is tangible.
That's already been proven.
So the Netflix documentary, which you've based your entire
I mean, I
worldview
can
on,
literally just
which showed a
take a
couple of
boat right
boards with
now,
holes in it.
hop
Let me just
on
finish my
fucking
sentence.
Japan.
Gravy.
So
Let me finish.
how come people
Gravy,
from
let me finish my
Japan?
sentence. Gravy.
How
Is there a
how
mod
come
in the
from
room?
Can someone mute him?
Yeah, I'm about
Is
to.
there a mod in the room, please?
Yeah, he's muted. So this
He
is how
arrived because there was an actual conversation taking place.
1 second. So this is how we're going to do this, right? We're going to let each other speak. So Flat Earth Solar was about to tell you something, Gravy Man. Oh, he's muted himself, deafened himself. Oh, so Flat Earth Solar is going to explain to you, right, Gravy Man? Oh, let me help him out. Let me help him out.
He's behaving like a child.
Yeah, so I just booted him out of the. Yeah, we can move to Zafida. Maybe he has questions or heard him say something. Yeah, Gravy Man is back. I hope he can listen to the answer that Flat Earth Solar is going to give him. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Rog.
No problem.
Very short, very concise. The Netflix documentary that you were describing with boards and holes in them. So now he's muted. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to kick him out of the room every time he's doing that.
So that experiment that Jeranism attempted to do, he spent countless months asking for input from people. Then he made holes in these boards, bought a collimator to try and recollimate the light, because light always diverges outwards. And over a 3-mile stint, effectively the light diverged, causing the final board to be completely immersed in light. The disingenuous documentary used him saying interesting, and that seems to be sufficient cause for you to think that there was curvature in 3 miles. Subsequently, we've done laser experiments at 30 miles. When you start looking into military applications, they can paint a target up to 100 miles away with a laser. So if there was curvature at 3 miles, like you insinuated, then those laser tests or painting a target at 100 miles away would simply be impossible, which is why then Sasha tried to bring you back onto the black swan, which is the definitive evidence that your radius is wrong, where we have measured that the radius value is more than 10 times further than what it's claimed to be on the sphere Earth. Gravy Man, now you may respond.
Okay, 1 second. Here he goes. You've been unmuted, Gravy Man.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, what about Pearl Harbor? People from Japan flew over and attacked us from Pearl Harbor. At the time, jet planes, aircraft carriers were not possible to go the whole way around that entire time.
Yeah, you fell for an anti-flat Earth meme, right? So let me pull up the actual
Let me just stop you right now. I'll just mute your ass because you want to mute my ass. So I'm going to say this right now. That the fact of the matter is that Japan did not actually really...
No, you did not do that.
So I'm gonna pull up the chart, the actual map that was let me pull it up.
So.
Notice again how he can't stick to answering anything about the question. He obfuscates to a completely different subject.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we can move to another guy. Zafida, maybe you have a question?
Okay, you got a basketball, you've got an ant. You look at the basketball, you look at the ant. The ant crawls away from you. And it goes over the edge. You can no longer see an ant.
Okay, cool.
Okay, same example. Let's take an ant and make him walk away on a flat surface. At what distance does the ant become invisible?
No, there's
just a flat surface.
There's a formula for it. I don't know.
Do you wear glasses? Do you sometimes need something to assist your eyes to be able to see something, or your eyes start to lose focus on something? So if an ant walks away from me and eventually I can no longer see it, it has to have gone over a cliff, right? It can't just be that my eyes can no longer resolve the tiny ant at 10 meters or 20 meters or 40 meters away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Point being that an alternative explanation for the same effect does not make your description of an ant walking around the outside of a basketball be the only cause of you not being able to see the ant any longer, right? True or false?
Again, sorry.
I said that sometimes there are alternative explanations to the same effect. You said if an ant walks around or over a basketball and then suddenly disappears, insinuating that if an ant walks away from me and I can no longer see it, it has to be a curve. So then I say on a flat surface, at what distance does an ant become invisible again?
On a flat
Maybe
surface.
20 meters, 30 meters. Can you see an ant from 50 meters away?
On a flat surface, it
On a
depends
road,
on many
your flat
different
road outside your
variables.
house.
Yeah,
And
there's
can you
lots of
see an ant? Can you see an ant 40 meters away from you on the flat road outside your house?
Well,
It's very simple. Yes or no? Can you see an ant at 40 meters away from you on a flat road? Yes or no?
if I use binoculars, yes.
Correct. So it's optical. So if you use something which enhances the optical ability, you can then bring it back into view. And that's subsequently the experiments that we've done at Oceans, where we take out our binoculars and we see that the ship that appeared to have disappeared into the distance can now be fully resolved again. The full resolution of the image can be recaptured. And once it now goes out of view with the binoculars, I can then take out my P900 and which has a greater optical zoom, and I can zoom that object back into focus.
Okay, at what point can you no longer?
So, as I mentioned to you, asserting that an ant can only disappear because of curvature is false, because an ant can also disappear simply due to distance away from your eyeball. And then what we're talking about now is called the Rayleigh criterion. It's actually 1.22 times by the diameter of the aperture of the lens. So the lens in this case being your eyeball, or the binocular lens, or the camera lens, it is governed by the size of the aperture. The hole that lets the light in will determine the distance at which something becomes unresolvable, which means it's an optical phenomenon causing objects to disappear at distances based on aperture size. Rayleigh, R-E-I-L-E-G-H. Rayleigh criterion is the scientific name for why things disappear in the distance. And as Gravy Man was asserting just now, oh, but something disappears in the distance, that must be curvature. Incorrect. It's the resolution limit of the eyeball or the binoculars or the camera, whatever the size of the aperture is, will determine at what distance that object will disappear. Does that make sense?
All right. Let's say the ant walks behind a wall. Can you still see the ant through the wall from behind the wall?
Of course not. Of course not. Correct.
Because the light doesn't.
And if the ant was behind a wall, could I bring out a binoculars and bring it back into view?
No.
Correct. And could I bring out a bigger camera lens and bring it back into view?
No.
No. Correct. So if it's been physically obstructed, no amount of optical enhancement can cause it to come back into focus.
Now, a curve can do the same thing, because if you go far enough from where you're observing to where the object is, light will not bounce between the optical device, whatever it is, and that object, because it's obscured by the curve.
It's assumed
But there is no curve.
to be a curve. Yeah, you go, Roger.
Yeah, there's no curvature, never been measured. So I assume you've seen the black swan image. Have you seen that one?
I was wondering why. I was actually sort of playing devil's advocate, wondering why the other oil rig isn't disappeared. If it should be obscured by the curvature, but clearly it's not.
Well, there is no curvature, right? So if we go about with the,
I don't accept that that's the only explanation. I think something's wrong with.
So Yeah, so
You're
water lays flat and level in rest, right? We use water to build gigantic structures and roads and bridges, right? We use water levels. The water lays flat and level in rest. When we measure over large bodies of water, like lakes or oceans, it measures flat.
And water covers 70% of the surface of this place.
So I don't know why you would say, well, I don't accept that. There must be another thing. Is it because you want it to be a ball?
But he said that he doesn't accept that that's the only explanation, but yet he's asserting the only explanation can be curvature. So the only one asserting that there's only one explanation.
Oh, no, I fully accept that if something's way far away on a flat surface,
it will become unresolvable.
And Zafita, this image isn't it isn't unique. There are many. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to find an image that depicts a geometric horizon at that distance.
Yeah, a 6 foot observer height. So if you're 6 foot or close to, the horizon can be no further than 3.6 miles away from you. Now, if you've ever stood anywhere in your life and looked at another town that's 10 miles away or 20 miles away, or you can see a mountain range at 100 miles away, you have just disproven the assumption that the horizon has to be at 3 miles away from you, always, because you're on this curving ball that curves in all directions, left to right, as well as out in front of you, as well as behind you. The horizon can be no further than 3 miles if you are standing upright and you are 6 feet tall. Are you looking in the voice chat, in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Are you in that channel? Okay, great. So if you look up at the black swan picture, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the last oil rig?
Past the platform habitat.
Correct. So what we've basically done here, this picture comes from a video. So once again, we know that people are not going to just simply accept an image. So there is a whole video linked to this, whereby the guy shows that he's placed the camera down at 1 foot observer height. So he's literally right in the ocean, got his little tripod with the camera just 1 foot above the water, and then he films down, he shows you exactly where he's standing, and then he zooms out to these objects. Now, using the mathematics generated by the spherical model, they gave us the numbers of 8 inches per mile squared, based on a radius value of 3959, which is what we're told. If I write that in a test, I get marks, I get full marks, if that's the radius value. So based on that radius value, there has to be this curvature present. And if I lay all the way down on the Earth, that's where the curvature is going to be most noticeable at the shortest distance. So in this image, the horizon should have been at 1.22 miles, which means the first platform, Hill House, should have been already obstructed by the hard horizontal line that we call the horizon. And the horizon is a horizontal line. And if you go look up the definition of horizontal, it'll usually be level or at the zero. It's completely level. You don't have a diagonal line being horizontal. A horizontal line is a level line. And that level line should be obstructing the first platform. So why this is such a nail in the coffin display is that second platform is 9.4 miles and it's not even being obstructed yet. Then The horizon which we can see, which is way past that, we've just assumed, let's say 10 miles to be conservative, because that horizon distance could be 12, could be 13, could be 14 miles away. But we're just saying, make it 10 miles. Then that means that the radius value of the Earth would need to be over 200,000 miles, not 3,000 miles, like we've been told. Would have to be over 200,000 miles, which is effectively the distance to the moon. What we've been told is the distance to the moon, is the discrepancy that this one picture shows between the model we were all taught at school, that we're living on the sphere with a radius of 3959, and when you actually go into the real world and do observations yourself, you will see that it never comports. It never correlates.
You can ever come across, and I still hate the fucking traffic. You know, this is what
I'm slowly starting to recall somewhere on YouTube I came across an explanation why we can still see things in the distance, even though the spherical model suggests that they're obstructed. I think it's got something to do with.
I think it will be in any
Very
scientific.
clear.
It will be in any scientific book written like this phenomena. It's a moving horizon, and I will read about that book, about that scientist, how he realized about that phenomena is doing that. Not YouTuber, not YouTube channel, something,
Well, maybe I could just quickly ask him a question using a practical example, if you don't mind.
I just wanted to help him out. I just wanted to help him out with what he was looking for.
I just wanted to tackle the illogical thing with the whole light bending.
Sure, he was very polite. Hold on. He was just very polite to listen to me explain things. But all I wanted to just say to him was what he was asking for is either refraction. I think he might be thinking that refraction causes us to see further, or that it's miraging, that when we see things in the distance, it's actually a mirage. That could be what you think you're referring to. And if you want to chat about that just now, let this other guy finish his point.
Right. So I was just going to give us a little practical example. Say there's you and another person, and there's like a physical hill in between you. You can't see each other, right?
Okay.
As far as the example goes. Because this is basically what the globe is claiming, right? Between point A and point B, there's a physical hill, a curved body of water or land, whatever. So now you have these two observers on the opposite sides of the hill. The hill's in between them. Do you think that it's possible for light to bend in such a manner, or for a mirage to happen, or whatever, that you will see the hill appear behind the other person that's behind the hill? You think that could ever be possible?
No.
All right, fair enough. But this is essentially what they have to claim when they want to say refraction explains this image, right? Because the horizon is supposed to be that physical obstruction, that physical blocking of whatever's behind it. So in order for whenever refraction happens, you say, well, okay, the light's changing its angle because you have, different densities over the water, temperature gradient, you have turbulence in the air, there's all kinds of stuff. But all that would happen is, and if you look at like Skunk Bay time lapse, you can see this very clearly. All that would happen is things would appear to be displaced upward or down, right? They appear to go up and down a little bit. But, that doesn't mean that the obstruction is now going to appear behind what it's obstructing. It could only mean that some of the objects should now be visible, or none of it, because it went even higher, right?
Correct. And going back to the black swan example, why we say 10 times further? 10 times is effectively 1,000%. So we're getting 1,000% discrepancy. When you go and look up the definition of refraction, refraction is said to account for 10% difference. So if we saw the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and then we saw the horizons actually at 1.32 miles, that would be the 10%. But if we're seeing the horizon appearing past 10 miles when it should be at 1 mile, that's 1,000%. And 1,000% cannot be explained by a 10% difference in refraction. Make sense?
Okay.
So what is fascinating is that the refraction value that they've known that we see too far for way too long. They even asserted that there's something called terrestrial refraction, whereby they increase the radius of the Earth. They say, all we need to do is take this measurement and times it by 7/6r. So effectively making the radius 1/6 larger to try and account for some of these observations which we're seeing the Earth be too big. Now, the radius value is so precise, they give it to us in 3959 and 59 miles. The 59 miles is very precise. It's not and 60 or 62 or it's 3959. They claim they have measured this. Firstly, if you wanted to measure a radius of anything, you would have to go to the center of the circle and measure to the outside of the circle. Nowhere in any recorded history has any person been to the center of the Earth. To corroborate the assumed radius is accurate. But what we've done with a single photo like this and thousands of other demonstrations, if you're interested, we've shown that the radius never corresponds with their mathematics. So if the radius value is inaccurate, the radius value is what's used for all orbital dynamics. How we put airplanes, how we put satellites up, how the Earth turns around the sun. It's all measured in astronomical units, AUs. And those astronomical units are based off of a presupposition that the Earth has a radius of 3959. And the rest of that model is built around that value. So if that 3959 is false, it starts to crumble. The rest of the assumed, like if you use an assumption and that assumption is flawed, everything else you're going to postulate afterwards is also flawed.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he.
I hope that's clear for Safira. I want to give Gravy Man another chance. So he wants to make a statement and then we can look at it. Gravy Man, you're unmuted.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't want to hear what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah.
You muted me in the middle of my actual statement.
Okay, so
of what I was saying.
Okay. So instead of complaining, right? Bring out your statement now.
I mean, it doesn't
Go ahead.
matter.
Go
you
ahead.
wanted to mute me in the middle
If it doesn't matter,
what I was saying.
you can
Okay,
go right back
I'm
to
going to
mute
say this
and
right now.
stop complaining.
If you guys
Make the
are
statement
not
or stop
willing,
complaining, dude.
if you guys are not willing to hear what I said the first time
We
around,
unmuted you.
and I
We're
mean,
willing to hear. So
Hey,
tell us.
it doesn't
Can you
matter.
say it?
And tell us.
Can you say it? Can you say it? Gravy, can
I
you
could
say
have
it?
earlier, but I don't fucking care now because
Can you
it
say
sounds like
it?
you guys are
Can you say
closed-minded.
it? Can you say
Right.
it now?
Man,
Can you
please.
say it? Say it.
I don't fucking care now.
Okay.
Why
Please.
can
Oh,
we
that's
see
good. Okay,
Platform
bye-bye.
Habitat and Platform Healer House?
I'm just
Over
saying
6
when
miles away.
you silence somebody,
You should.
it's like you're being the
Oh, you
government.
wanted to say
So
that.
this
You
is
came to
not
here
your
to say
house.
that.
Yeah.
1 second, Sasha. This is not your house, Gravy Man. I've unmuted you to give you the opportunity to yield the floor to you to bring out your statement. Yet you choose not to and complain and throw out accusations, right? This will be your last chance. So either you will bring out your statement and we can look at it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah, he
So what
doesn't
will
care.
it be, Gravy Man?
I wasn't throwing out accusations. When I'm in the middle of a statement and someone tries to talk over me, is one thing entirely.
And when you do that to them,
that is entirely not acceptable in my opinion.
And
it is
when you do
very
that
much
to them-
one-sided opinion of thinking that you can kind of talk over people. It's like a dictator trying to silence those
This is not
that
your
don't have the
house,
same
Gravy
opinion.
Man.
It
This
might
is
not
not
be
your
my
house.
house.
Here, can I try for a second? Can I try with Gravy Man? Let's see if I can.
All we wanted was a cordial discussion, a backwards
And
and
I
forwards.
was trying to give you a discussion, and then you talked over me.
Okay, Gravy, listen, ready? Let's just say all that's true. Can you still add your... Okay, it's all true. Everything you just said is true. Can you now add your ideas to the conversation? Yes or no?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, there we go. The problem solved.
Because it doesn't matter when you talk over someone. I feel disrespected, hardcore.
Gravy Man.
Like, I do. I try to bring an actual conversation to the table.
Nothing about your behavior today has shown any respect for the room or any person talking in the room.
I was in the middle of talking.
Discussion, I'm mid-sentence, Gravy. I'm mid-sentence.
Okay, go
you just
for it.
explained how that was very disrespectful. Okay? I don't talk forever, and I make a long pause at the end. That means you can talk when it's quiet.
Yeah.
All right? We put you on mute. We had a good conversation with another person where it went backwards and forwards. Each person gets a chance to make their point. The other person gets a chance to rebut.
Yeah, but
That's
I never
just called
actually
being
finished
cordial.
my point.
No, we've asked you twice to finish your point, and you're sulking now like a 16-year-old.
Well, no, I'm not sulking.
Yeah,
I'm more of the
some
fact
little
of the matter
problem
is
on his
you
mind.
just jumped in the middle of when I was talking.
No, you did it now.
I did it now to show you how what you did to me.
Yeah, that's great. Can we have some reasonable conversation? Let him finish, then you can go, and then he go.
Well, it
and
doesn't
then you
matter
go.
if you're going to jump in the middle of me.
No, I'm
when I
saying because I'm
talk.
listening. I will shut up. I'm listening. But can he finish? Okay.
I'm going to let a lot of people know about this shit.
How disrespectful is it when someone responds to you like I did, where I explained to you Jeranism's experiment over 3 miles, and then I explained to you that we've got laser experiments at 30. Now we've got military applications that target over 100 miles away using the same lasers that would be completely obscured if there was actually curvature in between. And then you started talking about Pearl Harbor. Do you think that that's respectful?
Looks like he left.
And he runs.
Yeah, the Pearl Harbor thing, I mean, that was ridiculous because it's just an internet talking point, you know? Like, make fun of flat earthers. How did Japan bomb Pearl Harbor? He doesn't even know what he's mad about. He's just mad. He's just angry about something, and he can't even articulate what that's about. Who can help him? He needs to help himself first.
He didn't want to listen. This was the great point. He explained now the second time everything, and he went out. That's it. Okay, great. You're not here to speak about.
I was just listening on Livestream, and he was like, "I'm going to let everybody know about how I was disrespected, even though he didn't bring any really solid points."
I have a question.
It's fucking hilarious.
I have a question, Zafida. Zafida, sorry. What do you think about this guy? What he brought like a point that we can. He said
he didn't bring any point. I was hoping he was going to bring a point, but he was just a tosser. He's just angry.
There you go. He's a tosser. Yeah,
people having different views than him.
That's an English term, right? Tosser, right? He's a tosser.
Yeah.
A queen.
What does that mean? Like, because I'm not British. What is tosser?
Like a drama queen.
I think you know what tosser means.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to hear you explain it.
No, another question, Zafida. Do you think that we
someone who jokes off?
You're holding an object in your hand. You want to throw it away from you. What's that called? A toss. Now you take the same motion and repeat it back and forth.
That's brilliant.
Holding a.
Hey, Zafida, I just wanted to say something.
That happened to be the correct answer, too, I think.
Oh, God, I didn't mean to disrupt everything. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. Go ahead.
This is for all you guys. I'm trying to. raise up this money.
I still
These
have
are
a
really
question.
cheap.
I still
This will
have a
support the
question.
flat Earth and the globe community. I'm going to post it in the live stream. This is something serious. Jackie's selling them. We're trying to raise up money for the dog. So you guys just take a look. Back as you were. I'm just saying. Check out these if you're interested in buying them. Hit us up.
Where'd you post it?
All right.
I just put it in the live stream
You
right now.
are observing at ground level, and an object is 3,960 miles away. If you have a powerful enough optical device, will you be able to see that object?
Oh, I think I got this. Okay, so you're saying with a part. Yeah, I got you. Okay, ready? On the globe model, they tell you. Okay, the guy who invented this thought experiment. His name is Rumpus. He said with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction, two things, you would be able to see the back of your head on the globe. Now, on the flat Earth, you couldn't, because there's going to be atmosphere, there's going to be other things in the way that will be a physical block from how far you see. There just won't, like looking through water, like if you've ever been scuba diving or you ever been in a pool and like you look up and you can see all the way across to the whole backyard. You dive under the water, you can't even see the end of the pool anymore. No amount of telescopic vision will let you see the other side of the pool. There's just too much water. There's too much stuff in the way to be able to see the other side of the pool. Same thing on Earth. There's too much stuff in the atmosphere to see the other side of the pool.
Yeah, such as mist, fog, rain, dust particulates, pollution, anything that could cause some kind of optical interference. They call it opacity. Same thing like when you go down in the ocean. You can only have visibility for so far because eventually the water starts to distort your vision or limit the amount of light that can return back to your eye to be able to see something under the ocean. Then we know that the air contains humidity. So there is a percentage of that same refraction occurring due to the water, let alone all the other things in the air that can cause something to disappear in distance.
Yeah, I got a question related to this. So I just got up like early, before, well, not right before sunrise, but I just tried to do an observation over 3 miles with a Nikon P900, and I just had a question. There was a lot of this distortion going on with the humidity or something. The temperature is very close to the water, though, and that's what I was told is the best way to do this. And I was just trying to figure out would it be better if the sun wasn't shining to be able to get clearer conditions to be able to see further across this water? Because I couldn't see further. Well, I guess part of the problem is probably because there's this bridge that goes over, and there was a mirror image of the bridge reflected on the water, and I feel like that caused a lot of distortion because the bridge is about 1.5 miles across from where I was standing, and I was trying to do 3.5 miles. So is there a way to eliminate this, certain conditions I should be looking out for to get out there and be able to see further across, and less of that distortion from evaporation and humidity and stuff like that?
You would have to repeat that same observation many times over. Cold, right? If it's cold, you can usually see further.
Yeah, I was thinking about waiting when the ice freezes, right after it freezes, but before there's snow. And so it should be pretty pretty easy to do that. And yes, I know multiple times for the same observation. That is my plan. But today I was trying to go out and get like a baseline, and I couldn't even see the markers that I put under the bridge. That's a mile and a half, and I know they're there, you know, and I know you can see them, or I should be able to see them, but there was just so much distortion from, like I said, you know, like the reflection of the bridge on the water, and it was causing a lot of, you know, maybe I need to just find a different lake completely to do this, but I would like to do it because it's my hometown, and it's just kind of like there's a little bit of a like novelty to it to me.
Yeah, time of day makes a big difference. So when they were doing a lot of those experiments, they would get there before sunrise to ensure that there's no heat or additional heat causing any interruption or any kind of evaporation that causes that shimmering layer that can cause obstruction. The other time was late in the evening, but that time all the heat's already been absorbed by the liquid and the ground, so there's ambient heat. Then doing it between seasons is also really crucial. Doing it either in spring or in autumn versus winter and summer will render different conditions. One of the most important things that I think we've discovered that hasn't been fully utilized yet is the infrared lenses on cameras. IR or infrared at the certain spectrums actually penetrate a lot of these obstructions. The dirt, the optical occlusions, the humidity, and with infrared we're getting images that
super expensive though?
No, the adaptation is probably a couple of $100 to your camera if you've already got the P900 or P1000. But effectively, once you've got that little lens corrected or you've got the IR attachment, you can now do infrared videos where infrared actually cuts through a lot of the haze. So Tolan Media
is it movable? Because I feel like I heard that once the infrared is on, it can't come off.
Depends on the camera. I know that the Sony has an attachment that you can clip on and off, but I think the P900s had to be a physical adaptation because you've got to take away a polarized lens that's actually on the inside of the camera, or a polarized filter.
Yeah, I wish it was my camera. It's not mine, it's my buddy's, so I probably won't be doing that, but I might have to look into getting my own. But it's just, I mean, like, money, man. Those cameras aren't cheap. But I know, I'm motivated, so I'll probably end up doing it just to have the infrared, because then we can, you know, I can still use his that's not, you know, have the adaptation or whatever. Because I feel like the infrared, like, that kind of, you know, it cripples the camera in a sense. You know, it still helps with the observations and stuff, but you'll never be able to use it the same way you did before.
Yeah, it'll be a dedicated camera for a purpose. Yeah.
You guys ever heard of the Nikon D810A?
No, what is it? It's not high power zoom, is it? Or?
No.
What's its
no,
optical capability?
Yeah, it's made for taking pictures of the sky at night. It has that thing built on it, but it's never bottomed the price of the D850. But it was never a popular camera, but they say it's like one of the best cameras you can buy for solar observation. Not solar, just for like night sky observation. I mean, you hook it up to you don't need to hook it up to a telescope, but it has that thing built into it already. So it's not like a great day camera.
So it can just like it's good at like pulling light out of dark areas, you know, so like you can get pictures of the stars and stuff with it.
Yeah. Yep.
But Zafida, I think what this has just demonstrated by Conrad is that no one will convince you that the Earth is flat but yourself. And it's when you go and test it for yourself When you go and find
I
a
know
large
it's
body of
flat.
water,
I know it's flat, though. That's the thing. I know it's flat.
correct.
I just want this observation for other people.
Sure. But at the end of the day, they need to go to the water themselves. You can take a glober to flat water, but you can't make them think. It's
Right, but if the glober is already thinking and then they see it, then they see something from somebody that they know that did this themselves. It's more compelling, in my opinion. That's why. It's not just. I'm not trying to like prove anything to myself. I have people in my life that are seriously questioning what they believe, and I feel like with an observation done by me, that someone they know, it'll be more evidential, or there'll be better evidence for them.
Be careful; those cameras are addictive, dude. Like really addictive. When I got the P1000, I had the same philosophy as you. I'm gonna prove to all these people, and I would stay out all night just staring at the stars and the moon, like hours and hours till my fingers were numb, bro.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's not my camera, so it's my buddy's. He's the one that showed me Flat Earth, and he's had it for years, and he never even uses it for anything. So like he's always willing to let me use it for whatever, but he doesn't really use it for anything. And it was funny, we were out there trying to get a view on it or whatever, and like a bunch of guys from the National Guard were like doing some like training exercise or something because we were on like a walking path. They all came by, and then when we were leaving, we were sitting in the car, and they walked past like the whole, I don't know, there's maybe like 20 of them all walked past, and I had some Flat Earth cards, and I'm like, hey, I got some information here if you guys want to check it out. And then they just immediately like looked like I was gonna say like, oh, it's Flat Earth stuff, but like they just looked like weirded out, like, oh, what is this random guy talking to us for? And like none of them would take a card except for the last guy, dude. The last guy like saw everybody just say no, and I'm like, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything or nothing like that. I'm like, I'm just trying to pass on some information. That's all. It's just a business card, and then one guy grabbed one, and then as soon as he grabbed it, he was like behind everybody, and he like ran up to all the guys and like started showing it to them. So I was like, yeah, that little morning flat snack.
I just read about the P900. I was thinking about the accutations on them, right? So, like the Nikon D850 is, I think it's average to have like 400,000 accutations, whatever. And then the cheaper ones will be like 250,000. Some of them are even less. But so I was thinking like, well, this camera is very like light, and it doesn't feel as like as sturdy as like the Nikon DSLR. So I looked it up. I don't know. I've never looked at it before. They don't even have accutation numbers on them. So I was like, wow, because it's digital, right? So,
what does accutation? What is accutation?
Like how many shutter snaps it has, basically. Like they say like a MacBook Pro only has like, I don't know, like maybe 2,000 or 2,500 charges until it doesn't work anymore. Probably like 250,000, 300,000 miles. So the DSLR cameras have accutations on them. It's like every shutter click you take, it's estimated. Some of them are estimated like 400,000. But the highest would be like 500,000, and that's when you take really good care of the camera. And then like on P900 and P1000s like that, they don't have that on it. As long as you take good care of the camera, and the main thing is keeping dust from getting into the parts that like rotate and move. That camera, it said, will outlast its counterparts, but like so it'll outlast it up to like 10 to 20 models later, which is unheard of if you have like a DSLR. But yeah, you just have to be really careful like dropping those things or setting them down. Because like I dropped mine barely like a foot from the ground, and I was never able to see out of the focus part. Like, you could look through the where you put your eye at, or you could flip out the screen, and like if you're like shooting something where you can't put your eye to the screen to where you look through. So you're looking at the flip out screen. I could only use that to take pictures from that point on. So it was like really debilitating.
Conrad, can I ask you, what did your friend show you that made you discover the flat Earth?
Yeah, so it was back in 2017. I had this job, and he was the guy that was supposed to be working with me. And I almost quit the job, actually. It's kind of funny, so I would have never even found any of this out. But I toughed it out until he came back from vacation, and like the first thing he did was like he came up to me, big smile on his face, super friendly guy, and he's like asked me my name, and then just started like talking to me, asked me if I was into conspiracy theories, which I kind of always have been. You know, like the basic ones, 9/11, moon landing. I was into actually like Monsanto and some of the messed up stuff they've done over in California, and just, I mean, all over. They just completely messed up the farming industry. But then he asked me if I've ever heard of he said the mother of all conspiracy theories, and I'm like, what could that be? And I just thought it was, you know, he was talking about 9/11. But he just said flat Earth, or the Earth is flat, and I'm like, oh, you know, I didn't really like immediately say, oh, this is crazy, you know, like that's stupid, whatever. I never just like blew it right off right away. And I'm like, well, why do you think it's flat? And he just like told me a couple things, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but like Space kind of like mentioned how they fake stuff and how the pictures are CGI, and I'm like, I never had known the pictures were CGI. And he just told me like a few things, and then he gave me a video. He's like, just watch this. He's like, this is what I watched, and it like completely changed. Like it gave me a bunch of questions, and I went and started looking into the other things. And there's an interview, late night talk show interview, Dave Murphy. I don't know if you've seen it, but he just on a talk show. Yeah, it's a good one. I think it's a pretty good one for a new flat earther or new anybody.
Dave Murphy was epic. That interview, and then the subsequent ones that he did after that, he was so well spoken. He addressed the points very succinctly.
Yeah, man, and it's like 40 minutes long, dude, or something like that. 30-40 minutes, and I'm serious, like dead serious. I was a flat earther by the end of it. Like I wasn't like you know, oh, I don't need to look at this anymore, I know everything. I just was like, I need to figure this out. I need to know how this works. At that point, it just left me with so many questions, and I just kept going from there, and looked into it. I got really mad at the world, like upset and angry for like a long time, and then upset that my family just didn't care or thought I was crazy, and took them like years for some of them to come around. But now I'm not looked at as like, you know, crazy anymore, because I have like a better argument than I did when I first started. Like I have a better, like when people try to bring it up to me, I can defend flat earth way better than I've been able to in the past. And like now my family, like some of them, there's certain ones that they don't even like to be around when I talk about it, because they're just like, they get upset because they can't defend the globe that they believe in. So yeah, man, that was the first video. But then he got me into ODD TV, and ODD TV, I kind of just like, I got into a lot of like the truth in movies and like symbolism, and I kind of moved on from that point. And you know, I've just been kind of doing research. It's been sporadic. I took like a couple years off. I had a baby, so I wasn't like super into like flat earth anything, like watching anybody's videos and stuff. But I just recently, when not recently, but like a year and a half ago or so, when Austin Whitsitt started making like videos, like a few months before he went on his Clown World tour, I was like watching his videos heavily, and he put out a lot of really good, like eye-opening stuff that like really got me to keep looking into it and kind of pursue it more. And his videos actually led me to this Discord. So yeah, I mean, it's been a long few years, but I definitely wasn't like into it, like into the discussion side of it or anything, because I just was at the point where I thought everybody was just like, yeah, everybody I knew, like, I was like, I'm never going to find a group of, like, flat earthers or anything. Like, I tried to do a flat earth meetup at my house. That was even on Mark Sargent's channel. Like, I had my address on there and everything. That's probably still
What year
on
was
there.
that?
But,
What year was that?
huh?
What year
The
was that?
flat earth meetup? That was in the winter, in December.
Oh, just recently?
Yeah, so it's probably still on there. I mean,
I think he said 2017.
yeah, it's a Minnesota. It was a Minnesota meetup, and he put like only 2 people showed up though. But one guy was from New York, and one guy was all the way from South Dakota. It was pretty cool, and they stayed for hours, dude. We talked for a long time.
If I would have gone, to the Minnesota meetup, I would have taken a knee. You know what I mean?
Can I just link what you've just said, Conrad, back to Zafida? I just wanted to ask him if he knows any conspiracies that are true. Zafida, are you still with us?
With flat Earth versus globe, or in general?
No, just in general. Are there any conspiracies that you've looked into that you've discovered that they were actually true, whereas they were initially presented as completely conspiratorial?
I've never really looked into anything properly and made proper discovery. I don't go deep enough into that sort of stuff. I don't think I have the smarts for it. However, I think
Let me ask you just 2 or 3. So, do you think that the pharmaceutical industry is there to heal you, so that you never have to buy their medicines again?
Look, it's 50-50. The pharmaceutical industry has its benefits, but there is a lot of money makes the world go around, and a lot of people are hooked into it who would be better off. However,
And 9/11, do you think that it was a couple of Arabs with box cutters that took 3 buildings down with 2 planes, and that everything according to that narrative was exactly as said, and that they were going after weapons of mass destruction and not just simply attacking 11 countries in the Middle East to take over oil reserves? Do you think 9/11 happened the way that they posed it to the public?
oh, jury's out on that one. I think I'm of the opinion that 9/11 was a terrorist incident. However, if I was proven to be wrong, I would not be too surprised.
Thank you. And then do you think that the moon landing in 1969, with the technology that we have in a washing machine, that they were able to send a rocket with people inside 250,000 miles away, then from the same rocket take off again and travel 250,000 miles back to Earth with the people inside? Yet today, or in this year, 2022, Elon Musk is still just shooting his rocket up into the atmosphere and it's landing once. And people are touting that as remarkable. So do you think man walked on the moon in 1969 using effectively the processing power of a calculator?
I don't think the moon landing was fake. No, I don't buy it.
I have to agree with him on that. It would have been easier to go than to fake it. I agree with you on that one, bro. I'll give you that one.
Oh, that joke again.
Be hard to prove, actually.
It's easier to go there than to fake it. All that paperwork and all those people. Come on, bro. All the paperwork alone. I mean, come on.
So it wasn't a joke. People actually said that. People actually said it. Well, it was easier to go than fake it. That's actually a globe argument. That is not a joke.
Yeah, well, it's easier to be a millionaire than to fake being a millionaire. I mean, that's just simple logic, right?
Okay, so the reason I was asking Zafida these things is that those are probably the most simplest, the most easiest to debunk in a matter of 30 minutes. If you chose to look into any of those topics, the pharmaceuticals, the 9/11, or the moon landing, those 3 are generally, if you have the ability to see through the smoke screen that was presented to the public, then you're on your way to discovering the additional deceptions in the world, which then leads you towards the mother of all conspiracies, as Conrad so eloquently put just now, that generally speaking, if someone answers the way that you just did to those three conspiracies, and they believe it happened exactly the way that the government narrative said that it did, then there's no way that you're going to conceive or be able to understand the type of deception that's been enacted on the public to make them believe that we're on this spherical ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but you can't feel any motion. You have to be able to see through some of the smaller lies. Crow 777 calls it the staircase of disbelief, that the first staircase is like the fiscal system. You understand that every dollar is actually an inflationary system designed to sort of make the rich rich and make the poor poorer. And the whole debt and interest system is not geared for every person to have access to credit. It's actually to lock you into lifelong debt, whereby you're paying the interest to all the rich people who offer their money as loans. So the monetary system, the pharmaceutical industries, the 9/11, other ones like your false flag shootings, all of these little things are these stairs. And as you discover one stair, you go up the staircase. And maybe you're still on stair number 1, but flat earth is like staircase number 100. It's the top of the staircase. And you sometimes have to be able to understand some of these smaller deceptions to be able to get to the biggest one, whereby it's about removing your divine importance, making you think that you're an evolved monkey that came from primordial soup on a spinning rock that could be decimated at any point. So it doesn't matter if we drill every drop of oil out of this place and we pollute every drop of water because, hey, we'll just go to the next rock. That philosophy is designed to make people unaware of their significance or their importance in this design. That this place that we're in is so incredible, how every microorganism works in this food chain, all the way up to the top of the food chain, all the way through the food chain. Every little aspect of this entire creation has been so perfectly designed that there is no chance it could have sprung into existence by random chance. The way that they say it did is kind of like sending a tornado through a junkyard, and at the end, it must self-assemble airplanes and cars and make them be able to drive just from a hurricane randomly moving through a junkyard. That's the type of crazy assertion that we've been taught is the norm, that people assume evolution is the logical outcome, whereas the actual logical outcome is that this place is so incredibly balanced. In other words, if one thing goes out of kilter, everything starts falling apart. If you take away certain animals out of the food chain, the entire food chain collapses. So this chain had to sort of manifest all at once, or it couldn't have been possible, because if you take out one or two of the middle links, the entire chain falls flat. And that's the thing, that this 100th stair, when you reach the discovery that water is level, so that they call it sea level, and that sea level covers 70% of the surface of the earth. So for 70% of the surface it's level, then where does the sphericalness and spinning and rotation and all of this come into being is only through our optical limitation of our vision. When we look out at the horizon and we see things shrink with the distance, that's called perspective. You would draw a vanishing point, and then you would draw all your buildings coming towards you, getting larger and getting smaller and smaller until they disappear into the vanishing point. That's perspective. But they've hijacked perspective. They've used the laws of perspective and re-engineered them to be at that point where things vanish into the vanishing point. They assert that that's where the curvature begins. And when you go to that vanishing point, the vanishing point moves further away from you. And then you assume that the curvature now starts at that point, even though you've traveled horizontal all the way to the vanishing point. And when you keep chasing the vanishing point, you're always remaining on a level surface. But in your imagination, you're assuming that at that vanishing point now curvature begins. So I would urge you to go look into bubbles in space. If you Google the topic bubbles in space, you'll see how many times they've caught bubbles coming up from astronaut suits or coming out of the equipment. And then you'll go and see NASA's Zero Buoyancy Lab, where they actually train underwater and that they've got divers assisting them in their movements. Whereas water is inward pressure, like there's a compression pressure when you're underwater. Whereas if you were in the infinite vacuum of space, there would be this expanding pressure. You would want to go out into the vacuum. So it wouldn't make sense to train underwater for an environment that's completely opposite. So bubbles in space, look up land.
Like motherfucker.
Helio.
You're hot making.
You son bitch, Helio.
Show them what's made of. I want to ask Zafida though. In his bio, he has some kind of conspiratorial meanings. So how come you can't look into the stuff we're talking about?
To Flat Earth Solar talk.
You claim stuff in your bio about some other stuff that people would probably laugh at you. I would say the majority of people that is under the same consensus of the mainstream narrative. So can you explain that at least? Where does this come from? And then you seem to be reposing the stuff we present to you, the information.
This guy looked into Hitler and the things he said kind of made sense and thought, no, well, maybe he didn't die in Berlin. Maybe he did leave Berlin and went to
where?
Peru.
Argentina.
Argentina and Peru, yeah. There's the entire cities are named after him. There's streets named after him. There's the house that he grew old in. They know he lived there. But the rest of the world was fed a story that he shot himself. Kind of similar to Epstein. We were told, no, he killed himself.
No, Epstein didn't kill himself. I full believe Epstein didn't kill himself.
So you do understand that there are conspiracies that are true. So there's hope for you. That's good.
No, I think, I don't know. I'm going to hold out.
So why I asked you about this is that there's certain people who want to know truth, and there's other individuals who just want to be convenient, or they want the convenience of not having to discover there was a lie. Kind of like if
these
bad example, but if your wife was cheating on you, like
yeah, I'd rather. I want things to be convenient. I don't want to know the truth because I think it might scare me.
I like the way you say the word scare.
I mean, truth can be scary sometimes.
Dude, I've been scared for a while, dude. I want to be a Glover again, seriously. I'm not even joking.
Dude, it's kind of
Well,
nice
living in a lie won't make your life better. That's for sure.
So I was going to use an analogy like if your wife was meeting this guy every week and you know that she's meeting this guy every week, you can tell yourself that they're just friends. You can continue to believe that lie. Or you could do a little bit of work and maybe find out if there's more to that relationship with your wife. And if you found out that there was more to the relationship with your wife, would you still continue to sit on it? Would you still kiss your wife every day when she comes home after giving some other guy pleasures? Or would you want to know the truth about what she's really doing? And if you found out the truth, would you then do what you would need to do to be able to live with a clear conscience? Or is it more convenient to just say, you know what, she's my wife. I don't care how many guys she's with in the week. As long as she comes home to me at night, I'm happy because she's my wife. And that's the kind of question of if you found something that was not lining up or not congruent. If you found some, like Epstein, what about Epstein made you think that he didn't kill himself? You found something that didn't line up with the rest of the information. Then you started to dig a little bit, or maybe you found something or got shared something. And then you discovered, wow, the narrative that they're telling us versus what this other information shows are conflicting. And then you have to make a choice. Do you want to chase after the truthful, or do you want to just accept? Because, they put it on CNN. So therefore, verbatim, if I just repeat what CNN said, that must be the truth. Because CNN would never lie, never about anything. Or do you actually want to know what is happening? Now, you've already answered saying you choose not to know the truth, which I personally can't understand that logic. I will chase truth no matter where it leads, no matter how uncomfortable it makes me, no matter, there's conspiracies that will completely shatter your mindset about human beings. There's negative ones and there's positive ones. But I'm the type of person who wants to find the truth and will keep
What about
searching until I do.
coronavirus? Is coronavirus biological warfare?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Can I get a mic check quickly?
Yep.
All right. I've been listening on YouTube for a little bit. Welcome to the servers of PETA. And I just want to highlight that I'm impressed with your honesty, right? Because what you said was, I'm not sure I would want to know because I think it would scare me, right? And this isn't something that a lot of people admit, but it is the case for an awful lot of people, right? We get a lot of people here who are intelligent, who are educated, who refuse to look at this. And it does come down to that uncomfortableness, that fear, right? Because you said a little bit earlier, I don't really look into this kind of thing. I don't think I'm intelligent enough. But just listening to you have the conversation over the last however long, I don't think that is the case. You sound like an intelligent, reasonable guy. I mean, the fact that you've been able to listen and have the conversation so far shows that you're intelligent enough to understand when you're speaking to real people about a real subject, right? And you've been presented evidence and you haven't freaked out, right? Look at that guy earlier, Grayserve or whatever his name was, right? He came and said, I've got a degree in physics, I've got a degree in engineering. I don't even doubt that he does have those degrees, right? He's probably an intelligent guy, but he was scared, right? He was emotional. So even though he heard the points and he wanted to be unmuted, and we said, okay, you're unmuted, give us your rebuttal, he couldn't. He couldn't give us it. He wanted to just kind of say, oh no, I can't believe you guys muted me, and have this like emotional complaint. But you deserve credit because you're very honest to say I'm hesitant to look into this because it's scary, and I think it's the case for most people, right? It is a scary thing to look into because it is like having the rug pulled out from under you in the most extreme way when it comes to your entire worldview, right? So you're smart enough as well to recognize that this is a threat to your existential understanding, or what you think is an understanding of your position in this reality and what this reality is. But when you think about it, I mean, I would challenge you just to steel yourself in this regard and say, okay, this is scary, but I'm going to jump into it like a challenge, right? Because I don't know what your circumstances are in life, and I wouldn't presume to know, but in general, what most people are given in this life is a 9 to 5 and a family, right? If you're lucky enough, okay? There's not much opportunity for adventure, discovery, or wonder in that paradigm. But you get comfortable, right? So you want to stick to it, you want to protect it, and you're like, okay, maybe I'm not having the most fun in life, maybe I'm not like having an exciting time, but this is fine for me. But this is a real opportunity for you to go on one of these journeys that is kind of hard to put into words or describe, but it's the kind of journey that you think of, that you would read about when you're reading about some of these figures in history. Like, it's not an exact comparison, but you know, you think about things like Buddha and stuff, right? And he's talking about the journey to enlightenment and all this kind of stuff. Like these intense journeys, which when you read about them in our modern paradigm, they make much sense. And you're kind of like, right, okay, so he's just, I don't know, abstractly thinking about or the nature of spiritual, mental, and physical adventure to go on, right? This is an opportunity for you to have a whole new view on what this reality is. Because as F.E. Solar was so eloquently describing, we are given a very specific paradigm of materialism, right? Of accidental creation on a spinning ball. And that's one way to view things, but it is by design a depressive way to view things, an accidental, meaningless way of viewing things. So I would just say to you to capitalize on your awareness that it is the fear that's putting you off from examining this, right? It's not that you've heard arguments today which are crazy or dumb. You've probably already realized that they're not crazy or dumb. They're good arguments. Water is level. Water is said to be 70% of Earth's surface. The positive claim of curvature and motion is on the globe side, and we see too far. There is no physical obstruction as predicted by the globe model, right? These are solid arguments. So just hold on to that awareness that it's only the fear that's preventing you from exploring this further. And decide for yourself, challenge yourself, right? Do I want to have this potential ground-shattering information withheld from me based on my own fear, or am I going to be brave and am I going to investigate it, right? Because if it's not real, it's not real, and you can go back to whatever you presumed to be the case before, right? No, and you haven't lost anything. But if it is real, it's the most important information that you've never examined. Right, and you say maybe you're not into conspiracies and all this kind of stuff, but we're not really. I mean, that's like a kind of a bit of a buzzword, a negative buzzword that's been foisted upon these kind of topics. What we're talking about here is the reality in which we exist. Okay, the nature of everything. And if we have a total incorrect idea of what that is, then it's going to impact us in every area of life. So you owe it to yourself to say, okay, I'm not gonna let my worries or my fear put me off looking into this. And I would also say you'll be surprised, because when everyone gets into this, it is scary and it does feel crazy. And Conrad was saying earlier he was angry. You do go through those phases, but when you come out of it, everyone is glad that they looked into it. I've never met a flat earther who said, I wish I'd never looked into it. They all come out saying, my life is better. I have a greater appreciation for everything around me, the people in my life, the world I inhabit. I'm more amazed every single day, and I never stop learning, right? This rejuvenates people. Okay?
Yeah,
so
I could even argue that I could even say, sorry to interrupt you, just really quick, but since you mentioned my name, I could even say that my life kind of went downhill when I stopped caring about the topic, because there was a portion, within the last 5 years that I just didn't care. So like, and my life was terrible. But once I got back into this discussion and the topic, and just like realizing the importance of the whole thing, it's definitely changed my life for the better. So sorry, you can.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, by the nature of the story that we are told about the globe, evolution, accidental creation, it's not accidental that people feel apathetic and meaningless and depressed. It's built into the creation story that we've been given. Right? You are accidental by definition if you assume a Big Bang is how everything came to be, unless you believe it was started by divine agency. But in general, this theory is supposed to propagate an apathetic worldview, because then the people who are in charge of this place aren't coming up against people who have strong conviction and, you know, a strong desire to have their own agency. They're kind of just floating through life like, well, it's all accidental, it's all meaningless, so whatever they want to do, as Solar was saying, they want to drill every drop of oil, they want to pollute every drop of water. What am I going to do? I mean, it's all meaningless anyway. So, I mean, I know this was a bit of a long ramble, but Safida, I just wanted to give you some credit for even being able to articulate that barrier of fear, because it's so prevalent in so many people, and they either don't realize it or they don't want to admit it because they think there's some shame in it. But there's not, right? It's totally understandable that this is the most groundbreaking, earth-shattering, literally, subject that you can come across in life. And like Solar was saying, it's probably a good idea to get into something like the moon landing for you, because, I mean, if you still believe that 3 men from the United States military in 1969 flew in a tin can 500,000 miles there and back and played golf on the moon, you're going to have a hard time understanding that they've deceived everyone, right? The reason that deception is in place is so that they can say, hey, we went and checked and Earth is a ball, right? No one else is getting that viewpoint. That's their actual story. Only the people who traveled to the moon in the 60s and 70s have actually seen the Earth as a ball. They don't even claim that the ISS would see the Earth as a ball, right? According to the maths of the globe model, you wouldn't even see curvature from ISS height. So their story is literally like 25 people have seen the globe, and you just have to believe the US military on that. So when you really get into this, it's a whole crazy thing. It's a bottomless pit of learning, right? Because it covers everything by its nature, because it's Earth. It's science, physics, geometry, religion, philosophy. It literally goes through everything. But you sound like an intelligent guy, so don't put yourself down and be like, oh, I can't figure this out. You can. It's actually more simple than you think when you start breaking it up into manageable chunks. So what I would advise for you is to check out the additional information channels below. There's introduction channels. I don't know if you've been directed to those yet, but they're all alphabetized. So you've got things like curvature, motion of the Earth, gravity. Someone will link those to you in the live stream text chat, I'm sure. But there's introduction videos, all this kind of stuff. And come here and ask questions. Just be like, okay, well, what about this? I've been told this shows that we live on a spinning ball. How do you guys view that? And we can have the conversation. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but I just wanted to highlight that you were good to recognize that barrier. It's fear, it's emotion, it's attachment to what we already think we know, rather than the cold hard facts and evidence. And that's what we deal with here. And we're not used to that, because in school they don't really teach us to stick to the evidence, to the logic, to the empirical verifiable evidence. They tell us stories and they say, this has been verified by someone. You'll never be able to verify it, but trust us, this is what we know. Okay. Also, just on another side point, if any of the mods are in, I'm driving at the moment, but give Flat Earth Solar Gold Plus, because he must be in on gold for a while.
Great
Yeah,
point
well,
there.
I listened to all that, and I did appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I second that, Safida. I think that you're honest and intellectual, and that you have, I would say, the wherewithal to be able to discover this truth if it becomes a truth that you want to know. It is, like you said, it's a scary thing. If you find out your wife's cheating on you, now what do? It's a scary place to find yourself. Do you now work on the marriage? Do you get divorced? But it means you've now got to do something. And most of us are simply presented with something and told that it's the truth. Whereas when you actually go and look at like a Jeffrey Epstein scenario, you can find the evidence that contradicts it. So then you have to trust either you're good enough to go and find the evidence, or you just have to accept what someone gives you. And when you discover that you actually are capable of finding your own evidence, to me, it was the greatest thing. It's unlocked my entire life. I'm so happy because I discovered the truth. Yes, there's a bit of a rocky patch in the first few weeks, but when it really sinks in, the whole purpose of this is that you are special. This
It's
place
got
that
a
we're
lot
in.
of parallels to discovering religion. Like, I've heard a lot of Muslim converts describe their process of discovering God the exact same way.
Flat
Like,
Earth Truth, is that you?
finally discovering the truth.
What I would say to that just quickly is there maybe are some crossovers, right? But it depends what you think about that in terms of how the person comes to it, right? We're not talking about some kind of philosophical switch that's just changed because you've had a different outlook on things. We're talking about discovery, like physical discovery, right? Scientific discovery. But by nature of this discovery, as Solar was saying, it leads to intelligent design, creation, right? The paradigm that we're given today is accidental creation through the Big Bang. That only creates a spinning ball, right? If Earth is not a spinning ball, then it's not the Big Bang. And the ontological primitive, the two choices that we have are either it's creation through natural means, quote unquote, i.e. the Big Bang, accidental, or it's intelligent design, right? No one really argues that point. That's what the dichotomy is in terms of how all this came to be. It's either Big Bang, accident, or it's creation. And by understanding, by proving to yourself, which you can do, that the surface is not curving or in motion, it rules out a globe, which consequently rules out the Big Bang. And then you free yourself up to be able to understand and explore creation, right? So a lot of people who come to this, they weren't religious, right? But they then understand, and they're still, like, a lot of them still aren't, right? A lot of people who understand that the Earth is a level stationary plane still don't ascribe to, like, a mainstream religion, but they understand that they inhabit a created environment, right? Whatever you want to think that created environment came from, if you want to call it God, I mean, that's on you, that's your journey. And really, this is where this subject really takes off and comes on to another level, because it's one thing disproving the globe model that we've been told, but it's the question of, okay, so what next? Where am I now? Okay, so what does a stationary level Earth imply about our reality? And you'll come to find that what it means is that it's the second option, right? It's intelligent design. And again, that's another aspect that can be scary to a lot of people. But my advice, again, I mean, I had these hesitancies a few years ago as well. It's like, damn, I mean, this is like concrete. It's designed, right? So that can be a scary thing for people. But as a human being, this is the journey, right? The journey of life is to take on challenges and to face hardships. And really, if you really want to live it, you've got to dive into those rather than shy away from them. So you've got to charge forward with that and say, okay, I'm just going to try and disprove everything. And anything I can't disprove, that's what I'm left with. And if I can't prove or disprove something, I will be happy saying I do not know, right? Because this is another big thing. There's plenty of things that we can't know. On the globe side, they give us stories to fill in these blanks. And a lot of people think, well, I know that because I've been told it. You have to be mature enough and strong enough to say, no, I don't know that. I believe it, maybe, but I don't know it. And there's a lot of this when it comes to understanding that the Earth isn't a globe anymore, there'll be a lot of gaps that you can't physically verify. Now, you can verify physically that it's not a globe, but there are still a lot of things that you can't have an answer for because it's beyond the realms of our physical understanding. So you might hear people talking about religion, you might hear them talking scripture, because whether you think it's coincidental or not, pretty much all of the scriptures describe a flat, motionless Earth. Every culture in history has essentially described a flat and motionless Earth with the luminaries moving above us in predictable cycles throughout the year. So it's not a religious thing per se, right? The argument isn't based on scripture or religious belief. The argument is based on observation and measurement. But naturally, it leads to that discussion because it shows creation. Right, and this is part of the reason why it's so hidden, right? Probably one of the reasons, the main reason why they have tried to hide it from people is because it's almost irrefutable physical evidence of creation, intelligent design, right? But I mean, this is another level to get into, and for yourself at the moment, I would recommend sticking with the physical evidence, the observations, the laser tests. You need to be figuring out how you can prove or disprove your belief in the globe. That's where you should start. Or be agnostic for a while and enjoy not knowing, right? Don't be afraid to say you don't know. That's just my quick response to the whole religion argument side.
Yeah, if I can just add one quick thing, it's that religion is man-made. But the Creator's creation, that's something separate. Now, I'm sure most of us growing up, we found that religion can be distasteful. And everyone is now fighting over whose religion is right. And those are all man-made constructs of, hey, these many Hail Marys, or you have to say so many prayers facing eastward every day, or there's all these man-made constructs that are layered on top. What we're saying is that this links you back to this creation. The same with like a painting. When you see a painting, you know there had to be a painter who painted it. When you see the creation, you know there has to be a creator.
Well, yeah, to a certain degree. But like when you talk about religion being man-made, it just depends on what you believe. That's what comes back to belief. Because if you go with the Bible, religion was not man-made. That was given to us by God. What they were supposed to worship, how we're supposed to worship. But if you go with
Hey, are anybody? Sorry, this is off topic, but any Australians in here right now?
Yeah, I'm one.
I heard this from somebody. I don't know if it's true, but it's did they pass a law or something that you guys cannot grow your own food, or some rules about growing your own food or something?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you
Okay,
can grow
because this guy sent me. Yeah, this guy sent me it looked like an article. It said that Australians can't grow their own food. That was like the headline, and I'm like, that sounds like crazy. Like I was like, I'll ask somebody from there. I'll definitely have to let him know because he's like just believes almost everything he reads.
Hang on.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, there are places where they say you can't collect your own rainwater and filter it because
yeah, that's
property
we
of
have
the
rules
government
on that here.
dude, you can't do that in California. You can't do that. You can't do that in California.
We can't have
what are you talking
wells.
about?
I mean, like nobody can have wells, and that's crazy. You can't pull water out from the ground. Like, what's wrong with that?
Oh, there's this new deal.
Legally, I mean, if you own property and you build a well, you can actually do that. I mean, like, dig a well.
Not where I'm at. Not in city limits.
See, well, you can't do it in city limits. Yeah, exactly. exactly. That's what I'm
But
saying.
that's a crazy thing. We had a well, and then we weren't in city limits, and then they moved us. Like they moved the city boundary, and then they made us cap
Well,
it.
as far as property goes, though, how deep into the ground does the property limits go? It's like, do you own how far
Right. I thought,
below
doesn't it go
the
all the way?
ground
I would assume it goes all the way
does?
down and all the way up.
But actually, that's actually true. If you own property, on any part of the earth, as deep as it goes, you own that property. As far as I know, and maybe I've been wrong about this. So, in vertical, it's a vertical thing.
No, I think it's
You're
the opposite.
standing
They
here.
talk about mineral rights. If there's minerals or anything found below your property, it's the government's property.
No,
The mineral rights belong to the state.
Okay, well, man, if somebody has something else to say about it, but as far as I know,
What
the
is
land.
strange, I always wondered why, you know,
Go ahead, brother.
the governments prevent you from planting fruit trees in public. So they're always planting new trees along the roads. And I always
But
wondered to
that's
myself, why
their
don't they plant
land.
apple
That's
trees
their land.
and peach trees? And then someone walking on the way to work could pick food and be fed that day for not having to do anything. And they've actually made it law that you're not allowed to grow food on public land because it could cause someone one day to have a bad reaction. Or maybe if they eat old fruit, it may be bad for them. There
When
was
did the public become so paranoid about eating fruit from a tree? Now, if you're,
it's the same with wasted products or expired products.
yeah, it's just like it's
So
really like
in
the
South Africa,
trees, like in I've been to Phoenix, Arizona. There are orange trees on the streets, right? Those oranges aren't really good. I mean, you wouldn't want to eat them anyway. They don't taste good. They're really sour. I mean, you can pluck them off, and they just don't taste good. They're just really sour. But real orange trees, grow. It's like people in California roam in their backyard.
I
it links to the false publicity. Sorry,
I was in Arizona and I ate one of those oranges.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure it's a point that's been raised here before, but yeah, exactly like Flat Earth Solar is saying. I mean, think about the dent that could be put in the difficulty of homeless people's lives if all of the trees and all of the bushes that were lining the pavements were fruit bearing or food bearing, right? If there was really an interest, if there was really an interest in combating, hold on, David. If there was really an interest in combating hunger, wherever it is, and homelessness and people's quality of life, this is such a viable option that, I mean, it kind of shows their hand. The fact that they don't do it. And just quickly, could someone check if there's any new people? I think there was a guy, Prime Timington or something, who isn't verified. Does someone want to unmute him and see if he's got any questions or wants to raise any points about the Earth?
Did the other guy had to leave? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, no, the other guy said he had to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
So he's gone. But he sounds like, he's a rational guy. He could have the conversation, so maybe he'll be back.
Yeah, I think he needs to do more research. He posted some YouTube link where an imam is claiming that the Earth is a globe. So I mean, he needs to do more effort.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's just totally
researching.
He's totally new to this. He still thinks the moon landings are real, but.
Yeah, that's why we're here. We actually want new people to join every single day, and we do have dozens of people that join the server every day.
So in that vein, I've just unmuted Prime Timington. Prime Timington, are you here? Can you say hello? Prime Timington? I think that's your name. No.
And if someone comes in and they're like kind of curious or they're unwilling to open their microphone because they want to kind of see what's going on, Man, we're not here to try to convince anyone that the Earth is flat. We're just giving you the information that we've come across for several years. It's not. It's not like this isn't a church or a freaking religion.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, we're not preaching to anyone. So Prime Timington, I'll pop you back on mute. Maybe you're just listening. But if you do want to ask a question or you want to get involved in the conversation, you can jump up to VC check-in 1 or 2, or put a message in the lobby or debate and ping a mod, like tag a mod or gold or silver, and let them know that you want to be unmuted, and we can unmute you and have the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it always starts with the open idea. It's like, hey, I'm wondering why people think the Earth is flat. If you really have that genuine question, I'm curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and you don't want to argue with us, and really.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be an argument. It never has to be an argument. That's the whole point,
exactly.
right? It can just be a discussion, just open questions, this kind of thing. But he seems like he's in here and he's listening. So if people do want to just kind of talk about how they came to Flat Earth, some of the intro points and this kind of thing, I'm sure it would be handy for him. We've also got Leo. Okay, no, I think he's maybe already FE. But yeah, so let's keep it to intro FE stuff, just since we've got some new people in. So if anyone's got a point they want to raise. Also, FE Solar, you've got Gold Plus now, so you've got access to the bot commands. So get into a call with one of the mods or something, and one of the other golds, and they can teach you how to use it just for the memes and get the command list and all this kind of stuff.
Excellent. Thank you, Wolfgang. Really appreciate that.
No, it's long overdue. Sorry, I thought you already had it, but I just checked and I saw that you didn't. So yeah.
Actually, I heard Wolfgang recommend it, and he was on mobile, and I went and gave it to you, Flutter Solar. So
thanks, Elio.
Thank you,
I joined.
And bro, you've been here for a long time, so you're a trusted.
Yeah, since I joined, I've been looking forward to the day where I can at least be able to mute someone who's rumpusing a room, or be able to play the bot if needed. Or so I've been downloading all the photos personally, and then I've got to scroll through a million photos on my phone to try and find the one that's valid. So this will save a lot of time.
Yeah, no, it's a massive time.
Are you on Bluetooth or your phone microphone? Your voice sounds pretty good. Just like your voice.
Hold on, just quickly. Could we check if Solar's got the DJ bot control as well?
Yeah, he has now. While you was talking about the DJ bot, I added it to your account.
Oh, okay, cool. Right. So Flutter Solar, when there's some dead air, if you want to play a song or some clip or something, the DJ bot role is pretty cool. When there's if you want to make a point, you just talking about something, you say, hey, listen to this. It's a few minutes long. Or if there's some dead air, you can play a 2-hour video, so people can listen to it.
Does it mean that I can also VC verify people going to VC checking or
no?
Yeah, no, you should be able to VC verify. If you can't assign the role, then you should be able to use the !verified command.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Right, so using the bot, you just type in !verified and then tag the person, and it should give them the VC verified role.
Yeah, I forgot about that because I don't use the bot ever.
But you have to note that there's only the bot is only active in some of the rooms. So look at the room's lobby, debate, bot, audit, Livestream 1, VC. There's a few rooms that it won't work in, so just make sure you're doing it in one of the rooms where the bot is. And you should also have access to CogDis. Have you got CogDis VIP?
Yeah, I think Gold Plus gives it.
Okay, well, if he doesn't, let's maybe give him the CogDis VIP just in case. But yeah, you should be able to go into CogDis, see the crazy people. That's always fun.
I really would.
But yeah, no, thanks, Solar. Anytime I tune in and you're speaking, it's always great stuff, and you're great with the new people. So it's long overdue. Thank you for everything you do on the server.
Yeah, he's South.
Thanks, guys. You know, I just always
You're
feel
South
that.
African, right? You're South African.
Yeah, correct. I've got lots of scientific friends, and we have this massive discussion every time, and they just simply can't see this. And as someone said earlier on today, you know, we all made mistakes in the first few months when we were flat earthers, thinking that all you have to do is show one thing to someone and they're going to accept it. And that whole process has taught me to be a lot more patient and to remember where you were before you understood this truth, and how you'd